Good morning, everyone. So time to start our Wireless Global Congress, Singapore 2023. So hello, everyone. My name is Tiago Rodrigues. I'm the CEO of the Wireless Broadband Alliance. A pleasure to have you all here today with us for one more event from the WBA. We have a very enthusiastic agenda for the day with a fantastic set of speakers and topics to be discussed. But first of all, I want to thank our sponsors. So Boeing Wireless, Intel, Cisco, MaxLinear, Ruckus CommScope, Spectra, Entlabs, LinkBroad, and Telecom Infra Projects for supporting the event. Without their support, we could not run this event. I think this is not the right materials. But I want to give a snapshot, an overview of the agenda of the day, so you can get a feeling of the type of topics that we'll cover during the day. So after my presentation, we'll have Eric from Intel talking about 6 GHz. Then we'll have the presentation from IMDA, the Singapore telecoms regulator, presenting their view and perspectives on the Singapore broadband connectivity market. Then we have Cisco talking about deterministic Wi-Fi, and we'll have as well one guest from GESI, the Global Sustainability Association, talking about the importance of sustainability on the ICT sector. After the coffee break, we'll have Parul from MaxLinear talking about Wi-Fi 7, followed by Ruckus CommScope about public Wi-Fi and open roaming, how to improve the guest experience. And then we'll have a couple panels talking about network virtualization and cloud, and as well on open Wi-Fi. And to finish the morning, we'll have our colleagues from Entlabs presenting the case of the World Cup in Qatar, how Wi-Fi was supporting the football. And if there is football fans here, you will enjoy a lot that presentation. In the afternoon, we will cover the afternoon after the break. So I propose that we move forward with the agenda for the rest of the morning. I just want to highlight, we are back to Singapore. Our last event in Singapore was exactly 3 years ago, before all this craziness of the pandemic. So good to see some familiar faces here again. So good to be here with all of you. I want as well to leave a quick message to all the new members that joined the Alliance in 2022. I see some faces here. Thank you for being here today with us and by supporting the Alliance. So all your contributions and participation is critical for us. I want to speak just a little bit about WBA for those of you that are not so familiar with the Alliance. So WBA is a typical non-profit association. We seek this vision of seamless and interoperable Wi-Fi services. And to support this vision, we work in 3 major pillars where we want to bring open roaming pass points everywhere, either for public guest Wi-Fi, either for Wi-Fi roaming or Wi-Fi offload, or to improve the user experience is a key pillar of the activities of WBA. The other pillar is about bringing the next generation of innovations and functionalities into the Wi-Fi networks, either new standards like Wi-Fi 6E, Wi-Fi 7, but as well new capabilities like Wi-Fi sensing, Wi-Fi Allo, all the work that many of you are doing on QoS. It's all critical elements to improve the Wi-Fi experience. And the last pillar is all about the convergence, how Wi-Fi and cellular technologies can work better together and how optimize those technologies. With that, if you just to know, WGC has been around since 2003. In fact, this year is our 20th anniversary. I will talk more about it tomorrow and the day after, special for the members that will stay for the next days. We have around 180 members, and we have a set of programs and projects that I want to discuss further. You can see as well that we do run events like this one. We do as well and support our members for time to market, communication, as well research, and we support initiatives like the World Wi-Fi Day. Let me now just give you a quick overview of the projects and the programs that we run in WGC, because they are, at the end of the day, the key elements to support the Alliance and the work that all of you contribute on a daily basis. Like many other organizations, we are organized in working groups, and each work group, they have different topics that are proposed by the members and voted and prioritized by all of you. So on the 5G work group, we are running this converged approach between private cellular and Wi-Fi, how both technologies can work together and optimize the infrastructure for the different stakeholders. On the IoT work group, significant work on industrial IoT, but as well a new work item on Wi-Fi Allo. There is a lot of enthusiasm on this new technology. On the next generation work group, as you can imagine, Wi-Fi 7 is on the top of the list of new areas of work. You are going to hear more about Wi-Fi 7 later today, but as well, we talk about operated managed architectures for the residential market, and as well, Wi-Fi supported by non-fixed or non-terrestrial backhaul for use cases like maritime or in-flight or even remote areas that need broadband connectivity. Then we have all the roaming work group where we run the Wi-Fi roaming services and activities. And then we have the open roaming task group that you are going to hear a few talks about open roaming and some real case deployments. And by the way, we have open roaming network here on the hotel. So there are instructions how to connect to the network, and one of my colleagues will do a presentation this afternoon about it. Then the last work group is the testing and interoperability work group, where we cover topics like QoS, as well venue engagement using Wi-Fi and automatic connection, how to maintain a relationship with the venue. And we do as well improvements on the radios activities and the radio message that are critical for the Wi-Fi. Apart from that, we have other activities like policy and regulatory. We have as well a CTO group. We have as well a connected communities forum that are open to different members, but as well to the industry in general to participate. And with this, I just want to cover one last slide that I need to move on just to be on time. One last slide about some food for thought that we can have it for the rest of the discussions along the way, along the day. So definitely we see in WGC, based on our research, an increasing interest for Wi-Fi, especially after the pandemic. There is an increase momentum on Wi-Fi. 6 GHz spectrum is a key element for the evolution of Wi-Fi and to deliver new use cases, either metaverse, augmented reality, cloud gaming, all use cases that can take a lot of advantage of having more spectrum for the Wi-Fi. And we work a lot as well on the conversions between 5G and Wi-Fi, special Wi-Fi 6, and I believe very soon with Wi-Fi 7. And we are very supportive of, as you know, of open roaming that improves the way that we connect to the Wi-Fi networks and includes as well IoT use cases to make the life and the way that we connect to the Wi-Fi networks easier for everyone. And with this, I just want to thank you for your attention, and I hope that if you are not members of the Alliance yet, you should consider to be part of the Alliance. We have a vast set of programs, and I'm pretty sure that your contributions, your involvement is always welcome and critical to help us to make Wi-Fi easier and better for everyone. And with this, I want to thank you for your attention, and we'll move on the agenda. Thank you. Okay, next speaker on the agenda. It's Eric McCoglin from Intel Corporation. So Eric is the Vice President for Wireless Solution and Cloud Computing. Eric is a close friend of the Alliance, a big supporter of WBA. Unfortunately, cannot be here with us today, but he left a message, and he has a video to talk about the 6 GHz spectrum for Wi-Fi. Let's give a few more seconds and the presentation will come.
Hello, Tiago, and hello to all of the other attendees at this year's Wireless Global Congress put on by the WBA there in Asia. For those that don't know me, my name is Eric McLaughlin, and I'm the VP and GM of the Wireless Solutions Group at Intel. I apologize I'm not able to be there in person. I think this is the second time this has happened. I apologize I'm not there. I had some last minute conflicts that I had to attend to, so I wasn't able to travel. But I do look forward to catching up to you later in the year. And at this time, I look forward to telling you a lot about the cool stuff that's happened and will be happening in acceleration of Wi-Fi 6E in the 6 GHz spectrum. There's a famous football coach in the US, used to coach for the Buffalo Bills, a coach named Marv Levy, and he had a quote that I've always really enjoyed. It says, "Where else would you rather be than right here, right now?" Over the last few years, the industry and the world have experienced a variety of things that have been pretty challenging. Pandemics, worldwide pandemics affecting all of us in many different ways, some really, really difficult ways. Supply chain issues that have occurred over that time frame, economic challenges, headwinds, tidal waves, difficulties that continue to face us even today, and then last but not least, civil unrest and different types of unrest throughout the world. These things have been extremely challenging, and as an industry, I think the wireless industry has done a great job, and I thank all of you for continuing to focus and continuing to do all the things that are necessary to deliver great products and solve real problems. So, in this time frame, we've had this global desire for great connectivity, better speeds, better capacity, better reliability and predictability. And the industry's had to make some big bets. Multiple companies, including Intel, made some big bets a few years ago where we started developing silicon for Wi-Fi 6E in advance of when the regulatory agencies had actually agreed to release that spectrum for unlicensed and Wi-Fi. In 22, there's a lot of successes we've been made. I'm going to talk to you about that here on the next slide. And those really lay the groundwork for what's going to happen in 2023. So let's start out with a quick review of 2022. So in January of 22, if you looked at worldwide, you would see 41 countries have released spectrum for 6 GHz and Wi-Fi 6E. As you look throughout the year, from January through the second half of the year, we moved from about 40 countries having approved an open spectrum to over 50. We went from about 200 devices shipping, and these are multiple device types from PCs to phones and APs, et cetera. We went from about 200 devices shipping in January of 22 to over 1,000 at the end of 22, a 5x growth in that period. We moved from doing a few trials to doing more trials. We moved from a few deployments to many, many deployments. And the ISPs really embraced Wi-Fi 6E and started deploying it in mass. The other thing that was kind of cool about 2022 is we started actually demonstrating real world interoperability with Wi-Fi 7. So Intel and Broadcom came together. I was very privileged to be a part of that. You know, thank you to our friends at Broadcom for participating with us. But in September of the year, we did a YouTube video and shared with the world 2 companies coming together and doing real-time over-the-air demonstration of Wi-Fi 7 working between our client chip and their AP chip. Really well received and really cool, you know, moment for the industry to show that Wi-Fi 7 standard is real, that the interoperability requirements in Wi-Fi 7 are working, and we got it, you know, 2 products up and running and talking to one another. In November, we took that show on the road, and VJ and I had a chance to be in front of the FCC. The chairwoman, as well as multiple chairpersons in the FCC, and demonstrate real time using a test license, Wi-Fi 7 working and interoperating in the FCC offices in Washington, D.C. We got some great reactions from that meeting as they saw the fruits of their labor, the work that they did to open up 6E spectrum to help us get Wi-Fi 7 working and to put ourselves in a position to actually deliver not just products, but interoperable products for Wi-Fi 7. So great momentum in 2022. So now let's look at 2023. In 2023, we're already up over 17 countries that are looking or that have released spectrum and authorized use of Wi-Fi 6 gigahertz spectrum for Wi-Fi. We have 18 more countries that are looking at this technology and considering opening spectrum for Wi-Fi 6E. The other thing that's, you know, continues to explode are the number of devices. At this time, we're counting about 1,300 devices that are in market or about to be in market, and this spans, you know, PCs, phones, access points, set-top boxes, etc. So, you know, really, really great momentum on the device side, really great momentum this year we see happening on the spectrum side. Intel just launched at CES our 13th gen Intel platforms with Wi-Fi 6E. And if you saw the other announcements we did, there's a ton of innovation going on across hardware, software, et cetera. So, you know, really, really great innovation available to all of us here in the Wi-Fi business. The WBA has really driven a bunch of open roaming trials. The number of hotspots that are available for open roaming continues to increase. AFC is starting to take, you know, some momentum as well. We expect to see definite expansion in AFC throughout the world as we move to a place where we can get to standard power and get better range and better connectivity. The WBA has done a bunch of great things for Wi-Fi 7. We're really excited about the momentum we're seeing in the industry behind Wi-Fi 7. We've got programs, we've got trials, we've got the cross-vendor demos. We've got the WFA starting to drive PlugFest and get ready for actual certification later in the year. And there's a lot of good Wi-Fi 7 product introductions that have been made and a lot more to come. So you look at it all, and 2023 looks like an amazing, I guess, another amazing year for Wi-Fi. So bottom line, if you ask me again that question, where else would you rather be than right here, right now? It's hard to say that I could be in any other better place than in the Wi-Fi industry and delivering the promises of Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7. We've got great gains going on, as we mentioned, in the 6 gigahertz with a lot more ramping to come. Great things happening across the world and opening up spectrum. AFC is going to be a game changer, and then we're going to change the game again as this industry launches Wi-Fi 7. So thank you so much for the chance to talk. Tiago, I appreciate you allowing me to at least be here via this video. I also want to thank all of you in the room for the great work that you do across the industry. We love working with all of these companies in the WBA. We love being able to demonstrate the great things that we're doing together as an industry. And more than anything, I love solving real world problems and giving connectivity to people who need to be connected for work, social, gaming, entertainment, education, and making that experience wonderful. So thanks again. And I hope you answer the question the same way I do, that Wi-Fi is a great place to be right here and right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I think we can give a round of applause. Even not having Eric with us, it's always good to recognize the contributions from Eric and from his team on the Wi-Fi front. So moving on the agenda, so the next speaker is our guest, is Emma Ramani from the IMDA, so the Singapore regulator. So Emma is the Director for Market Policy and Regulation and Connectivity at IMDA. And welcome, Emma. It's fantastic to have you on the event.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You hope everyone can hear me. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having IMDA here to share with you our regulatory approach towards digital infrastructure. I'll cover a little bit about the wired space, but also I'm sure everyone's interested in what IMDA is doing, what Singapore is going to do in the wireless space as well. So just a little introduction of IMDA, just in case everyone is not familiar. We have three main functions: a regulatory one, as everyone would know, an economic development function. This is where we try and look at different sectors and help them develop through infocom technology, and as well as a sort of societal angle to what we do to make sure that no one is left behind. But for today, I will focus more on the digital infrastructure piece and together how our regulatory levers have been used to help, I guess, put forth our goals and outcomes that we want to see in both the wired and wireless space. So just very quickly, what does IMDA regulate? So two big sort of parts here. One in terms of infrastructure and equipment, both on the wired and wireless side. So usual things, submarine cables, domestic fixed networks, our wireless networks, broadcast is one area as well. And the other big chunk is, of course, in the area of services, whether it's telecom services, satellite, domain names, spectrum numbering. So those are the two big areas that we as the regulator look at. We work very closely with other regulators too, especially those within the region when it comes to spectrum coordination and what we would do with different spectrum bands. So we do have our counterparts as well next door. So with the government sort of decision to fully liberalize the telecom market back in the year 2000, I think this has helped to bring about very strong competition with more infrastructure players coming into Singapore, both the wired and wireless space. So happy to see that we're at least a little bit globally competitive when it comes to our mobile networks. When it comes to also our broadband penetration, there's broadband to every home, affordable broadband to every home at that, with about $35 Singapore dollars a month for 1 gigabits per second. But having said that, what do we actually need to do to make sure that we're future ready? And when we think about being future ready, I think we're looking at not only the wireless space, but also what does it mean in the wired sort of area. So I will elaborate a bit on that in my next few slides. I think the strong digital infrastructure that we've managed to sort of have in Singapore here has helped to drive our economic competitiveness. This has actually helped to bolster our position as a preferred sort of investment destination for different investments in the telecom sector. Also create new business opportunities, new jobs as well. And this thankfully has reflected in some of our performance in some of the international sort of benchmarking indices. But domestically, I think there's also been an increasing importance in our digital infrastructure. During the time of COVID, I think that's where it really came to life, the importance of our NBN network, because it allowed us to really, in the true spirit of working from home, allowed us to do that, how we live and really how we play. In Singapore, not sure whether the rest of you have the same experience, but fixed and wireless networks are really seen as complementary. Many of us, where we have wired at home, but when we go back home, we switch to wireless. Or when we are on our mobile networks, when we go back home, we switch to Wi-Fi. When Singapore has the occasional cable cut, no one really bats too much of an eyelid because they just happily switch to their mobile service. So when we look forward and we think, what more do we need to do to make sure that we are future ready, make sure that we strengthen our digital infrastructure, I think we will certainly look in both the wired and wireless space. Let me share a little bit more about the wired area before I elaborate on the wireless piece. So in Singapore, I think many of you know, we have our national broadband network. It goes to every home, so it's basically nationwide. But how did we get there? I think some eons ago, we only had 2 operators who were offering broadband services. Our speeds were really very slow at like 30 Mbps per second. People were really just using broadband for web browsing and in email, so pretty simple, straightforward stuff. And we realized as a government that there was very little impetus for the broadband players to do anything more, to make things faster, cheaper, better. And so we felt after a lot of deliberation that there was a role that government could play to try and sort of spruce up the broadband market here. Because even though our market was fully liberalized, the market forces alone were not bringing about the outcomes that we had wanted to see. And so it was a deliberate decision by the government to invest in our nationwide broadband network to really promote economic growth. What we did was to bring about a 3-layer structure. Right at the bottom is where you see the passive infrastructure, which is very expensive to build in a city-state. And so you only see one player there. That's, I think, the bulk of the government investment back then. And then a neutral sort of operating company that would then entertain all the different retail service providers on a neutral, even-handed basis. And that's where I think our whole NBN sort of story was born. And today we will see one player right at the bottom. From one player in the second layer, we have about 10, and then we have more than 20, I think, retail service providers. So the question is, I think, for us, what next in terms of our fixed infrastructure? Again, COVID has shown us over the last few years that the NBN was really the very good foundation for us to actually do a lot of things that we needed to do away from the office. We have also, I think, continued, thankfully, to stay quite competitive in terms of our internet speeds, and prices remain low. And of course, we still have quite a number of players still very active in the market. So when we look ahead, I think this is an area that we will be studying, at least in the fixed space. How do we then upgrade? How do we do better? How do we stay future relevant? So this is just to share with everyone here that this is an area that we will be studying a bit more closely to see what we do next. So moving on to the wireless space, I think many of you would know that when you walk around Singapore, you can easily hook on to something called Wireless SG. So back in the year 2016, we launched this initiative called Wireless at SG because we wanted to accelerate the deployment of high-speed wireless broadband in Singapore, and also get people to have that lifestyle on the move, right? And allow them to do the things that they needed to do while on the move, not only for those living in Singapore, but those visiting as well. And so today, not sure whether you would have experienced this, but there's more than 20,000 hotspots around many areas in Singapore. We've recently upgraded the maximum speed for anyone sort of logging in from 2 megabits per second to 5. But the question is, of course, again, what do we do next? As we have improved through the various initiatives below, wireless at SG, what do we do next in the space of Wi-Fi? So I think as the earlier sharing video also mentioned, there's been a lot of discussion at the global forum on what countries are going to do for the 6 gigahertz band. We know that the Wi-Fi community is very excited by this new development because since 2011, this is the first time that new spectrum will be made available for Wi-Fi. But at the same time, I think we also quite cognizant that different quarters of the industry also looking at this possibly for 5G. So this is an area that Singapore is studying very closely to see what do we do next in this area of Wi-Fi and in this area of 6 gigahertz. And just like with the NBN, and in any major decision that we make, we would engage the industry quite closely, have conversations, and we expect that process to start in the coming months. So moving on to mobile, so 4G landscape in Singapore is quite mature. We have 4 network operators here. While we have more than sort of 10 mass market virtual operators, there are altogether 34 of them serving different segments of the Singapore market. Everyone's pretty happy with low prices, SIM-only plans, no contracts. So we're quite comfortable with what we have in the 4G space. In the 5G space, I think this is something that we have already started. And maybe let me share a little bit more about 5G and why Singapore has gone down this road of choosing the standalone sort of capabilities that we want to see. So as you know, we do have 3 network players today in the area of 5G. All of them must deploy the standalone 5G networks. So why? Noting that many other countries have gone down the NSA route, the non-standalone. Now, the reason is actually based on what I shared earlier. We already have our nationwide broadband network, 1 gigabits per second to every home at $35. 4G pretty much delivers the same sort of speed, also very competitively priced. So for us to look ahead, to be future ready, it must be more than just speed. And we have, I guess, seen and felt the different things that SA networks can deliver. And so for us, we decided, no, we want the full shebang, the full bells and whistles that 5G can offer. And that's the reason why we have made it a requirement for all our 5G operators to deploy the standalone network. But beyond standalone, I think realizing that the networks will be built from scratch, so to speak, because they don't piggyback on 4G, we wanted to make sure that we built in certain things from the start. So security by design, resiliency, making sure that we had good coverage for 5G, I think was important for us. And taking what we call in Singapore an ecosystem approach, meaning to say we don't just look after the supply side, we look after the demand side as well. So IMDA, as part of our development role, has also been working very closely with enterprises to try and see what kind of use cases, 5G use cases that can be brought about. Because really at the end of the day, we want to make sure that our companies and of course our consumers can benefit fully from 5G networks in Singapore. Perhaps just to share a little bit about how we got to our 3 licenses. So typically, I think over the years, we generally give out spectrum through an auction-based approach because market knows best. But in the area of 5G, as I shared earlier, we wanted to build certain things from scratch, so to speak. We wanted certain features built in from the start. And so we felt a call for proposal, a little bit like a beauty contest, would be the best way to make sure we had those outcomes. So in 2020, that's when we had our first 2 nationwide licenses being issued. And in 2021, we started to refarm our 3G spectrum and give that out for 5G use as well. And that's where we welcomed our 3rd player in 2021. In terms of enterprise innovation, digitalization, I think this is, in the space of 5G, we're seeing some trials, we're seeing some enterprises trying different things across different sectors, logistics, smart factories, smart ports. These are some of the areas that we have been looking at. Just the last bit, as we focus on our, of course, domestic development, international connectivity is important as we move on to make sure that we are connected. I think in Singapore, what we try and do is take a whole of government approach when cables come in, because you need to land them at the beachfront, you need to make sure that there's infrastructure in place to carry the cables back to the data centers, back to the central offices. So this is something that we work quite closely with our different local government agencies. And just my last slide, just to share on the few things that we are looking at as we look forward. Data centers, I think, is one key area. Cloud is another key thing that we're looking at. So these are just some of the new things on the horizon as we continue to study, as I shared earlier, about what next for NBN and what next for the wireless space, specifically for Wi-Fi as well as for 5G. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think we can take questions, of course. Yeah, we may need a microphone from Emma as well. There is another microphone there.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm Najar Champrad with Intel, and one of the things that I would like to see in Singapore is that I don't know how many times I have been to Singapore, many times. When I come to Singapore, at the airport, I should be able to connect to Wi-Fi seamlessly, securely, transparently, as I do with the cellular. We have the capabilities and technology in place, and Singapore is one of the leading countries in the technology, but still I had to struggle to connect to your 20,000 hotspots here and there, and then go through this thing. And sometimes I say, heck with it. I don't want to go through that one. What is getting Singapore from basically taking on this capability and offering it for the visitors, millions of visitors, to connect your Wi-Fi network and enable the experiences?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I'm sorry you had trouble connecting. Actually, to be honest, I haven't quite heard that sort of feedback before in terms of trouble connecting from the airport. But perhaps I can follow up with you separately. We do actually try, I think in one of my slides, we do try and make sure that there is easier connectivity, especially those arriving from overseas. But maybe I can follow up
Sure.
with you separately.
Well, right now, actually, we have been working on this so-called open roaming that basically enables that kind of paradigm where you can, go to this, one network all around the world, seamlessly, securely, you just connect. And Singapore can be part of that, that model and enable it across your network over here. It will simplify the things tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. I think there is one more question.
Hello. Hi, my name is Derek. I'm from Prum Design. I have one question over here is that because just now you didn't actually touch base on the Wi-Fi 6E and also Wi-Fi 7 as well. So I want to know is that in terms of the frequency band for 6E, is it available right now for Singapore?
So I'm not sure if you missed my earlier sharing earlier that I think we know that there is quite a bit of interest in this Wi-Fi 6E, Wi-Fi 7 as well.
Yeah.
And that's something that we are actually studying quite intensely at the moment. And as part of our usual sort of IMDA engagement, our process will involve consulting the industry on this. But the simple answer about whether the band is available free for use, I think the answer is yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The only question is use for what? Whether it's whole Wi-Fi, part Wi-Fi, all IMT. I think that's the key deliberation that we are looking at the moment.
Is there any estimated dates that you guys are looking
at starting the process? I think within the first half of the year, certainly within maybe the next few months, is something that is the timing that we're looking at. We know, I think there's quite a bit of interest, quite a bit of movement already globally. We also know that WRC is happening at the end of the year. So it's something that we want to do maybe sooner rather than later. So the next coming months, I think look out for it.
Okay, sure.
And if you're interested, let us know. We can always ping you once our consultation paper is sort of out there to let you know.
Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Just a quick question, Emma, following this question. So is IMDA as well looking to AFC, so the automatic frequency coordination mechanisms? Is something part of all the study that IMDA is doing?
I believe so. I believe our technical team, it's something that they are also sort of looking at.
Okay.
And may be sort of discussed when we discuss Wi-Fi 6 and 6E and 7, when we put out our engagement process.
Okay,
Yeah.
fantastic. Because that's one of the areas where the WBI is investing a lot of time and effort. So it's an area of our interest. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Emma. Not sure if we have time for one more question, maybe from the remote audience.
Last
in fact,
one.
We have received two, and thanks very much, Emma, really for the clarifications. So we have received a question from Charlie Koo asking if there will be spectrum allocated for enterprise, for private 5G as well, if you guys have any plans as well towards private 5G.
Okay, so just in case, just repeat the question so that everyone is aware. Is there going to be spectrum allocated for private networks for 5G? So I think given Singapore's size, given how close we are to, the north and the south and east and the west of our neighbors, I think frequency management, interference management is something that is very key to us, that we want to make sure that that is completely minimized. And so the thinking at the moment is that spectrum is then given for public network use at this time.
Okay.
We haven't actually had cases where there is an enterprise who wants to do a certain use case or to use 5G spectrum where this need cannot be fulfilled by the mobile network operators. So at the moment, perhaps the short answer is no, not quite. Private 5G spectrum, partly because the demands or the requests that we have seen can be fully fulfilled by our 3 mobile network operators. Thank
Very
you.
good. Thanks so much,
Thank
Emma.
you. Thank you so much, Emma, for being part of the event. Okay, moving on the agenda, next speaker, it's Mark Grayson, so distinguished engineer at Cisco Emerging Technologies and Innovation Group. And Mark is as well a Cisco fellow. Welcome, Mark. Thank you.
So thanks for that, Tiago. Yeah, I'd like to spend some time this morning, talk to you about, I guess, a vision of wireless first, and how we should be going around delivering deterministic wireless experiences. And I think that's maybe the key, is that this is about experience. As much as I'm an engineer and like to talk about technology, we've got to recognize that really it's the experience of the network which is key. And what does wireless first look like? Well, it's about enhancing those experiences wherever we live, work, play and learn. Did I get that in the right order? And across different verticals, we see that in action. In education, even before COVID, I think XR was being trialed in around about 46% of US educational institutions, and showing real transformation in terms of the learning experience becoming more immersive, and the learning outcomes being that 60% of the students were more engaged because of XR in the education environment. Public venues are transitioning into smart spaces. We're getting the infrastructure integrated into the communications network to deliver new applications and services. In the workspace, wireless has always been there, delivering a more productive environment. And now we're seeing new levels of innovation being applied to the hybrid workspace as we all come back to work. In healthcare, I think we'd all agree over the last 3 years, we've seen the most dramatic digitization that anyone could have ever imagined in healthcare. But I'd say it's still really a wired environment from a healthcare perspective. You've got your pulse oximeter sensor, which is cabled into its controller. You've got your blood pressure cuff, which is on its monitor. Everything is wired today. And we're working with some leading healthcare partners on transitioning that wired environment to a wireless environment. So all of these sensors will become wireless, all connected to a medical grade wireless network, seamlessly streaming that information to their systems. And finally, in manufacturing, we're seeing the increased digitization of industries. We're seeing wireless play a key role in being able to instrument existing systems to increase the operational efficiencies of those manufacturing processes. So I guess, what does wireless first mean? It means delivering that network wherever we work, live, play and learn, but it also means delivering the capacity, the density and the performance to meet the expectations in those different environments. Okay, so it's all about experiences. And we need to deliver those experiences using the set of resources that we have available, the resource being the spectrum that is available. And that's looking at the complementary use of exclusively licensed spectrum, as well as the unlicensed spectrum we use for Wi-Fi. But I think what we've seen with the constant evolution of Wi-Fi as well as 3GPP is a slow diminishing of the differences between these technologies. With Wi-Fi 6 moving to a scheduled access, maybe that was the last key barrier and key differentiator between these two technologies. And now we're seeing that the key differences between Wi-Fi 6 and 5G isn't necessarily associated with the technology they use. They both broadly use the same technology. The difference is rather more to do with the spectrum in which they operate, whether that's exclusive spectrum or it's shared spectrum. With scheduled access and Wi-Fi 6, we see that Wi-Fi is able to deliver on the key data points for 5G requirements as defined by the ITU, and deliverables from the Wireless Broadband Alliance have described how Wi-Fi is able to meet 5G requirements. But we always have the benefit when operating in exclusive spectrum of being able to emit higher power. And that will always give us a range advantage when we're dealing with low and medium capacity. And therefore, it should come as no surprise that the first movers in deploying private 5G systems are those that need that coverage advantage. The strip mines in Australia were the first to deploy private LTE networks. The ports now are the next set of industries to adopt 5G. I think Singapore, 600 acres for the port of Singapore. So if you're going to cover that, you need to have that range advantage that you get with exclusive spectrum. And we know that with exclusive spectrum, you get better control of alien interference. You know, all systems need to work with self-interference, and how you plan your network and deal with that self-interference is obviously key. But how do you then deal with the alien interference? Well, with exclusive spectrum, you can go to your regulator and saying, hey, someone's operating in my exclusive spectrum. In unlicensed spectrum, we need to operate smarter and with a different set of tools, and therefore we see the likes of spectrum analyzers being integrated into infrastructure to give us visibility of those alien interference, those alien waveforms, and to have the ability to adapt to the environment around us. So a separate set of tools that we require to operate in unlicensed spectrum according to the license. And so we want to cover the locations where we work, live, play, and learn. And we've got to recognize that we have a densification challenge, and we've got to recognize that we need to cover outdoor environments and we need to cover indoor environments. And we've got a barrier between those two. And that barrier is getting bigger. In most of the world, we're living through an energy crisis at the moment, where we're being told to make our buildings more thermally efficient. And being more thermally efficient means it is more efficient at blocking radiation, such that up to 99.9 or even 99.99% of the radio energy may be lost if you're trying to serve that indoor users from an outdoor installation. And so the densification reality, and these are some of the figures from GSM Association, really points to the fact that we're not going to see a real dramatic increase in densification from an outdoor perspective. We're still going to be at 1,000 foot estimates of intersite distance from an outdoor perspective. We're going to see one or two small cells within that macro. We're not going to see a contiguous layer of small cells as some of us thought would be developed in the years gone by. So we're going to see cherry picking of locations for small cells. So when we contrast that with what we're seeing indoors, we're seeing a constant increase in densification. You know, so we saw 60-foot networks going to 50 foot to 30 foot. So in the past, 30 foot, 10 meter separation was considered hyperdense. We're now going below that. We're going sort of 15 meters, 10 meters and below in terms of densification. So Wi-Fi is really delivering on that densification. And over the last 15 years in the majority of the world, that cellular network has failed to densify to deliver that contiguous small cell layer in an outdoor environment. So we've got to talk about Wi-Fi 6E, really delivering the lifeblood of spectrum as a resource for Wi-Fi. And so when we marry spectrum with the innovation we get with Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7, that really is delivering tremendous economic value. These are the figures from Wi-Fi Alliance, and they show that the economic value of Wi-Fi increased from $3.3 trillion back in 2021 up to nearly $5 trillion in 2025. And from an Asia perspective, we can see the numbers there, over $500 billion worth of economic value driven by Wi-Fi across this region. And of those numbers, 500 billion associated with the adoption of Wi-Fi 6 and 6E technologies. And that's comparing the previous figures from Wi-Fi Alliance. So the key message is, and takeaway, Wi-Fi delivering tremendous economic value across the world. And from a 6E perspective, why do we need that spectrum? Well, we saw figures just from IMDA about their fixed and their wireless infrastructure. And what I think is a key data point is some research out of the German Ministry of Economic Affairs, indicating that Wi-Fi actually supports 92% of all of that fixed broadband traffic. So 1 gigabit per second into your house, then you're going to serve that traffic over Wi-Fi. And so it's interesting to compare the average consumption of fixed versus mobile, and apologies, UK guy, these are the UK regulator Ofcom figures. Every year they give their market report, and in that they provide a view of the consumption, and apologies, we've got a slight skew in terms of the numbers, from cellular volumes as well as fixed volumes. Apologies, there looks to be a formatting problem on the slide, and I apologize for that. But what it shows over the last year, the most recent figures, the average consumer on their cellular plan was consuming 6 gigabytes a month. And when we compare that on their fixed plans, we have nearly half a terabyte a month. So let's call it a chasm in terms of consumption between mobile and fixed. And in terms of the compound annual growth, we see once again over the same period, significant growth in both mobile and fixed, and no real difference between the two. But what's also interesting is around the different channelizations used for supporting Wi-Fi traffic. And we've got some data points that we have from around about 1 million access points that have been deployed, and we can see how they get configured. And in their current 5 gigahertz deployments, we see that the most popular way to configure Wi-Fi in 5 gigahertz is to use 40 megahertz channels. Around 2/3 of all deployments will be using 40 megahertz. Next up is 20 megahertz, around about a quarter of all deployments use 20 megahertz, around 1 in 10 use 80 megahertz channels, and then very few actually operate using the 160 megahertz today. We've got some early data from an equivalent set of data points operating in the new 6 gigahertz channels. And what we see there is the most popular configuration has gone from 40 to 80 megahertz. We then have 40, 160, and then 20, and then very few 320 megahertz. So we're seeing a doubling in channel capacity as we deploy Wi-Fi in 6 gigahertz. We're going from 40 megahertz channels to 80 megahertz channels. But what I think is also interesting is to look at the reuse factor. So the reuse factor deployed today in Wi-Fi is anywhere between 6 and 12, depending on the density of your network, with an average maybe of around 9. So it's easy to do that maths, and it's sort of 9 times 80, 720 megahertz. Clearly, that's okay if you've allocated the full 1200 to Wi-Fi, but we're going to be challenged if we only allocate half the band to Wi-Fi. And so we've got to understand, as we allocate new spectrum, what are the requirements in terms of replanning the network from a channel reuse perspective. And I guess that's a key part about how do we simplify the configuration of Wi-Fi, the operation of Wi-Fi. And I think Wi-Fi is a victim of its own success, that we've continually added and incrementally enhanced Wi-Fi over the years. And now we've got dynamic bandwidth assignment, dynamic frequency selection, optimized roaming. We have over 50 parameters we can tune as we deploy a Wi-Fi network. And think about that, 50 parameters to tune, and we've got 600 million Wi-Fi networks across the globe. That's a lot of networks to optimize if we're going to change the channelization, to change the reuse factors on those networks. Therefore, Wireless First has got to consider how do we optimize the operations, the configurations, the troubleshooting of those networks. And this is certainly an area for the AI RRM type capabilities that we see now being deployed in the market. So these are systems which are able to learn. So you turn them on, they start learning about the network over a period of time, can be up to a month of data. So the system learns how the network has been deployed. It learns about the density of the access point deployments. It learns about the traffic. It learns about when the busy hour is. It learns about the interference environment that it's operating in, and then it starts to optimize. And it optimizes, and it can indicate that in a closed loop fashion. It can also indicate that with recommendations and the reasons for those recommendations in terms of the actual algorithms. And we see then a dramatic enhancement in the optimizations of the network. And we've experienced this and deployed this in the wild. So 12 months ago, we deployed this at the press center in Mobile World Congress. 50 to 60 access points serving 500 to 600 users, 70 gigabits per second. What we saw when we turned on AI RRM, we saw a 100% reduction in access points labeled as being operating with poor RRM. So any AP that was designated as being poor was adapted and optimized to deliver a better experience. And we saw a 64% increase in those described as having good radio resource management procedures and performance. So the key from a Wireless First perspective is that we need to change the way that we optimize, manage, and configure the network if we are going to then adapt and be able to benefit from these new frequencies that will become available. This is, I mean, what do I need? The question from the floor was, do I need Wireless First or Wi-Fi First? So we were saying we need to use all of the spectrum that's available. So the second chart says that we have benefit with exclusive spectrum, primarily around coverage. And so when we necessarily need to deal with coverage, that is likely to use exclusive spectrum. If you're dealing with medium density, high capacity, then that will switch to Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi First. So a mixture of the two. And that's a good point. Do we need wireless first or cellular first? And it's interesting from an indoor perspective. I think when serving public spaces, there is maybe still a perception that the way to serve indoor spaces and public in the indoor spaces is with a cellular DAS system. And obviously open roaming is close to my heart. And it's interesting when WBA announced, 1 year of open roaming and 1 million hotspots connected to open roaming, we went and looked at the data points that we had from one of our installations. And it's a significant installation in the US, a healthcare establishment over 2 campuses. But I think when we conceived of open roaming, we thought about hospitality, we thought about transportations, we thought about airports, we thought about, I guess, our conventional mindset of where we thought we needed to support roaming use cases. I don't think anyone thought healthcare as their #1 use case for open roaming. But it transpires that in this one healthcare establishment over 12 months, they served 250,000 devices on their open roaming network. Those devices consumed a staggering 1 million gigabytes of data. And I think it's interesting from a healthcare establishment in the US, maybe different from most places in the world. You rank your healthcare provider. And obviously you rank your healthcare provider on the healthcare outcomes. So that would make a lot of sense, but they equally rank it on your overall experience of that healthcare provider. And it turns out that if you're unfortunate enough to visit the healthcare provider in the US, you seem to be either sitting down in a waiting room streaming Netflix or lying in a patient bed streaming Netflix, because those 250,000 users are streaming 5 megabits per second, high definition streaming experience. So I think this is an example about saying how open roaming is delivering on that vision, about saying a single network now, which can serve the healthcare medical grade network and simultaneously serve the 250,000 users that are visiting that establishment over a 12-month period. So it seems that serving public is no longer then a driving requirement for deploying a cellular DAS system. So it comes maybe to determinism. There's a narrative that says that ultra reliable and low latency was a term framed by the 5G and 3GPP community, and the only way to deliver determinism is with a 5G network. Well, turns out that the Wi-Fi community is delivering a set of tools which can deliver the same level of determinism in Wi-Fi networks. And so here we see some data we shared with IEEE around the evolution and sets of capabilities that we get with Wi-Fi. And these are probability density functions and cumulative distribution functions, sorry, of latency of different flavors of Wi-Fi. So in blue, we see Wi-Fi 5. So before, when we had only contended access, we can see we had significant outliers with over 100 milliseconds of delay. We had no ability to deliver a deterministic and bounded delay profile with Wi-Fi 5. When we get Wi-Fi 6, in the green bars, we see we remove those outliers. We've removed contention. We've gone to a scheduled access, and we can see we get now a latency below 100 milliseconds. But we still have some significant delay, and that's about how do you poll for access. So Wi-Fi 6 is exactly the same as LTE. When you poll the device and see if it's got packets in its buffer to send towards the network, and then you schedule the uplink resources to send those. Exactly the same in LTE as it is in Wi-Fi. One of the challenges that we have in Wi-Fi 6 is if a packet just comes in after the poll, then that packet remains until the next poll. So Fastlane is the next evolution. Fastlane was one of the earlier enhancements we did with Apple to optimize the traffic across enterprise networks. Fastlane Plus is an evolution of that technology, where now the application on the Mac or in the iPhone signals the network and shares with the network characteristics about its application flow. So now I no longer need to poll the device about whether it has a packet to send on the uplink. The application has already provided me characteristics of the application. So I now no longer need to poll. I can proactively schedule the uplink traffic based on those application characteristics. So that then, on the gray bars, we can see then we're sub 25 milliseconds with Fastlane Plus. The next evolution is in Wi-Fi 7. So the Fastlane Plus features get integrated into a Wi-Fi 7 feature called the Stream Classification Service. And then when we marry that with another Wi-Fi 7 service called Restrictive Target Wait Time, it means that we can be sure that the medium is free before the devices need to schedule their transmissions. So with Wi-Fi 7, with SCS and restrictive target wait time, we can see we're getting around the 10 milliseconds of latency with Wi-Fi 7 networks. And the final piece is with time-sensitive networks. So with the acronym SOUP, which is TSN. So TSN, for those not familiar with it, it brings a TDMA gating structure to the network to ensure messages are delivered with a required accuracy. And so when we marry the gating control of time-sensitive networks with the scheduling of Wi-Fi 7, then we get determinism of around 1 millisecond. So 802.1QBV, 801AS functionality is defined by IEEE. Add those to Wi-Fi 7, we're going to be able to deliver deterministic levels of determinism that previously folks have only associated with 5G. So ultra reliable and low latency is a capability we should be able to deliver with Wi-Fi 7 networks. Sure.
Very quickly, does the 6E additional spectrum 6 gigahertz has any impact on the latency test that you have made?
So the 6E, the question was, does 6E have an impact on the latency? And so operating in 6E means that you can have a homogeneous set of stations operating in 6 gigahertz. The problem of operating outside of 6 gigahertz is you will frequently experience latency clients who will be trying to contend for access into the network. And so the benefit of operating in 6 gigahertz is that you can sort of unify and remove those outliers. So yes, not defined by the standard, there's nothing peculiar. It's the fact that you're able to remove those legacy clients who will be still contending for access. And so that's the issue.
The technologies being available, timeline with each of these fast lane and 7 and
yeah. So fast lane, 5, 6, and fast lane plus are available today. The Wi-Fi 7 is, as we heard from Eric, is coming down the pipe, and obviously the likes of Intel, Broadcom working fast to cooperate in terms of that, and then we'll see certification. In terms of then adding on the TSN aspects, that's obviously been a focus of some of the work coming out of WBA in the industrial IoT. And so I think what we'll see is trials of that technology. And so this has been sort of trialed internally, and now it'll move, I think, with the WBA, hopefully to some multi-vendor trials and deployments in real environments to show this doesn't just work in the lab, this works out in the wild. And I think that's something that WBA has planned. Okay, and so some key takeaways, yeah, wireless first. We need to serve the traffic locations where we work, live, play, and learn. And we think there is increasingly a demarcation between the technologies cellular and Wi-Fi. You know, cellular with its higher power is good for coverage. Wi-Fi with all of its tool sets is the default indoor technology and has been adapted and has been deployed in that sort of hyperdense environment. So one is densifying indoors, and one, we would say, looking at GSMA, is really not densifying outputs. From a 6 gigahertz perspective, we are effectively doubling the channel bandwidths available. And we've got to recognize, yes, there are marketing figures with 160 to 320, but in reality, we'll be going from 40 to 80. But still, I would say with the CAGRs that we're seeing from a broadband perspective, we're seeing 40% CAGR rate still on broadband. But we've got to recognize that doubling is only a couple of years of growth of traffic. And then what do we do about after that doubling of traffic, will we see then a transition from 80 to 160? The industry, not just Cisco, but I think all OEMs are stepping up to the simplification channels, in particular with the sets of capabilities to automate the configuration, the reconfiguration, the optimization of these networks. And I think that's important when we think about having to replan 600 million networks to retune 50 odd parameters with 600 million Wi-Fi networks. We need to deliver to the industry sets of tools which really make that seamless and easy for the administrators of those networks to embrace the new technology and the new spectrum. And finally, we see Wi-Fi, sliced to support those multiple use cases. And maybe slicing is like ultra reliable low latency. It's a term coined by the 3GPP cellular community and is something that we delivered on most every Wi-Fi network that we deploy. We deploy multiple different use cases. We're seeing open roaming emerging as a realistic alternative to indoor DAS systems. And we're seeing Wi-Fi capabilities growing to support deterministic use cases as well. So I think I'd echo, Eric's final points, that it's a great place to be in terms of Wi-Fi, that it's really delivering on the promise. And we're looking forward to a wireless first and the role of Wi-Fi in that wireless first scenario. Thank you.
Any other question to Mark from anyone?
My name is Adlan Fela Maravidis. It's more of a comment than a question. I think we see the value of Wi-Fi in terms of the economic value that it brings. We see the innovation. And yet when you read the 5G literature, Wi-Fi is always deemed as insecure and safe, not good to use, not good enough, not secure enough. So I think this industry community has a lot of work still to do to convey the message, even to regulators, that Wi-Fi is actually safe.
Yeah, I think that's a good comment. I think, I guess, comparing the lobbying and the marketing, that there is clearly a loud mouthpiece which sort of converges all of that 5G marketing. And I think maybe from a Wi-Fi perspective, the breadth of Wi-Fi uses is maybe one of its disadvantages, that there isn't a single unified body who is able to, I guess the role of WBA is to help articulate the benefits of Wi-Fi in an environment where we're seeing very loud marketing from a 5G perspective. I think that's number one. Number two, from a security perspective, I think it's the same. Maybe even in cellular, you can deploy cellular in an insecure fashion. It's just less likely, but the tools are there in Wi-Fi to deploy it in a secure fashion. I think it's interesting that just from an authentication perspective, that finally, after 20 years of Wi-Fi using the EAP framework for authentication, that we see 5G finally adopting the same EAP framework that we have in Wi-Fi. And so I think, there's equivalent levels of security in both standards. And it's just how we configure Wi-Fi to be able to deliver that. I was having a beer with some of the WBA folks last night, and they were lambasting the fact that their user interface on their phone, reinforced the fact that Wi-Fi was insecure, was open. And I think clearly we have a perception about how do we move from that sort of open environment to something which is seamless, secure, as we have in cellular. So yeah, I think we certainly have work to do there.
There is one more question, and the last one here.
Hi, Mark. This is Angelos Mavridis, Deutsche Telekom. I have a question. I was working some 20 years in telemedicine, developing applications, as telemedicine was always the example for broadband communications. Can you explain the reasons why in the US there was such a boost to wireless applications inside telemedicine in healthcare in particular, because we don't see this in Europe. And for me, it's interesting. And what are the reasons? Economical, technical, or what?
So the example I showed was on open roaming, which was serving patients and visitors to the healthcare environment. So it wasn't necessarily in terms of the telemedicine aspect. It was simply getting those users onto the network so they could stream their Netflix at 5 megabits per second. But yes, so that was that particular use case. And I think having talked with quite a few healthcare providers in the US, I think some of them are have, I guess, quite negative views of trying to deploy a DAS system within their environments about how long that takes. It's a multi-year effort for them to do that. And this was offering them an alternative using their existing Wi-Fi network to be able to serve their visitors, their patients, using open roaming and not a digital DAS.
Thank you.
Hi, Mark. So we are trying to implement enterprise Wi-Fi and open roaming. I think one challenge we have is the user device side, like iPhone, Android, those limitations. So Cisco and WBA as a leader in this domain, is there initiative, particularly for wireless first, to bring the ecosystem to push this one through the user device side, particular cell phone side?
Yeah, so you say cell phone. I think cell phone, we've got in the chat in front row here. I think smartphones are served well from I guess the passpoint provisioning perspective, not just open roaming, but passpoint in general. There's the carrier bundle, there's the MDM, and there's application based download. So I think in terms of those, there is sufficient capabilities to be able to provision passpoint profiles. I know, so Cisco runs a sales event in Las Vegas every year, and I think our own MDM systems push passpoint profiles to our fleet of, I think, 40,000 phones, and that worked really well in terms of getting all of those users seamlessly onto the network, and proves out how an enterprise can use their own MDM systems to deliver passpoint profiles. And obviously, we've got the likes of AT&T pushing passpoint with their carrier bundle. So I think it works well from a smartphone perspective, but I think where the poor relation there is on the laptops. And so we would absolutely like to deploy open roaming in our executive briefing center. And so it would work fine for people coming to our executive briefing center if they brought their smartphones, but equally they bring their laptops. And so how do we deliver the same seamless experience on the laptop platform? And I think that is something that we as an industry absolutely have to get right, and to be able to deliver that same breadth of capabilities into the laptop ecosystem. So not necessarily smartphones, but yeah, certainly there's work to do. You're welcome.
Okay, moving on the agenda. So the next guest speaker is Luis Neves, CEO of the Global Enabling Sustainability Initiative, GESI. So Luis, welcome. A pleasure to have you in WBA for the first time. Good to see you.
So, good morning, everybody. I think I will be talking about something strange to you today. I do not know how much you are identified with this conversation around sustainability. Tiago was so nice to invite me over here. We signed recently an MOU of cooperation between GESI and the WBA, and this is my really first experience together with you. So I hope that I can bring something to the conversation, but I'm not talking about Wi-Fi today. I'm talking about something else. A little bit about GESI. We, like you, we are a business industry association. We exist now for over 25 years. and we bring together many big brands. Some of them are members of WBA as well. The only difference is that the people that is working with us is normally called in your companies the sustainability people or the CSR people. So we have been working for quite a long time in what I call the intersection between technology and sustainable development. But unlikely many associations or industry associations, we are an open organization. So we accept in our organization different types of activities or organizations like UN or like other business associations like you or the World Business Council. We have a strong cooperation with the IEEE as well, and many others. So these organizations work with us in connection with work that we do. We are a member-driven organization, so our board decides the direction of what we do. But when we work on sustainability matters, and sustainability matters are quite broad, if I may say so, we invite these organizations to cooperate with us when necessary. So we have a vision which is about fostering digital innovation responsibly to transform our world for good. Just the last 4 months, we spent time with the Century Strategy to question our existence. We said, okay, does it make sense that we exist as a business association? There are so many. Shall we merge with anyone that is already in the marketplace? So we spent, as I said, 4 months questioning our membership, but also other stakeholders about the value of GESI. And we came with the conclusion that, in fact, we should continue as an organization. We redefined our values and also the value proposition of GESI. But one thing that we have done, which is quite innovative, is that we have now opened GESI to every single vertical industry in the world. So our main members today are telecommunication companies or suppliers. In the future, any company from any sector can join our organization. And why? Because digital and sustainability are horizontal areas that cut across and are common to every single industry. So you see more and more energy companies, which are almost a digital company, or many other companies in the world in the education sector or health sector or agriculture. Those industries, they are using more and more digital technologies, and they are more and more confronted with the challenges of sustainable development. So we decided to enlarge GESI to those organizations. When we talk about sustainability, we talk about the 3 dimensions of sustainable development. So we look to the social component, the environmental component, but also we look to the business component of sustainability. Sustainability has a lot of business potential. I challenged Tiago to run a deep report about the value of wireless broadband in terms of sustainability, and I will explain you why in a couple of minutes. We do think that digital technologies and digital is a human goal, is universal. We need to connect people. There are still billions of people without access to telecommunications. And we need to provide that access, because the more we connect, the more we develop economic growth and benefit for people. We have a long tradition, as I mentioned to you, in working in the sustainability area. In fact, our organization has been a leading organization and an example to many other industry sectors like textile or automotive or pharmaceuticals and so on. When production of ICT devices moved into China 20 years ago, we started to look at what does that mean sustainability for our companies. So we developed tools, solutions for the companies to address environmental and social challenges. We have been developing standards. Today, we are working with the European Commission, developing a standard to measure the enabling impact of a digital solution. What does that mean in terms of reducing energy consumption in a given industry? And actually, one of the reasons I'm here also today is because I'm meeting the IMDA tomorrow, because they have a huge interest in the work that we are doing, and probably they will become a partner in our initiative, which is on the top of this slide, called the European Green Digital Coalition. So, as I mentioned to you, we develop tools for the members. Those names probably do not tell very much to you, but these are fundamental tools and data sources and data points that we have, that we provide to companies for them to understand better how they can generate value from digital technologies, looking from a sustainability perspective. We've been doing many reports to look at the impact of digital, and I will, and these are some of our success stories, but I will focus very much on this slide. As you can see, since 2007, we have been looking at what is the relevance of digital in relation to climate change. And we issued our first report in 2007 that was done for us by McKinsey. At that time, we spent 1 million euros to do this report with McKinsey. This is a global report, and we asked McKinsey 3 questions. What is the footprint? So how much carbon are we emitting globally as an industry? The second question was about what is the enabling impact? So what is the benefit of digital technologies in relation to climate change? And the third question was, what is the business value? And so if you look at the SMART 2020 report, you can see that our industry was enabling 5.5 times more than our own footprinting. As we have done the same report in 2012 with Boston Consulting and in 2015 with the Century Strategy, with the same 3 questions, we realized that the enabling impact increased in the factor from 1 to 10. So in 2015, our industry could reduce 20% of the global emissions. And those benefits, those efficiencies, were calculated at the value equivalent of the GDP of China. So this is a huge amount of money. So here are the 20% of the global emissions. For the first time, digital technologies could decouple economic growth from climate emissions, which is very much into the conversation. And this slide didn't come up very clear, but as you can see, if you look at the business opportunity on the right side of the slide, you can see that in the 3 reports from the SMART 2020 to SMART 2030, the business value increased from around 1 trillion to 11 trillion in a couple of years' time. So this is what we do in GSE. So we look at the impact of our industry, but we look at what is the solution, because talking about climate without talking about the solution for climate makes very little sense. And so this is again, slides that I can leave them with you that show then the business value per industry, agriculture, e-commerce, energy, work, buildings, and so on and so on. And I hope that this can run. So this was done in 2015, and it shows, it's a snapshot of the different case studies that we analyzed. As you could see, we calculated the value around those case studies. More recently, in 2019, we decided to do a new report, this time much larger in scope. I don't know how many of you have heard about the Sustainable Development Goals from the UN, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the 169 targets. So we have looked into those 169 targets to understand what is the impact of digital technologies in all those indicators. And we came to the conclusion that 103 of those targets are directly impacted by digital technologies. So without digital, the world will not be more sustainable in 2030. And this was a big project that was done for us by Deloitte. We spent 7 months doing this report. On the left side, you can see the sponsors of the report, and on the right side, you can see the expert panel that validated the report, where you see prominent people like Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Malcolm Johnson from the ITU, Georg Kell, the first director of the Global Compact with Kofi Annan, Cristiane Figueres, she was the director of the Climate Convention on Climate Change. So all these people were, the sounding board of our report. We looked into 7 disruptive technologies: digital access, faster internet, cloud, Internet of Things, cognitive, digital reality, and blockchain. And we correlated these technologies with the 169 targets, and we could see that 103 of them were directly impacted by digital technologies. So arriving here, we told ourselves, well, what's next? So we have now, after doing reports for 12 years, we have enough evidence that digital technologies are good for the world, for the climate, for social, and also they deliver a business value. So we decided to start what we call the Digital Repurpose movement. And this is about bringing the companies together to show the impact of digital technologies. So we have enough evidence. So the question now is, how do we move this agenda forward? How do we harness the benefit of digital technologies? How can we speed up that benefit in terms of making profit for the companies, but at the same time ensuring that the world will be more sustainable? And so we launched this movement in Europe during the Portuguese presidency in Lisbon, together with the UN General Secretary, the President of the European Commission. We had 40 companies that joined the movement on that year. And the movement is what we call a race to the top. So we developed a set of indicators for the companies, for them to walk the talk. Because if you look outside, I don't know how many of you follow the climate convention. The last one was in Egypt. Every time there is a climate convention, you see hundreds of companies and business saying, I will be reducing my emissions in 20%, 30%, 40%. But that's a fantastic conversation because no one is following that. I've been to the 19 last climate conventions in the world. If all the promises that were made there would be accomplished, the world would be saved by now. And so, we are really not walking the talk as an individual. It's not only us, generally speaking, we as humans, we as consumers, we as business, we are not walking the talk, and we have a big problem. And by the way, the climate problem is worse than the war in Ukraine, although many people does not realize that. So the climate situation is worsening every year. And so we develop a set of metrics for the companies to follow, and this is voluntary. So this is a tool. When we developed the Digital Repurpose report, we asked what are the benefits of digital, but we also asked the Deloitte, tell me what are the problems that we are facing. Tell us what do we need to do as business to improve the situation. And Deloitte identified 5 areas which are critical to our industry. One is climate. So as we deploy more technology, energy consumption is increasing in our networks. The second one is privacy and security. Third one is circular economy. So we produce lots of different devices. We threw them out. They are not recycled. So we are consuming more and more and more without taking good care of the devices that we produce. Supply chain impacts. We still have lots of supply chain impacts. Still have child labor in our, suppliers, environmental impacts. And finally, digital inclusion. We still have billions of people without access to telecommunications. So these 5 critical areas, we looked into them and we put in place what we call a race to the top. So a set of metrics that a long time allow the companies to evolve and be best in class. And we connected that with a certification scheme. So companies that join Digital with Purpose, they start by signing a pledge with 4 quite simple principles. Once they sign the pledge, they are part of the movement. Once they are part of the movement, they need to reply to the metrics. And then, depending on the level that they achieve, we certify them in 4 levels. No company can stay in the same level more than 3 years. So if they stay more than 3 years, we don't want them, because that means they are not really making impact. It makes no sense to be part of the movement. And so this is what we're doing. As I said, we launched the movement in Lisbon. It was a very high-level event with CEOs. We have now many companies which go beyond the WGC membership that are part of the movements. Any company can be part of this. As I mentioned to you, our industry is cutting across every single sector. So we have in the movement from digital companies to law firms, energy companies, banks. All those can be measured by the metrics that we developed. We have many partners across the world, including the ITU that you know very well. And we have the CEOs supporting the movement. So the companies can only be part of this if the CEOs commit to be part of this and walk the talk. And we have the partners, and I give you a snapshot of the launch in Lisbon.
Here we are, once again. So many promises have been made and accords signed. The state of our planet continues to worsen at an alarming rate. The consequences of humanity's failure to tackle the climate emergency are steering civilization into collapse. We are failing our planet, society, and future generations. But we have the power to shift course and take action now. This year, the world's leading tech players will gather in Lisbon for the Digital with Purpose Global Summit to showcase and strengthen their commitment to innovate, invest in, and deploy sustainable solutions. Together, we will use digital technologies to accelerate the path towards a better future. This is a global summit for leaders who want to make a lasting positive change by building a prosperous and healthy new world.
So this summit will take place every year now. So we started last year with 1 day. It was a challenging summit. We had 1,400 people coming. We organized this in 3 months. This year we are doing a 3-day summit in Lisbon. And the intention is to bring these technologies and connect them to people. This is not like the Web Summit. You know, if you go to the Web Summit, it's about nerds, it's about making money, it's about startups. If you go to the Mobile World Congress, you go and see the technologies. For the purpose of the technologies, is very much B2B. What we want to make with this summit is really to connect the technologies with people, show what is the benefit and the impact for people. And so on the first year, we had 26 thematic areas in 1 day. We covered digital in relation to anything that you can think about. This year, we'll be doing the same thing, but we're giving the opportunity to different companies, to different sectors, to display their technologies, really bringing the society into the summit and interact in dialogues where we can leverage the benefit of those technologies and implement them across the world. So this is very much what we do in GSA. As you can see, very different from what you do at Wireless Broadband Alliance. But I think what you do needs also to be measured. And you need to understand what is the impact of wireless broadband when it comes to sustainable development. What is the social impact? What is the environmental impact? What kind of benefit do you bring for people? I think that we need to speak not only about the technology per se, we need to speak about what does technology means in the context of the world where we live and what kind of benefit we can extract from technology. So thank you so much for the opportunity and for the invitation.
Thank you. Any question to Luis?
Adlan Phil again. I'll give you 50% discount on the consulting research from Deloitte. Just a joke aside, how do you reconcile the fact that you want to do digital inclusion, which means more mobile devices, billions of more devices, so more pollution, more devices being, dumped in the field? That's my first question. And the second is, I've had my own experience with green projects, and the question that comes back always is, what's the business case? And how do you monetize being a good citizen? So those are my two questions.
I will start with the second. I know that Angelos is there. I worked for Deutsche Telekom 17 years, and I was the chief sustainability officer of the company. And as you can imagine, the CEO was my boss. I was reporting to him, and he was asking me the question, and sometimes asking me, what the hell are you doing? I had a team of 70 people across the world, and he was questioning the existence of the team. And so one day, because we were talking about climate emissions and reduction of the emissions, and all the companies are making fantastic communication about reducing their emissions, we also had our strategy target, reducing 20% of our emissions. But we were not really doing very much about that. So one day I said, okay, would you like to reduce emissions? Okay, let's take the hard conversation. So I went to every single part of the company, from infrastructure, buildings, IT equipment, mobility. So our fleet, we had a fleet of 30,000 cars. And I told data centers, we had 70 data centers at the time. So I told them, look, we need to be more efficient in every single area of the company. Tell me, what kind of measures can you implement to reduce energy consumption across the company? Mm-hmm. You know what happened? In 3 years, we reduced 100 million euros on energy consumption. 10% of our energy consumption was the benefit of that exercise. We brought down 70 data centers to 17 consolidated. So you can see the lots of inefficiencies that many times we have in our companies. And I can tell you one thing. Every single thing I used to touch in the company, I was making money for the company. Every single thing. The problem is that most of the companies, there is many people, and I'm not criticizing you, but like you, that you do not understand the benefit of sustainability. Because there are many indicators that you can account for, you can measure, but because you have a business to promote, you have a product to sell, you do not think about that. I run a project about our new products on health, on education, and so on in the company. And when I went to present the project with the benefits to our salespeople, no one was interested to sell them because it was much better for them to sell the product per se and to get the benefit and the premium than to spend money to convince the customer of the benefit or the sustainable benefit of that product and show him the benefit of that product. Just to give you an example. On the first question, we have a problem as companies. So we developed our business models in this growth pathway, and we are in this pathway of selling. And you can see how companies sell mobile phones. So let's take the example of a telecommunications operator. What they want to sell is as many as possible mobile phones every year. So how many mobile phones do you have at home? Tell me. That you do not need. Are you really serious about your sustainability credentials? We are not. So every single person has 2, 3, 4, 5 mobile phones. Those mobile phones need resources. We no longer have the resources on Earth for digital devices, and we are now looking at the sea. Jesse is part of a European project. It's a 14 million project to do an impact assessment on deep sea mining, because we no longer have the minerals to do our devices. And so this is the world that we are living. So we need to change the paradigm. We need to change completely. We can no longer continue to live as we live. We need to adapt, because if not, this movie that you saw was done by Ridley Scott, which is our partner, the famous movie maker. And when I spoke with him, he told me, Louis, I never thought about this. And so he did this video for free for us. And so we need really to change. That's fundamental. And you are right. We have, and I showed you in the video, all those devices that were dropped in the fields. But we really need to change the business models of the companies on one side, and we need to recycle those devices properly, that we are not doing. You know, companies take back the devices, they throw them out. Cannot be.
Thank you. Good job.
Okay, once more, thank you, Luis, for your presentation on sustainability. So I would like to propose that we break now for a coffee. So drinks are outside. We'll come back to the room in 25 minutes, so at 11:20. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to have a second half of the morning session, and we are going to start with a very interesting topic on Wi-Fi 7. So our next speaker is Parul Singla. So he's the Director of Marketing at Wi-Fi at Max Linear. And he's going to talk all about Wi-Fi and the promises of Wi-Fi for the Asia Pacific region. Welcome, Parul.
Thank you, Thiago. Thanks for having me. Okay. Awesome. All right, looks like still everybody's busy eating. So anyway, we'll continue. Can you guys hear me well? Can you guys hear me well? Okay, good. So thank you, Thiago, for having me back. I've been presenting at WBA for a couple of sessions, or maybe more than a year now. And this is a great time to be in Asia, right, talking about Wi-Fi 7, because this is the next thing or evolution that is happening in the Wi-Fi industry. So you may have already seen or heard, like, even announcements back in late 2022 that products are available, but in reality, nothing was really shipping. People made some announcements, but this year we will actually see some Wi-Fi products, early products I would call, coming out in the market, both from the phone perspective, which is a client, PCs, and even access points, routers, if you will. But the real volume of Wi-Fi 7 products will start to happen in 2024, right, and beyond. And that's where we think there'll be some surge, hockey surge, stick surge in Wi-Fi 7. So we'll go into like all these things, what is really driving Wi-Fi 7 today. So I think a lot of you guys are already familiar with use cases that have been or has been happening at home, which is work from home, learn from home, live blogging, right? Whole home security, right? A lot of operators in US at least have deployed whole home security like Comcast, AT&T, and you may have heard many, many more. And they have cameras deployed all over the home, and it's the whole home security is covered, and you pay basically an additional monthly subscription fee. And then you also have telemedicine And all these use cases actually exploded during time of COVID. And many people continued to work. Number of devices that were connected increased. Also, some people ended up increasing their broadband speeds right during COVID, because just the speeds that they had subscribed to within the home were not enough. So now it's not really stopping there. What is happening is that you have seen gaming and getting enhanced. There has been this multiplayer gaming application or even first-person shoot application that has been there for a while, but most of the time it works when you plug it into an Ethernet connection. The reason is that when user pulls a trigger and the bullet that is fired for the server to register that bullet as a hit can actually change the outcome of the game. And this is interesting because, I mean, to be able to enable such a game over Wi-Fi, you need to have very low latency. Otherwise, the game doesn't make actually sense. Then there are other new applications or experiences that are coming in, which are over VR glasses. And one VR glass is okay, but then when you have multiple VR glasses, somebody's doing multi-user gaming at home, it becomes a challenge, because now you're talking about multi-gigabit throughput that is going into the home or to the glasses. And then with all the interference, especially in the MDO environment, it becomes very challenging, and these use cases sometimes fall apart. And then in reality, if you look at VR glasses, it's basically just another platform like a TV or phone that was there, which is there today. This is just another platform that is emerging and will continue to emerge, where you'll start to create new revenue sources from different applications that will come in down the road, right? So now, if you look at the other interesting application that is emerging, is that you can actually put on these glasses and do whole home shopping, right? You can wear whatever glasses or clothing and see how it looks on you before you shop. And in addition, there is an EV vehicle trend that is starting, and you guys are, I'm sure some of you guys own EV vehicles. So when they are on the road, they are actually connected over 5G. But when they're docked in the home, they are connected over the Wi-Fi network, and all the infotainment stuff is getting uploaded and downloaded over Wi-Fi. So imagine if you have all these use cases working together, it becomes chaotic, right? Some of the use cases will fall apart, or there'll be lag, jitter, and the user experience will not be perfect. So if you club some of these use cases, you can actually say you're getting into a baby step of metaverse, right? And this is just a start. So what is going to happen next, right? Right now, if you see in the service provider world, as an example, given the macroeconomic challenges, everybody is a bit challenged from the CapEx and the OpEx availability. And they're trying to figure out different ways how to create new revenue sources. So if you look at from a metaverse perspective and some of the applications that we talked about, according to McKinsey, which just basically did a report recently, they said that about $120 billion have already been invested into metaverse. And this is just till end of last year, which is 22, a month ago. And this will generate an economic value of about $5 trillion by the year 2030, right? So these are some statistics that are pretty fairly recent. What happened in Europe, in Asia by Korea Telecom, they generated or launched, let's say, a metaverse platform, and it's already has about 1 million subscribers, which are active users, and they're getting new ways of generating revenue from these this platform. Then you have Deutsche Telekom in Europe, Orange, Telefonica, and Vodafone. They're trying to experiment with the 3D holographic calls in Europe. And these are also a step into a metaverse direction. And then if you look at Quintar and AT&T did some collaboration, and they're trying to bring in the most immersive fan experiences of gaming into the home, right? So how are these getting transported into the home? Maybe through some apps that are working on the VR glasses, if you will, right? And these are new ways, people are experimenting to start generating new revenue sources. Now, for service providers specifically, or anybody at home, if you look at it, there are different ways, service providers can monetize, and how the data flows into the home, and how people will start using this data, right, to create, better experiences, right? So if you look at the data that comes into the home will comes in either in a coaxial cable, which is or a copper or a fiber, right? And fourth is, let's say, fixed wireless access. So the data comes in, and it comes in into a CPE, which is sitting at the home. It could be a DOCSIS CPE or again a fiber CPE, and then gets distributed over the wire or wirelessly over to the clients, be it the PC or any other client you can imagine, or a VR glass. Now, what happens is that the data to the VR glass can go directly to the VR glass, or it can do 2 hops from PC to the VR glass. And there are different applications or different working styles, or the way the architecture is going to come up over time, where there will be a split of architecture that will happen between how the data path is taken, right? And that will basically define how small the VR glass can get, right? And how cheap it can get. So we'll talk about some of those. So the ways service providers can actually monetize this is they can bundle the VR devices along with the CPE that they are already subscribing to the customer base, right? So subscribers are paying a monthly fee for a CPE of $5 to $10 a month, and they're getting these devices at home. So any service provider can say, okay, I can ship you a VR device as well for additional fee, and a specific application running on it, which will perform better versus if you were to buy otherwise. The second is real-time analytics that can be performed. And if you see in the MDU environment with a lot of interference that is already coming in, these analytics can actually tell you that, look, there is a lot of interference that is coming in. You can solve that problem 2 ways. One is maybe subscribe to a higher bandwidth coming into the home. You are subscribed to, let's say, 500 megabit connection, subscribe to a gigabit connection. So that's an upsell. Or they can say that, hey, the range is not enough. Subscribe, or you get an extra extender for the home, right? So that's another upsell that can happen for a service provider. The third is the edge computing, and that was what I was referring to earlier, is the data path that happens from the CPE to the VR device, right? So if the compute is happening partially on the gateway or on the PC, you can actually make the VR glasses much smaller and much more cost effective, and maybe the performance also becomes way better. And these are some of the evolution that we will see in the architecture that will continue to happen over time. And in general, service providers are the platform enablers, and privacy and trust is better on service providers versus anybody else, because one, they're not going to sell your data to anybody else. So in general, if you look at all this connectivity, especially for the VR or the metaverse, it requires more bandwidth, reduced latency, more robustness, and better spectrum utilization. So we already know that, back in the day, before 6 gigahertz became available, there was only 2.4 and 5 gigahertz spectrum. So 6 gigahertz introduced about 1.2 gigahertz of additional spectrum in some of the geos, right? And if you look at Asia specifically, South Korea deployed the full 6 gigahertz spectrum. Malaysia deployed a partial 6. Hong Kong and Japan also deployed partial, but they're considering full. So we'll continue to see this trend in coming years, where the spectrum, will open up slowly or faster in some areas. But what it brings in is this additional spectrum for these new applications to run. Now, if you look at Wi-Fi 7 is exactly solving this problem, because this is the first standard that was developed with 3 bands in mind. If you look at Wi-Fi 6 or even previous generation, it was developed with the mindset of two bands, which is 2.4 and 5 gigahertz being available. But this Wi-Fi 7 is the first standard that takes into account all three bands and is written ground up to make efficient utilization of the entire spectrum. It basically builds on 4 pillars: throughput, reduced latency, enhanced robustness, and reach. So there are multiple features within this whole Wi-Fi 7 you can take advantage of and put them in buckets and say you can achieve, let's say, throughput or reduction, some of them, latency reduction and others. But really the marquee feature of Wi-Fi 7 is 320 megahertz and multi-link. And I'll show you how they are actually better and helps to solve some of these interference challenges and whatnot. So in Wi-Fi 6, you'll see that bandwidth was only 160 megahertz. It used to deliver a peak throughput of 4.8 gigabit per second. And in Wi-Fi 7, we actually doubled it and then also improved the QAM rates from 1K to 4K. So you can actually get in 6 gigahertz spectrum, if the spectrum is fully available on 320 megahertz, you can get up to 11.5 gigabit, 11.5 give or take some throughput over this. Now you can imagine, like, why would somebody need that kind of throughput? But the reality is really the 320 megahertz spectrum. It just gives you additional throughput and the bandwidth to run all these new applications that are coming in that we talked about. So this is an interesting chart, and this chart basically shows that if you have a gateway at home, which is a 4x4 gateway, and is talking to a client, let's say a phone or a PC, which is a 2x2. Now today, if you are on a 5 gigahertz network, then it's a yellow bar is what makes sense, which is a middle bar. It's a 4x4 AP or a gateway talking to this client, which is 2x2. The top line represents in the 6 gigahertz, 320 megahertz. That's a new bandwidth that comes with Wi-Fi 7. And the dotted is the 6 gigahertz in the 160 megahertz that we are used to. So you'll see that if you have a device, a client, which is in the same room, let's say a VR device in the same room as a gateway, then you are almost double the throughput and you're able to get close to 5 gigabit throughput to that device. And this is interesting because, some of these applications require just, uncompressed data, which is very high in gigabits. So it's very powerful that way. Now, if you go further into the home, then you are still able to get multi-gigabit into the home. And as you start going further and further into the home, into the third bedroom or the fourth bedroom, you can still get advantage of the 320 megahertz that's coming into the home. The key is that, okay, how far can you push a gigabit or 3 gigabit into the home, right? So today, I think some people talked about that maximum in Singapore, you have a gigabit fiber coming into the home. But the reality is that, okay, soon it's going to change, maybe a matter of a year or 3 years. And do you want to future-proof your network? So a gigabit, just by getting to 320 megahertz, you're able to get a gigabit farther into the home by, let's say, another 5 meters, right? And then if you look at the 3 gigabit, without standard power, right? So now if you look at putting an extender into the home, right? You can say that, okay, I can put an extender into a home where there is a 3 gigabit line at a 15-meter distance. So you can extend the 3 gigabit into the home even further, right? So it also optimizes where you want to put the extender into the home. Okay. So the other advantage I talked about of Wi-Fi 7 is the multi-link feature, right? So multi-link feature can be used or looked at many ways, right? One is the way to improve robustness for the network. So we'll talk about that, right? So now, if you look at, there's a tri-band AP and a client, which is tri-band. This could be a PC or a phone. Each has 3 radios. In the Wi-Fi 6, you're actually associated to one band of the AP, from the client, not 2 bands or 3 bands. Only 1 band is working and all your data communication is happening on just 1 band. But in Wi-Fi 7, you can have 2 links working simultaneously. So what that does is that you are able to finish the uploads or downloads in half the time, maybe, and it adds more robustness to the network. The other application is that, let's say you started a FaceTime on the 6 gigahertz link on your phone, and all of a sudden you started walking around into the home, and this can move automatically to 2.4 gigahertz because you have a better range on 2.4 gigahertz. The advantage here is that, so today it can also happen, but it happens with an external application called band steering. It doesn't happen on its own. And that band steering application has or can introduce some lag and jitter. So not all the time when you're doing a switchover or a handover to a different band, it's not seamless. You can find glitches. So this eliminates all those problems and increases robustness. Then there is another use case of, okay, how do you reduce latency? Because some of these applications of AR, VR, or the first person shooting games that I showed you earlier actually require latency advantage, right? Not so much of a throughput in some cases, right? So now if you have, let's say already you're on a Wi-Fi 7 AP talking to a Wi-Fi 7 PC, right? And there is an interference that happens. The interference can be a microwave interference, or it can be some other OBSS interference that is happening. Then let's say if the interference was too much on 6 gigahertz, the link will automatically switch to 5. If the interference is too much on 5, then the link will automatically switch over to 6. And there is no external mechanism that is required. It's a very fast, seamless switch, and this makes the robustness way, way better on Wi-Fi 7. So you can think of that if you're deploying or buying anything in 2024, right? Why not straight away deploy Wi-Fi 7 without deploying Wi-Fi 6? Because this is bringing great advantages. Then the other thing is that, okay, great. So what if there is, you don't want to make a switch, right, between 5 and 6? The other mechanism one could do is you can reduce the bandwidth, available bandwidth on one of the links. In this case, I showed the bandwidth reduced on 6. And this you would end up doing is when there is just excessive interference, let's say from an MDU, you're in an apartment building and you see in a network about 150 to 200 APs, which is very common. And then nothing works at some point, right? You're trying to figure out which channel to use. So instead of reducing or eliminating the link completely, just reduce the bandwidth on one of the links and still transmit your low latency traffic to that link. And you'll get amazing latency data results. So this is the experiment that we did. And this is mostly a simulation data at this point, but what it shows is that on the y-axis, you have latency. On the x-axis is the network load. Or you can think of it as an interference. And the red bar actually line represents if the interference continues to increase in a home, what will it do to the latency or all the applications that you're using in the home? So you'll get about a millisecond latency up to 20% of interference. But as the interference continues to go up, the latency would go up all the way to 8 millisecond. And in 8 millisecond, it's very hard for certain applications to work. Right? So with Wi-Fi 7, which is a blue line, you actually reduce that latency into half. Right? So you are able to still get amazing latency in a very high interference environment. But the trick that I showed you on the previous slide, where you reduce the bandwidth and you let the traffic, low latency traffic flow on the reduced bandwidth link, you can actually sustain less than a millisecond for a very high interference. That's the reduced bandwidth. That's a feature that we developed. It's a proprietary to MaxLinear. And on the same Wi-Fi 7, we are able to do this and get to less than a millisecond latency in a very, very high interference. So what is that we introduced, right? Last year, we launched this chip, or actually, I'll say announced this chip, which is a single chip and can get you better. It's a single chip solution. So all three bands, 2.4, 5, and 6, are integrated into the single chip. What this chip looks like, I'll show you very quickly, is just this single silicon that has 13 antennas integrated into it and can deliver 18.6 gigabit of throughput combined between 2.4, 5, and 6 gigahertz, and has superior multi-link versus anybody else in the industry. So if you look at our solution versus competition, right, we have a single chip where you have a single MAC that has the packet view or packet flows, which is it's coordinating across three bands. Whereas if you look at any competition chip, they're still delivering three-chip solution. So that means they will have a very complex synchronization mechanism for synchronizing three MACs. So as a result, when there is interference and you have a lot of retransmissions happening, the recovery rate on those will be significant. And it'll be very difficult to achieve sub-millisecond latencies. Maybe in certain scenarios, somebody can prove it, but in real life, it'll be very, very difficult to have sub-millisecond latencies. So this is a block diagram, or actually you can call it a reference design of our chip that I just showed you. The chip is actually smaller than a dime and delivers 18.6 gigabit throughput, and it's 3 radios integrated. So you can imagine with this small chip, you can have much smaller form factor, right? Much more sleeker, compact designs versus a 3-chip solution, right? 3-chip solutions are going to be bigger form factors. So this is what MaxLinear delivers. We basically have a complete platform for Wi-Fi 7, from the fiber to the DOCSIS to the MoCA and the complete CPU with the Wi-Fi 7. So any service provider can actually take the entire platform from us, build a fiber gateway, fiber home gateway, or a DOCSIS gateway, or a fixed wireless access gateway, end to end. And we will deliver the sub-millisecond latencies that are promised by Wi-Fi 7, because we have the view of the entire data pipe that is coming into the platform from the service provider and going into the home via the CPE. Yeah. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay. No questions?
Thank you for showing all the details and everything. It was a great presentation. With Wi-Fi 7 and the benefits that you're showing, do you think there is a market then for Wi-Fi 6E, or people are going to straight away jump from?
So there are different school of thoughts, right? Some people, like especially, let's say, tier 1 operators, they have already launched Wi-Fi 6E products and they're shipping today. So, and there are some operators that are still late, and some geos actually still don't have 6E. So for them, if any operator is launching product in 2024, I think it makes sense for them to directly jump to Wi-Fi 7. Wi-Fi 7 anyway has all bands covered, 2.4, 5, and 6. So they'll launch products with both dual band and tri-band.
And what about the device ecosystem? You know, we still are kind of lagging behind as far as devices are concerned on 6E. So, you know, what's the...
So 6E actually, I think Eric probably showed, a couple of other guys showed, there's already 6E devices in the market. If you look at some of the phones are already adopting. Apple introduced Wi-Fi 6E in some of their own products today. So 6E is nothing but 6 gigahertz spectrum, so 3 radios you get. And Wi-Fi 7 is just taking advantage of the 3 bands, and technology is just built right after. So 2024, most of the product deployments, we expect them to be tri-band.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Parul, just one quick question from me. Any insights why Asia Pacific region is lacking behind Europe and Americas on the 6 gigahertz? So you look into the map and yeah, why Asia somehow looks like is behind on that?
I think there was a lady earlier talking about Singapore, why they are a bit behind. But I think it's just a matter of time that everybody realizes the potential of 6 gigahertz, the additional 1.2 gigahertz spectrum. And they just have to figure out that with 5G, there is no nuances, and those are cleared up. And I think once the regulatory bodies understand that, they would just open it up.
Good.
It's just a matter of time, I think.
Okay, good. Thank you, Parul. I need the clicker. Okay, so let's move on the agenda. So next speaker is Vasu Venkata Krishna, Business Development Director for the Asia Pacific region from Ruckus Networks at CommScope. So Vasu, welcome. Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Moving forward.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to Singapore. I'm based in Singapore, and one of the cool things about this is, again, having a discussion with you guys to see how we can actually accelerate the adoption of open roaming today. I think one of the key things today I'm going to talk about, certainly Paul talked about Wi-Fi 7, the benefits that it brings in, but from a regulator perspective, we also heard about the timeline that Singapore has and a lot of Asian countries adopting that. So it's still far away, I would say, in terms of adoption of Wi-Fi 6E or Wi-Fi 7 across Asia. So for the near foreseeable future, at least for the next 12 to 18 months, we would still see Wi-Fi 6 being deployed more aggressively right now until we have the whole standards sorted out, and from a spectrum perspective, regulatory as well, and ecosystem of devices. So I think one of the biggest challenges today I'm going to talk about is how do we deliver a secure next-gen Wi-Fi experience, both from a from an enterprise perspective, what we are used to, and how do we extend that to public networks as well. So the whole journey from end to end, how can we have it more seamless, more secure? So if you see from this is a report back in 2019, which is not too late, but I think it's still valid. The biggest concerns and challenges that we all face today, and I think some of the speakers in the audience has also commented that security is a concern, or it's a perception, I would say, where the security is a concern. Capacity is certainly a big thing right now, especially after the last 2 years of the adoption of Wi-Fi or the demand of Wi-Fi across different venues. It could be homes, it could be enterprises, across different enterprises. The bandwidth demand that has generated across different wireless networks has created a unique challenge. Again, that poses for customers to upgrade the networks to support networks with high bandwidth, low latency applications. Security, again, is standards based. I think perception is there. We have the technology right now to implement that. Coverage, again, how you deploy networks today, upgrade, reliability, all the host of other things. But I think the most important is the top two, where capacity and security are the biggest concerns, which again is underlining. And that leads to basically, across, if you see from an ecosystem perspective, as a user, we would be coming across different venues in our day-to-day life, right? You will land in an airport or you come to a train station, you'll have outdoor coverages as well. You have 4G, 3G, 5G. In some countries, you also have Wi-Fi. You go to a venue, you'll have Wi-Fi experiences. You have offices, just traditional standard experiences. But again, if you look at houses, if you look at hospitals, education on a day-to-day life basis, each of these networks that a user goes across has different challenges and unique challenges. The biggest problem today is one venue does not behave the same as what other venue behaves. Each venue brings up about new challenges, and the whole idea here is how do we actually go about building a network that is delivering a seamless, better user experiences, addressing the challenges for different scenarios as well. Because again, in each of these scenarios, the environments are unpredictable. The technology there today that we deliver is able to address those challenges. It's not a standard enterprise, office network. And each of these needs to be addressed, and the user experience certainly is the key aspect of it. I think an underlying point here is, again, from an industry's perspective across different verticals, we want to see how Wi-Fi networks can deliver great user experiences. I think that's the basic form of today, what we're looking at, how to deliver a better user experiences across networks. From an innovation perspective, I think one of the key aspects is any users, right? So we all, each one, a user could be anyone in any office today. It's all about bringing your own devices. How do you actually securely onboard these devices today? Each one would have your phones, smartphones, you have laptops, you have tablets, and each of these devices today or users have different policies as well. So you want to make sure that somebody who's coming onto a network doesn't have the same policy across multiple devices. A single user can have various policies for different devices that he brings on board. The unique challenges that different devices bring also is in terms of the performance and how it can deliver, right? For example, you might have a device which is basically a 2x2, or you might have a laptop which is like a 3 or 4x4 as well. So you want to make sure that each of these devices have these right policies inbuilt in itself, and you're able to manage them seamlessly. Again, any part of the network is all about having a solution that basically rides across any network today. It could be any enterprise vendor across software solutions that we have, and how do you actually use that to build a seamless experience across multiple OEMs, multiple ODMs, multiple networks across different operators. So you want to make sure that from an experience perspective, you are able to support any user with any devices, have the right policies enforced, as well as across any networks. So in terms of challenges today, if you see, the biggest challenge you have is, and a lot of folks here I know who manage networks on a day-to-day basis, the biggest problem today is today still you are using manual ways of coming onto the network, scanning for a network, looking for a SSID, putting up, asking for a password, and then logging in. I think this certainly creates a lot of help desk ticket issues. You have manual processes, it kind of delays the whole experience of connecting seamlessly. And that's one of the challenges as well. From a security perspective, again, it's a perception, lack of visibility of devices. From an IT manager perspective, he doesn't know what type of devices are coming on board. What are the posture? Is a device actually updated? From a security perspective, you want to make sure you have access to these devices on the right places as well, right part of the networks. If I can give an example for a hotel, you have guests coming in. You also have back of office people as well. You have long-term guests. Each of these have different devices, different policies that they need to be part of the network. They want to be coming onto the network. So you want to make sure that you have solutions in place today so that it becomes automated. You have right policies, you do posture checks as well. And these all could be implemented from an enterprise perspective across public networks. From a user experience perspective, again, the standards are being built today, and the technology that we are talking about, open roaming, does support and simplify some of these things. So I think the answer today is the winner ultimately is all about open roaming. The open roaming as a standard, as a technology has kind of evolved to make it more secure, make it more seamless, make it more simpler to onboard. And this is not only for public networks, but also for enterprise networks as well. So as a combination of both, we can actually use open roaming for both enterprise and public networks to give a seamless user experience. I think here's an example, and this is common for most OEMs out here. You have your network here, which is basically Ruckus Network as an example, which is a WLC solution, which acts as a network provider, and you have ecosystem brokers. So from a network perspective, any network today that is deployed for Wi-Fi could easily be converted to support open roaming today. I think that's the biggest part is from an infrastructure perspective, the APs, the controllers have the ability to switch on open roaming instantly. I think it's a matter of decision from business perspective if you actually want to go about implementing open roaming or not. From a summary perspective, these are some of the features, the different releases that open roaming looked at. I think we are at right now, release 3 that was launched last year. Certainly going about the whole onboarding and simplification, certainly from a standards perspective, we do have seen a simplified online sign-up, which is kind of implemented in release 3. When you specific information from a business perspective, it makes it easier for users to come on board as well. From a security perspective, certainly WPA 3 has been implemented across Wi-Fi 6 and other future standards. So you want to make sure that you can actually extend the enterprise security across public networks. And you can have specific operator-specific policies as well. So different devices, different users can have different policies, different bandwidths, different places where you can actually connect. So one single solution can actually have can be supporting an enterprise network, a back office network, a guest network, as well as long-staying guests or MDUs, right? So any different applications you can look at for different devices, you can actually bring them on board as part of these standards. From innovations perspective, I think one of the key aspects we see is just not the Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 7 and Wi-Fi 6E also has enhanced its capabilities to deliver a better user experience. But I think what is key and essential is to look at how we want to look at additional solutions and technologies that can support a seamless experience that you see in an enterprise today, that can be extended to a hospital, can be extended to an education, that can be extended to a public network, a hotspot, or retail venue, or even a stadium, right? So things like per packet, adaptive transmit power. The whole idea here is how do you manage interference very well, right? So systems in place that actually lets you deliver, for higher MCS rates, you basically are able to deliver, lower amount of power. You want to make sure you have things like adaptive cell sizing so that you can actually manage interference between APs. This is quite interesting, transient client management, where the whole idea is, especially in use cases like transportation, stations, airports, where you have a lot of people who are transient, even in stadiums, when people are moving out and in, you want to make sure that the systems are in place to address these clients who are not actually dwelling for a long time and able to move on to the network that causes actually performance issues for people who are actually stationed in that network. So in terms of other feature functionalities, airtime decongestion is another example where you're actually able to manage the interference between the networks, and also from a utilization perspective, have the ability. So from a software perspective, you want to make sure that beyond the capabilities that Wi-Fi 6 brings in, you have these things to implement a service. The other examples I talked about is, basically onboarding, which certainly open roaming brings in, but also BYOD solutions, can actually bring and ensure that you're actually able to deliver secure access network for users across different types of networks as well. From an aspect perspective, what we're looking to do is network is one where we're actually able to deliver the customer experience across different business applications, address the needs for different business applications. But the whole idea about is to build systems and tools that is actually automating, taking away from the IT managers to actually manage networks, self-manage networks, have software that runs across different networks to implement simplified policy onboarding as well, and to ensure that from a, we haven't talked about IoT here, but again, this network today, right now, Wi-Fi is not only about Wi-Fi, but also moving how we can actually converge IoT as well. So we want to make sure that we can actually deliver a seamless network across multiple technologies. So in summary, I think what we're looking at as from Ruckus Networks perspective is to address and provide a mix and match of right technologies, an autonomous network across addressing different architectures, and also look at tools, advanced tools of AI and ML to ensure that you can actually self-manage networks very well. With that, thank you very much.
Any questions to Vasu? I will make one question.
Sure.
How do you see the open roaming deployments and adoption here in Asia? So what's your feedback from the terrain and the
I think right now, as I said, most of the infrastructure out there from enterprise perspective that's been deployed on public hotspots and enterprise do support open roaming. I think it was a few years ago, it was a matter of ecosystem. I think one gentleman talked about, certainly smartphones do support that, but how about laptops and others as well? So I think the challenge is not technology or technical. I think the challenge is from an operator perspective, business case, even hotels like these, how can they actually seamlessly adopt open roaming? And I think with the release 3 that we have, we certainly see that, this possibility of more adoption. I think it's a matter of doing trials. So when I say vendors, like as I said, it's quite easy to turn on open roaming in most of the networks, today. But again, it's a matter of we actually doing a lot of POCs with customers and enterprises across different verticals, education, hospitality, retail, malls, and other places, right? So I think we have to push for that, and hopefully, they see the benefits of that and start implementing. I think the biggest concern for most of them is what's the cost associated to this, right? Or what it entails. Is it to manage? I need to have more elements in the network to manage, right? Certainly network operators don't want more things. So how can they actually simplify certain things? So I think the whole idea for us is, as an industry, is to educate that it can actually be simplified from a network management perspective to onboard devices, users, and actually have a secure Wi-Fi network. I think that's where we see. Thank you. Yep.
Actually, I have a question for you.
Sure.
I understand the obvious benefit of open roaming for public-facing businesses like hospitals and hotels. What about enterprise campuses, given the lack of IT resources, bring on your own device? Do you see potential there also?
I certainly see, like, for example, I could take two examples, hospitality and education, right? You had in education, you had the EduRoam. That adoption of EduRooms, I'm not sure how expanded it is. I think that's one thing that we'll have to figure out and push more education institutions to look at EduRoam as a mechanisms to onboard. But again, from a hospitality perspective, let's look at a brand, right? A brand X has multiple properties. For him to implement this across all his properties within a city, let's say he has 4 or 5 hotels within Singapore, for example, right? He can actually implement open roaming so that users, when I move from this hotel to another hotel office and just for a dinner, I don't have to go and connect to Wi-Fi again. You coming in from outside, you're actually able to do that. So, and it does work there is business case and logic for enterprises like hospitality and other verticals to adopt open roaming within enterprises. When we look at enterprises, we always think about offices, right? I think there are enterprises that's beyond offices where it really makes sense to adopt this across from that perspective, so that it gives a very seamless user experience. Again, the whole intent of not requiring to scan networks and connect makes it much, much easier. So hospitality would be one vertical where I would seriously think that open roaming would really benefit. Yes, of course. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaz. Okay, thank you. And the presentation from Vaso is a perfect segue to the next topic on the agenda. So it's a fireside chat, or better, conversation that I want to have with Judith Mehrotra, CEO and Managing Director of Spectra. So Judith, please join me here on stage. And we are going to have a conversation about the rising importance of network as a service for enterprises and organizations. Judith, please. I think we need one more microphone. So I would prefer that we just sit down with it. Well, first of all, I think it's good that you explain a little bit about Spectra for the audience. I believe many of them may not know about Spectra work and what Spectra is all about.
Sure. Thank you, Tego. Good afternoon. So Spectra, we are a leading managed network as a service provider based out of India, based in India. We cater to business customers primarily of all sizes across the country today, addressing essentially all the network requirements that a business has, right from from their WAN requirements to their LAN requirements and their Wi-Fi requirements. Our method of working is different from a standard service provider. We essentially work with a customer on the long-term basis, design the entire network for them, deploy it, manage it, and run it on a subscription basis, on a daily basis, a weekly basis, and so on and so forth. And we do it for all the network requirements. So be it Wi-Fi or SD-WAN or whatever else might be the requirement.
Thank you for that, Judith. So after listening to all these new capabilities with Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 6E, and open roaming, tell me a little bit about the importance of the network as a service and the infrastructure to be prepared for all these new capabilities that are coming.
So it's very interesting, the advancement that we've seen and that we continue to see in Wi-Fi. It's very interesting. And while we are seeing these technology advancements taking place in Wi-Fi, what we are also seeing is a customer's inability to understand them and really appreciate them, right? So while people hear about, or businesses and enterprises hear about Wi-Fi 6 and 7 and whatnot, but they really don't know what to do with it beyond just, more bandwidth, right? And that's essentially the gap that as Spectra we bridge between what technology can actually do and what a business actually requires. For us, so we are that bridge. And a lot of customers that we work with today, this is exactly the problem that we solve. So for example, the customers that we work with them to understand what their business requirement is, and then we figure out what is the technology that will essentially serve that best, right? So it would be Wi-Fi 7, it could be Wi-Fi 6, and it could be something else as well, right? And that's where network as a service becomes important, because there's so much advancement taking place, with Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6, lower latency, and so on and so forth. What we've seen is that generally either enterprises and businesses in general end up spending too much or spending too little, right? And even after they've spent that money, they're unable to utilize what the technology can actually deliver to them, right? And they don't know who to work with or who to go to. And that's the problem that we solve for them. That's what we've identified as a problem, and that's what we solve for them.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's important, I imagine, Udit, that they look into the entire infrastructure, not only to certain components like I can invest in new APs, latest standard of the APs, but if the cabling, if the switch, if the entire infrastructure is not prepared for that type of access points, they at the end of the day become almost irrelevant, because they will not be able to produce all the capabilities that they have.
Absolutely, and that is very true. And what we've realized as we worked with, let me go back into our history a little bit. So we didn't start off as a network as a service provider, right? We essentially started off as an ISP, just delivering broadband and internet services to businesses. And the biggest problem that we faced was that a customer would essentially purchase a 100 Mbps lease line from us, and they'll call us the next day and complain that it doesn't work, right? And we are getting all worked up, why doesn't it work, and so on and so forth, just to figure out that actually the customer took that 100 Mbps lease line and put it behind a $20 or a $30 D-Link router, right? And has 40 employees trying to use internet, and therefore is complaining that it doesn't work.
And 50
right?
devices.
And 50 devices, right? And so on and so forth. So, and we continue to struggle with that stuff for many, many years, until we sort of figured out that, or sort of dawned upon us that, the key was to do more, not to do less, right? And therefore we went back to our customers and said, you tell us what you want. You want to deliver whatever you want to deliver, let's say 20 Mbps to each and every of your employees so that they can do a Zoom call and do whatever else that they require, right? We'll design the whole thing and we'll deliver it for you, right? You don't worry about whether you need a lease line or whether you need a broadband or whether you need 3 APs or Wi-Fi 6 or Wi-Fi 10, whatever it is. You don't worry about it, right? You tell us how much you can afford to pay and what you actually need to deliver. We'll design the whole thing and deliver for you. So that, just so that we could reduce our pay. Let me put it like that.
Okay. So if you can summarize what you'll say that are the major benefits of network as a service for any enterprise that somehow would like to enter on that.
So I think one of the biggest advantages that our enterprise, or for that matter, I would say a business customer, and the reason why I say business customer is because this is applicable to even small business customers, rather more so to small business customers, right? Than large enterprises, is technology is advancing. They don't have the in-house capability to understand what it can do for them today, and therefore they're not able to deploy it properly. When they work with somebody like us, they don't have to worry about what all technology can do for them. They can just focus on their business and leave it to people like us to essentially deploy design the solution, deploy it, and even run it on a daily basis to actually deliver the business outcome that they require, right? And as a matter of fact, what we realized is when we looked at all of this is that the WAN networks were still easy to manage, right? It was the last meter, which essentially was Wi-Fi, and it has turned out to be turned out to be more and more wireless in terms of Wi-Fi over the last 7-8 years, right? That people just didn't know how to manage. I mean, for us in this room, it seems very simple. It's only Wi-Fi, right? But when we go to a business customer, Wi-Fi for them is a dealing router.
Many times a problem, one more problem to manage.
Yeah.
Do you see, coming from that angle, do you see a big difference between SME market and large corporations? Because they have normally large corporations, they have IT departments, they have more expertise. Do you see any difference or not so relevant?
So do we see any difference? Yes, we see difference in terms of why they would want to work with a network as a service provider as Spectra. So for example, a small business customer, and just to give you an idea, like 90% plus businesses in India are small businesses. So for somebody like them, they are interested in working with someone like Spectra because, hey, I don't need to worry about what technology, right? I don't need to worry about what do I need to choose or which vendor or how to manage, etc., etc. I just give these guys X dollars or X rupees per month, and they take care of everything, right? Which means that they anyway do not have in-house capability, right? And they don't need to build that in-house capability. So that's very advantageous to them. And that's why they like to work with someone like us. When it comes to the large enterprises or large businesses or even large enterprises who have multiple offices and thousands of people across the organization, they want to work with somebody like us because now they can work with one service provider who can take care of all their requirement across all the cities and across all the locations. So to give you an example, today we work with customers who have like a 50 people office or a 20 people office in one location. Yeah. And we have customers who we work with with whom we work with to serve literally tens of thousands of end users spread across hundreds of locations, spread across tens of cities, right? And our enterprise customer doesn't have an IT department. They never had to build an IT department, right? Because we are essentially that network department, I would say, not IT department. We are essentially that network department who takes care of all their requirements across, like, I think, 25 odd cities and across 200 plus sites. So that's the advantage that they get.
One other question. Did you see any big changes because of the pandemic in terms of demand from network management and network infrastructure?
Absolutely. So what we've seen is that the pandemic has really changed the usage pattern of the users. Just to share with you, we work with a lot of shared living or co-living providers in the country today, in India today. And, we've been working with them from before the pandemic. Life before the pandemic was that, people would essentially come in, go to office, come in the evening and use Wi-Fi for a couple of hours to watch Netflix or whatever else it was. And suddenly, post the pandemic, as businesses have opened up, they've continued to work with hybrid model and so on and so forth, where now we are seeing a Wi-Fi network which was used for like 2 hours by 50% of the occupants at a point in time. The same Wi-Fi network is now being used by 100% of the occupants for like 7 hours continuously, right? Because, on that day, just everybody's working from that home, whatever that home is. So we've seen a lot of change in terms of the amount of time being spent, the average bandwidth being consumed, the average gigabytes being consumed, and most importantly, the sudden shift in the customer's expectation, the end user's expectation of what Wi-Fi needs to be able to deliver for them, right? Which wasn't the case like 2 years ago or even 1.5 years ago.
So based on that comment, so Wi-Fi, we can argue that Wi-Fi is a big component of that network evolution, the infrastructure of the network. Wi-Fi becomes more and more relevant.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, Wi-Fi is what means anything to the end customer, right? I mean, they don't see the switches and the routers and the SD-WAN and the WAN links and everything else. That's all invisible to them, right? In an end user's mind, it's Wi-Fi, which is internet, right? And yes, the relevance of it, the importance of it has just gone up tremendously over the last 2 years. And that's the a continuous a puzzle that we have to work on, that we continue to work on as a service provider in terms of how can we deliver a better and better Wi-Fi experience with the changing usage patterns.
Interesting attached to that. So do you see that your customers, in this case, the customers from Spectra, they are getting more knowledge about Wi-Fi. So they start to understand more, for example, the differences between Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 5 or Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 6. So do you see that coming from almost a demand from your customers back to you?
Yes and no. So we don't see that coming as a demand from majority of the customers, because that's the whole point of being a network as a service provider. And even when we have seen a couple of customers say that, no, we want you to deploy Wi-Fi 6, and when we ask them, but fine, but it's going to cost you more, but why do you want Wi-Fi 6? They didn't have a specific use case in mind, because their use case was still just, internet on mobile or internet on devices. So that's where the customer's knowledge about Wi-Fi 5 and Wi-Fi 6 is. And yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know if there is any question from the audience. There is one here from Adlan.
Thank you. Interesting business case you have. I'm wondering, do you work with one particular access point or switch vendor, or do you work across vendors? And also, what's your view on tip-open Wi-Fi, given it's disaggregating the hardware? Thank you.
So we work with multiple vendors. Our life started with one vendor before the pandemic. Given and we thought that it'll just be okay, we could stick with one vendor because we had invested a lot of time and effort in building the integrations and the APIs and whatnot. But then the pandemic happened, and then we had the supply chain issues, and then we had the pricing issues, and we had all kinds of issues. So we went from one vendor to two vendors, and now finally we are working with three vendors, including tip open Wi-Fi as well. And a lot of our rollout now and going forward is open Wi-Fi focused, simply because so that we don't have to worry about the supply chain issues that we've had to deal with in the past.
And open roaming as well.
And open roaming as well, yes.
Yeah, just to I don't know if there is any other question from anyone, but if there are more questions. Yeah, maybe we could share. I will ask you, from Spectra perspective, what is the evolution that you expect on this area, from not only for your company but for the market as well, for the network as a service?
So, in our view, as technology becomes more complex, the customer's ability to really understand the technology itself and figure out how they can adapt or adopt their technology for their business purposes continues to reduce. The competency problem, the capability problem within businesses to understand complex technologies is only increasing, not reducing. And therefore, I think the relevance of a network as a service provider, essentially somebody who can take a complex technology and convert it into a business application or deliver it for the customer, so that the customer doesn't really need to worry about it, will continue to become more and more relevant. And today our customers, and obviously the customer's business requirement is also changing. So for example, we work with a customer who we started working with because they wanted to deliver internet on mobile devices or wireless internet, Wi-Fi, right? That was a simple use case that everybody has, right? And then, literally just one day they came back and said that now, we want to deploy IoT devices in our property, right? And that meant that they would have to deploy something like 2,000 to 3,000 IoT devices, right? So suddenly, a network which was designed to cater to, let's say, 1,000 end devices now has to cater to like 1,000 end devices plus, another 3,000 IoT devices plus televisions and plus whatnot, right? That's a lot of complexity for a business who's really not in a network business to be able to understand and to design and to deploy and to continue to manage, right? Because these are long-term projects. In 2023, it's Wi-Fi 6. In 2027, it'll be Wi-Fi 7 and Wi-Fi 8 and God knows what, right? And these guys just can't keep up with it, right? But their requirements keep changing, right? So and that's what somebody like us can address, and I guess therefore the relevance will continue to increase, not reduce.
And those micro requirements will always become more and more complex, either with augmented reality, high quality video and all that.
Absolutely. See, because the more we want our customers to use, when we start talking about customers will use AR, VR and so on and so forth, right? They will come back to us and say that, hey, we want to do this, right? It's upon us to figure out how we can enable them to do that, right? Because they really don't have the capability to figure that out, right? Because as I said, otherwise they just either end up spending too much money without getting the result, or they end up spending too little money, obviously without getting the result.
Very interesting. You did. Thank you for explaining and sharing your thoughts on network as a service. Definitely is a path forward in terms of improving all the infrastructure networking capability. You will come back to the stage when we talk about open Wi-Fi. So I'd like to ask for a round of applause to Judith. Thank you. Moving on the agenda, we want to bring one interesting topic, open Wi-Fi. And I would like to invite Howard Buswick, the business developer for open Wi-Fi at Telecom Infra Project. Howard, welcome. You will make an introduction to open Wi-Fi for us.
Yep, my pleasure. Everybody, I'm Howard Buswick. Pleasure to meet you. I'm from TIP Open Wi-Fi, part of the Telecom Infra Project. And let's see if this works. So I don't have much control over the presentation up here. My presentation is not loaded. All right, so I did provide it to Wilson, but that is what it is. So I'll give you a bit of background on Telecom Infra Project and TIP Open Wi-Fi without slides. So a Telecom Infra Project is a nonprofit consortium that started in 2016. The intent was through disaggregation, to lower the cost of deployment of telecom solutions. A lot of large operators and other large companies contributed to this, and it launched in 2016 with big initiatives like Open RAN, and over time things like Open Optical. And in the Wi-Fi space, Open AFC, working on the proper allocation of spectrum for 6 gigahertz, and of course the TIP Open Wi-Fi initiative. So TIP Open Wi-Fi started off in around 2019. Sorry, yes, 2019. So it's about 3 years old today. And it was also launched with the idea of disaggregation, lowering of cost, and improving the innovations that companies could possibly do. So let's see, I wish I had my slides. Telecom Infra Project did focus on open Wi-Fi for that intention. It's been around for that amount of time. It focused on enterprise features to start with. And so today is a fully functioning enterprise platform. as a structure, which I had my once again, my boxes to show you, but essentially uses access points that are available today from other vendors that use OpenWRT. On top of that, we have a firmware stack that is open sourced and developed by the community, and that interacts with an open sourced SDK also running on that's developed by the community instead of tip open Wi-Fi. And then there's people that create end solutions on top of that SDK. Sometimes there are OEMs that develop a fully functioning cloud controller. In other cases, it may be a larger managed service provider that decides to develop their own custom solution for that purpose. That's been going quite well, as I said, for the last 3 years. We've had multiple major releases. In 2022, our membership grew by 50% with over 300 member companies, as well as about 1,050 active members that are contributing code and doing other things to support this open source project. Today, we have various MSPs that are deploying this solution by the thousands. And today in this panel, we're going to hear from 2 MSPs that are deploying tip open Wi-Fi actively. So that's a quick summary. And I'd love to have Tiago come up back here and introduce our panel.
And so sorry for the slides. I don't know. Some miscommunication around the slides availability. Okay, thank you, Howard. Okay, so as our chair, so we want to run a panel about Open Wi-Fi. I would like to invite Romin Jain from Boeing Wireless to join me here on stage, and as well Sandeep Kohli from Meta on stage. We are going to need some extra microphones. We have enough microphones. Thank you. Yeah, and Udit from Spectre, please join us as well. Welcome, Udit, again. So we were about Spectre before, so I'll ask just to ask to Sandeep and Ramin just to introduce yourself quickly and share with the audience.
Sure.
Why your companies that you represent are looking to open Wi-Fi.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Sandeep Kohli. I'm part of Meta Ecosystems Connectivity Ecosystems team and leading initiatives in India and APAC. I think during the course of this panel, we would definitely go into more depth of, what are the initiatives and why Meta is involved in TIP. Some part, I think our colleague Howard covered it, but primarily it's about driving innovation in terms of bringing more innovative, open and disaggregated networks, whether we are talking about RAN, whether we are talking about transport, Wi-Fi, and better connectivity means better quality of experience for the family of apps that we have. So pretty much that's the summary of it. Passing over to Roman.
Thank you, Sandeep. My name is Roman Jain, and I'm Director of Products at Boingo Wireless. Boingo Wireless is synonymous to Wi-Fi deployments, but Wi-Fi is not our core business anymore, even though we are recognized as a Wi-Fi provider. But we have over 1 million hotspots around the world that we operate on Wi-Fi. We are the largest airport DAS operator in North America, as well as we have a lot of deployments in the private LTE and private 5G space and in CBRS. So we've also started, as Udit was mentioning in his fireside chat, we started diversifying our Wi-Fi OEM portfolio and with TIP open Wi-Fi, and we've been involved with TIP from the very beginning as far as standards and development are concerned. And with the supply chain challenges that everybody's facing along with all the industries, we looked to TIP open Wi-Fi, and its flexibility to solve our problems with both cost and capabilities. So, so far we've been having a great experience there.
Thank you, Ramin. Please, I can start with you and ask you why Boeing took the leadership, because you are the co-leaders or leaders of TIP Open Wi-Fi in TIP. So what was the reason for Boeing as well to take this leadership role?
I think it's been very selfish for Boeing, I would say. We've been in the industry for about 20, 25 years, and I think Boeing has always been the leader in technology innovation, right? We were the first ones to deploy commercial DAS back in 1999. Then we were the first ones to commercially deploy PassPoint back in 2013, 2014 with Sprint and other carriers in US. I was in Sprint back then. And we launched about 35 airports in 2013, 14, Chicago O'Hare being the first one, right? To do Wi-Fi offload for carriers, which was unimaginable back then. In 2018, we launched the first CBRS private LTE network in the Dallas Love Field Airport, my hometown. And now, with even TIP Open Wi-Fi, we are one of the first ones in the US again to launch commercial networks. So because, we are the first to everybody, and networks are becoming more and more complex. Udit was pointing out, the use cases are getting complex, AR, VR, IoT, automation, right? So Boingo's foremost and primary concern is to simplify those complex networks, right? And what better way to do with other than open Wi-Fi now? Open Wi-Fi, as I said, its core competency, its strength is the flexibility. And I think the flexibility leads to lower cost, optimized networks. And that is the needs of today's market and for tomorrow's as well.
Yeah, thank you, Raman. Coming back to you, Udit, so recently Spectre announced that launched a very large deployment open Wi-Fi. So will you share with the audience and give us your perspective as well, why Spectre made that deployment?
So I would say again, for very selfish reasons, as Raman said, because when we a few years ago, when we started our journey on the network as a service front, managed Wi-Fi was one of the core offerings that we started our life with. And managed Wi-Fi was one of the core offerings that we started our life with. And we started working with one OEM. It turned out to be okay. But as the importance of managed Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi grew in our life, right? In terms of the opportunity that we sort of started seeing with it, the pandemic happened, and then we ran into problems. And that was a sort of a harsh wake-up call for us, that something that we saw as very important for our future, we had very little say in it, or very little influence. I won't use the word control, but very little influence on it. And it was very easy to sort of, get into trouble, right? And that's when, we accelerated our effort for working on open Wi-Fi. And we essentially went from not having open Wi-Fi to having lots of APs of open Wi-Fi in a matter of 12 months. Survival, I guess, was the reason. And after we put in all of that effort, we realized that it's a good thing. It's a good thing because Wi-Fi is something that we see as a very important part of our future. And it's important, therefore, for us to have some say and some influence in it, which we did not have earlier.
Yeah, on my notes, I have here more than 6,000 APs deployed by you guys, and across different use cases and type of venues.
Yes, so we've deployed 6,000 APs or so, and this number keeps changing on a daily basis. And it's been deployed across multiple types of use cases as well, from enterprise customers to shared living and so on.
Yeah, thank you. Sandeep, with you, tell me, as your role, how to bring these service providers into open Wi-Fi, and what you see as Meta looking to open Wi-Fi as a benefit for Meta? How you want to drive that agenda?
Thanks, Diego. So I'll cover it in two ways, starting with one, or I'll address the latter question first. So Meta has been one of the founding members for Telecom Infra Project since 2016. And ever since then, Telecom Infra Project, for those of you who might not be aware, but there's some of the leading organizations, telco providers like Vodafone, Telefonica, DT Orange, Intel, they all are part of the board of Telecom Infra Project. So the vision was very simple. The vision was to disaggregate and bring in more openness and innovation in the networks. And as I said, across the network chain. And that is when Open Wi-Fi, as Howard pointed out, started in 2019 when it started from scratch. I think we started off with the commercialization somewhere around 2021. And it was then when, I think the path started crossing with Spectra, where the initial adoption or the initial, trials and validation started off on the optical side of the things. Which also, was the first entry point from a ecosystem perspective or a community perspective. And then I think it was last year beginning, if I'm not wrong, where it was we formed this, close discussions with Inventum and some other providers as well. So the role that we played in terms of, making sure that Open Wi-Fi is expansion, and particularly, if I'm talking about India and Spectra here, we played, more of a matchmaking role. We played an ecosystem role where not only did we help in testing and validating, the OEM's stack, the OEM's solution, but also in terms of accelerating that and bringing it to the market in terms of actual deployments. And I think, between Spectra, TIP, and, Inventum, I think that was a role. And then we brought in, the other part that we were playing an active role was to bring in more and more ecosystem players, whether it's through OEMs or, software controller providers, to come and supply the best of the breed, whether it's a software, whether it's AI ML-driven software, whether it's a hardware, and closely matching that with demand players, Spectra being one, but definitely many others. Because what the demand players, particularly like ISPs or CSPs, get is that they get a seat on the table in terms of giving what are their requirements, what is it that they need out of a solution. And that's precisely what Telecom Infra Project and the initiatives and the project groups that we have is able to deliver.
Yeah, one question there, Sandeep. Do you see any specific market segments where you see more adoption of Open Wi-Fi in particular, either by market segments or even by geographies?
I think that's usually my point of view would be that it's driven by a certain set of use cases more often than the geographies.
Okay, we have been hijacked. Our session has been hijacked by our good friend Eric from Intel.
Okay, I think it's safe to go ahead. Yeah, so I was saying that I think it's primarily it has been driven also by the set of use cases, as we said, the multiple use cases which were supported, whether it was enterprise, whether it was going into high density urban infrastructures, co-living spaces, co-working spaces, stadiums, venues. So it started off from there, and I think also a very important point which played a big role in this ecosystem was also the local domestic players which came in from India as well, right? Building from the hardware side, building from the software side. So obviously India became, and APAC became a large sort of deployment field. But then if I look today, I think it's pretty widely spread out. You're talking about Europe, you're talking about Africa, you're talking about the US with Roman sitting here. So I think it's not really a play of geography. It's primarily a play of use cases and where, those use cases are substantially deployable.
Yeah, thank you, Sandeep. Maybe Ramin, picking up on this specific idea of use cases attached to Open Wi-Fi, for Boingo, you saw that benefits in specific use cases?
Absolutely, I 100% agree with you, Sandeep. It's not driven by any particular vertical, I would say it's driven by use case. For us, what we have seen so far is enterprises, especially, who want to scale, enterprises or verticals who want to go to the next technology, when I was talking to Parul about, hey, should we skip Wi-Fi 6E and straight away jump to Wi-Fi 7? Certain customers are there who want the next gen technology as soon as possible, right? And with the supply chain disruptions that we've been having due to pandemic, the big traditional Wi-Fi OEMs that we have, the ARC, I don't want to say ABC, but you would guess who the A, B, and C's are. The supply chain the lead times are anywhere between 12 to 18 months. What are you going to do, right? And that's when, we were also kind of forced, and it's the Darwin's law of survival of the fittest. We didn't want to get left behind and lose out on those customers or upgrades to our certain customer segments. And that's where we jumped into the tip of open Wi-Fi, and the flexibility that you get, the cost benefits that you get, OpEx and CapEx, and eventually those cost benefits are passed on to the customers, right? So that's where we saw these applications. There are certain features that are still lacking, I would say, in tip open Wi-Fi, because it's still very early on, early adoption challenges are there. But at the same time, as I said, enterprises which want the newer technology and certain use cases, if we are able to fulfill, that's where we saw the application of tip open Wi-Fi. So not mostly around public venues, which are high traffic, want use cases like location-based services, BLE, but enterprises who want fast internet, low latency, modern upgrade, that's where we saw the application.
It's almost one more tool on the toolbox that
exactly
you guys can use. Coming back to you, Udit, so first large deployment in India for Spectra. Do you guys plan to continue that path? So is open Wi-Fi part of your strategy of evolution of Spectra and involve more on deployments with open Wi-Fi?
So we plan to continue to invest further on open Wi-Fi, and the reason is while our sort of journey got accelerated because of the pandemic and the problems that we face, but we are also now realizing that it's a great opportunity for us because as you were just talking about the use cases, right, Diego? What our experience of the last few years has been that a lot of Wi-Fi equipment that exists today in the market is quite generic in nature, right? An access point is an access point, right? Whereas as we are going deeper into various verticals and use cases, we are realizing that we want access point of a certain cost, of a certain size, and so on. And that's one of the flexibilities that open Wi-Fi essentially allows us. Because of a growing ecosystem in India, there's an opportunity and the flexibility for us to go work with a hardware OEM, or an ODM or whatever it is, and get the hardware design as per our requirement with the specifications and cost points that we need, right? And then use open Wi-Fi as the software layer, right? So that we don't have to keep changing the integrations and the way the rest of the IT systems work, right? And have visibility and comfort that the end user experience will be stable and consistent. And yes, there are early adopter challenges, but the good part is that those are more focused, more software dependent challenges, which will continue to change. Continue to get addressed with the newer version. So it's only going to become better, right? It's not going to become worse.
Yeah, thank you, Deep. Sandeep, you representing Meta, one of the big supporters of TIP, so double role from your side. What does open Wi-Fi and all these efforts in TIP represent for Meta and the strategy of Meta for the future?
So, as I mentioned, right, so connectivity and networks and infrastructure is extremely crucial and important for the smooth functioning and the quality of experience for the users that use, different family of apps that, we offer. You're talking about any of those. So the idea started that when I said, when we started, when we got involved with the Telecom Infra project in 2016, it was to ensure that better connectivity and better technologies are able to help service providers in terms of building networks which are able to take care of use cases or take care of the requirements that the users primarily need. And a better functioning and a better technology network enables better connectivity for the family of apps. So that's been the primary sort of principle that has been making us drive initiatives like Open Wi-Fi. And primarily, if you see, I mean, a large portion of the traffic that runs on the family of apps, it's very believable that it runs on Wi-Fi. So, anything which does with Open Wi-Fi or anything which does with open and innovative Wi-Fi solutions is something that, becomes important from a connectivity standpoint.
Yeah, thank you, Sandeep. Roman, I know that you guys are working on 6E and Open Wi-Fi. So anything that you'd like to share and you can share with us from a Boingo perspective?
So we have, as I probably mentioned, we've done some commercial deployments last year. We publicly announced them in September with tip Open Wi-Fi and, in smart city type deployments. And we've done thousands of APs already there. And most of these APs are Wi-Fi 6E capable, although they're only transmitting Wi-Fi 6 today. And we are hoping that the AFC standard power ratification is done by FCC by hopefully mid-2023, so that we'll have these 6E APs already transmitting, right? They're already ready. One thing I would say is, and I observed in Eric's deck earlier this morning, and that's what he was probably trying to interrupt us with, that there is a lot of devices, about 600 devices that are capable, of 6E. But the reality is that I have a Galaxy S22 and it's still not 6E capable, right? So very few flagship consumer devices are capable of 6E. Apple has not launched any phones with 6E, only a few MacBook Pros and iPad Pros that were just launched 6 months ago. And so the reality is that the device ecosystem is still lagging and it's not mature enough to support 6E. However, having said that, when we are answering a lot of these RFPs and requirements from large venues, from airports to stadiums to hospitals, all of them want the new Wi-Fi networks to be 6/6E capable. Some of them are even asking about 7 already, right?
Oh.
So, so there is a lot of curiosity. I'll let the gentleman ask the question. Which comment? But what are the total number of devices out there? Different types of devices. But there are more than 10,000 devices, so it's less than 15%. No, my comment is that it's not mature enough. So once it's mature, we'll see more and more adoption of 6E, right? Because you'll put the 6E network, but there are no devices to take advantage of it, then it's a moot point, right?
Yeah, so, and we need all these big brands like Apple, exactly, with almost a full range or majority of the devices. But I know when I track the Wi-Fi Alliance numbers and align with Nejati, the numbers are growing.
And that's what the hope is. And that's what the hope is.
It's getting more and more mature. I think, Parul, you have a question as well.
So at least in the US right now, we don't have the AFC ratified, right, by FCC. So even though we can place an open Wi-Fi tip capable of doing 6E, we can't transmit 6E. We can only do Wi-Fi 6 as of now. Yes, 6 is already there. So we are doing the standard power ratification is still pending in the US. Yeah.
There was a question from you, Angelos.
Just a question. In Europe, we don't see many mass-point rollouts so far, but at the same time, many European network providers, mobile providers are members of the DIC. Can you give some information
rollout of open Wi-Fi in Europe?
Okay. Yeah, maybe I can take that. So I can tell you a little bit about, I think gentleman sitting behind you, Howard, who's from Telecom Infra Project, would be right. So we can take this discussion outside. But from what I know, there are different managed service providers in different parts of Europe who have been actively, deploying, or at least doing some market trials around open Wi-Fi. And again, it's based out of venues, right? It could be, small enterprises, it's hotels, it's such venues that, these open Wi-Fi deployments are coming through. And again, the entire supply ecosystem is involved in it. Right from whether it's a controller or from a hardware supplier as well. But yeah, to know more on the actual deployments and, whereabouts that's happening, I think, we can take it outside. I think Howard would be able to give you that.
Yeah. A similar question on the following what Angelos asked. So can any of you share a little bit more about the roadmap of Open Wi-Fi? So what is coming next? So is Open Wi-Fi going to follow all the standards and new features coming on Wi-Fi?
I would again have to deviate this to Howard, who's representing Open Wi-Fi from Telecom Infra Project. I would just like to clarify the role or what Meta is doing. My role here is to primarily build this ecosystem and drive these or bringing demand and supply together in the region. And so yeah, that's how basically in terms of roles and responsibilities we are divided.
Okay, thanks, Sandeep. So coming back on that, how can Meta and TIP help to build that ecosystem and more players to coming in?
Yeah. So I think like anything which you start from this, the ecosystem, as the open Wi-Fi ecosystem particularly started back in 2019. And through this ecosystem, it's been a very community-driven effort, as we've been mentioning. So for instance, different players came in and we worked with, let's say, for example, Embed, on the firmware development. That was an ecosystem player and a community player. We work with Candela Tech, from the testing and validation perspective. So it was all about bringing different players or different players which are actually members of this ecosystem and actively driving that, this particular stack and the development of, the feature sets which come out from one release to another. And now very happy to say that, one of the other parts that we've played is how can we bring more and more suppliers from different perspectives. Right now, if you're looking at ODMs, OEMs, which have the capabilities of manufacturing state-of-the-art hardwares, they are also a part of this ecosystem. You're looking at software or AI/ML suppliers which can build and integrate over and above the stack. They are also a part of that ecosystem. For example, companies like Net Experience, companies like HFCL, companies like Indio, Inventum, which are also or EdgeCore, which are also software controller suppliers. So it's all about bringing this ecosystem together, and it's not an ecosystem which is closed. It's not a buy and write ecosystem. Anyone and everyone, any organization, whether you're a system integrator, whether you're a service provider, you are a hardware or an ODM or an OEM or a software developer, you can be a part. You can join in this ecosystem. You can join in this community and build what the networks of the future are required to do. So that's how this ecosystem typically works.
Create that dynamic for more and more companies to get involved across the board,
yes,
including carriers and manufacturers and providers. Yeah. Any other question from the audience for the panel on open Wi-Fi? I will ask you any other last thoughts about open Wi-Fi and anything else that you'd like to share with the audience on this topic from any of you.
I'd say that it's a great ecosystem which is continuously growing, and I mean, again, from a self-interest point of view, we would like to see the ecosystem grow, become stronger. We would like to see more adoption of it, and I think people should at least experiment with it, even if they don't think they need it today. But maybe they should experiment with it. Maybe they should do some POCs just to see what advantages they can get out of it. And I say this because there was a time when I would go to my technical team and say that we should do something with open Wi-Fi when it started in 2019. And they were like, why do we really need to do anything? Life is okay, right? And then we had to do something with it. And once we had to do something with it, we started to realize that there's so much more that we can actually do with it, right? So a journey that started as a compulsion, as a act of survival, has now become a journey where we can see that there's a lot of value that we can extract out of it, and therefore people should just really try it.
Thank you. I can also add some commentary there. So one of the biggest benefits that we have realized is, apart from the supply chain, is also the cost benefits going with tip open Wi-Fi. The controllers are cloud-based. There are different APs, different ODMs, OEMs who give you a lot of flexibility in terms of pricing. So we've, as I said, lowered the overall cost of the network, operational cost of the network, and eventually the cost of connectivity, cost per gigabyte, has gone down by deploying tip open Wi-Fi. Of course, it's come with its own set of challenges, as I mentioned, early adoption challenges, upgrades, some lack of external or outdoor AP portfolio, which is still developing. But the one good thing we have also realized is that the tip open Wi-Fi partners are so willing to partner and learn, right, at this point and develop. So the amount of support that we have gotten compared to our traditional Wi-Fi vendors is amazing. So, I would like to thank the open Wi-Fi community so far, and I hope that more and more members join, this initiative in the coming year.
Yeah, it brings that idea of flexibility and focus on specific use cases that somehow are more relevant for open Wi-Fi. Yeah, fantastic. I want to thank you for your time. I think it was a great discussion. I'm sure everyone now knows more about open Wi-Fi, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can leave it on the seats. Thank you. Okay, so time to move on the agenda for the last presentation of the morning. So I would like to invite Katie Young from Ant Labs to come on stage and share with us more about the Wi-Fi in the World Cup in Qatar. Katie, welcome. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So I'm from Ant Labs, and I'm the product and marketing director. So I'd like to share with you something interesting that we did quite recently, and it was to help the FIFA World Cup power their Wi-Fi access in Qatar during the World Cup. So we had the privilege of working with their Supreme Committee to provide the seamless connectivity at 8 of their FIFA World Cup stadiums, and also at the world's best airport, the HIA airport in Qatar, Doha. Okay. Hang on. Okay, so just a quick introduction about Ant Labs. So we're a Singapore company, and we are a vendor that we started in 1999. And as most of you already are familiar with Ant Labs, we actually develop and provide and started with a guest Wi-Fi experience in hotels and hospitality venues. So we do provide the guest Wi-Fi appliances, but over the years, we've also scaled up our solution to larger venues like airports, stadiums, and even metro area networks. So besides the hospitality gateways, we also now have a Wi-Fi services management platform, which we provide as a SaaS service to our customers. And finally, we also develop our own range of radius, AAA, DHCP and DNS servers for the telco and ISPs. Okay, so let's get on with the more interesting material today. For the recent FIFA World Cup that ended in December last year, we had the privilege of working with the world's best airport for 2 consecutive years in 2021 and 2022. And of course, when you're a World Cup fan, or if you are a football or soccer team, depending on which country you're from, the first arrival is obviously at the airport, right? So at the airport, one of the things that was very interesting is they had new innovative ways of helping the passengers and visitors connect. So I'll show you some of the user experience that you might see at the airport. So some are actually captured at the airport itself, but some we did it at our test bed within our office in Singapore, because obviously we may not have direct access to it all the time. Okay, so this is an example. If you arrive at the airport, you might connect using either the Qatar Airways booking or the traditional SMS OTP. Right, in this example, which is actually hosted in our test lab in our office, just to show the fact that we give visual cues to the customer if they are logging in via Qatar Airways, where to get an e-ticket number and where to get a booking reference. So it's actually integrated with the Qatar Airways reservation system. And this is the traditional OTP, right? Select your country code, the mobile number, and you receive an OTP, which you can enter. And once you authenticate, you get access. And because we support multi-language, so obviously whatever you see can be shown in Arabic or other languages across the world. And this is just a simple idea, but it's to show that the simplicity itself is required so that it's easy for passengers to access. Right? Obviously, if they have open roaming, that would be even better. Okay, but not all the devices support, and not everyone has open roaming at this point, right? So this is the new thing that we've done is integration with the Qatar Airways e-ticketing as well as their booking reservation system. So the next experience is that we actually provide WhatsApp integration. So the idea is that SMS OTP can be expensive, especially when deployed in an airport environment. So using WhatsApp, the integration is actually pretty simple and very fast. So let me try to back up so you can see it again. Okay. Yeah. So basically, the user would assumingly have WhatsApp already installed. They choose WhatsApp as the login method, and the system will directly open up the WhatsApp application and send them the access code. So the user just has to click the send button on their WhatsApp. So it's actually quite simple, with the added advantage that they have access to the user's mobile number for additional communication purposes if they require in the future. Okay. So the other one is also something that's pretty new to us, and I think it's only deployed at HIA Airport, is scanning the boarding pass to automatically get the user credentials. And as you can see, it's just very seamless, right? The difficulty is the fact that the barcode or the scanning of QR code, you will find it quite natural, especially after COVID. But when it's actually launched as part of a captive portal, where usually devices have limited functionality and web services open for the pseudo browser, it actually can fail multiple times. So we've actually had to integrate and innovate new things to make sure that it is able to trigger the barcode scanning from the pseudo browser. Okay, so that is the user experience for the fans at the World Cup at the airport. So the other one more interesting is obviously the FIFA World Cup itself. They expected 3 million fans. And because they're coming from all different parts of the world, we had to provide different kinds of login methods of authenticating these fans. So we deployed our solution at 8 of the World Cup stadiums. And these are the ones that finally the Supreme Committee chose. So I think it's the first in the world where we actually provide native device support for some form of captive portal login. So obviously the most popular number of devices are either belonging to Apple or Android, and we integrated for Apple ID login as well as Google ID. And for social media, we chose Facebook as well as providing SMS, OTP for whatever reasons, because not everyone can remember their Facebook password all the time. Okay, so in terms of the user experience, right? I think we'll start with Google login. And I think this was actually captured at the one of the stadiums before the World Cup. So as usual, you know, in terms of the login page, we also provide some form of marketing for the stadium itself. They could have put in other carousel images. In this example, Facebook and Google is provided. So now we're launching from the pseudo browser to the Safari browser, the Google Plus ID login. In this case, the user device is Apple. So he just uses a Face ID quickly to get his user ID typed in. Similarly for his password, because it's enabled that. And as usual, Google will just show a new login from the device, right? So it's actually pretty seamless, and almost any Android user should have their own Google ID. So the next one is Apple ID. In the same manner, basically, we had to trigger the opening of the full browser, in this case, a Safari browser. And for Apple ID, in this case, it's even more seamless because with one click and the Face ID, both the user ID and password is passed successfully, and we authenticate the user. Okay. So again, you might seem that it's quite trivial in the sense that you use Apple ID or Google ID on the web most of the time. The only problem is when there's a roaming mobile device, the user may have disabled mobile data. And at the same time, the pseudo browser is actually a sandbox environment with limited web services enabled. So some of the features that you take for granted when you're going to a website will fail when you're doing it on a captive portal. And a lot of time we spend trying to work out the problems, either with the wireless infrastructure, the WLC, the whole network design, or at the software firmware level. Okay. Sure. Okay, so we actually, through our solution, we enable relogin. So at this point in time, a lot of devices haven't enabled MAC randomization yet. So this is working pretty well. And later we have some numbers to suggest that during at least at the biggest stadium during the World Cup, we had users relogging sessions 4 times the authentication attempts. Right, so if you log in once, you actually went back to the stadium 4 times and you managed to connect again. Sorry, it's not.
Airport and stadium. Passport enabled?
No, not yet. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, obviously they had their own, they call it a Supreme Committee, and this is the organizing committee. And during the tenders process and the deliberation process, they didn't look at this aspect of it, right? But of course, we would have tried to push for more open roaming or pass point counts consideration. Because don't forget, people from all parts of the world are coming, right? And from China, from Europe, from America. But in this case, because it was held in Qatar, it was predominantly from quite a lot from the Middle East and Europe, right? So my point is that had this World Cup been held in Korea or China, we would have been required probably to enable WeChat login, Alipay login authentication, or Line authentication, because Line is the most popular social media messaging platform in South Korea, right?
4 times people connected to it. Does that mean they used the OTP 4 times as well?
No, we for those that didn't do MAC randomization, we had MAC address relogin capability, right? So they would just connect and, oh, I'm on again. Yeah. Okay. So the last one is Facebook or Meta, right? In this case, this was captured in one of the other stadiums, and you know, in this case, the device didn't have the Apple ID, Face ID automatic transfer of the user ID and password. So it's more traditional, and they had to key in the user ID and password manually. But besides the fact that you need to remember your device ID or your social media login ID, basically it is easy in the sense that the user accounts are pre-provisioned, right? The onboarding process doesn't have to go through a complicated way of delivering and allowing them to choose their passwords, okay? Okay, so that's in terms of user experience. So some statistics that I mentioned earlier, and this is for the Lusail Stadium, which is the largest capacity of the 8. They have 80,000 capacity. The other ones are either 60,000 or 40,000 in fan capacity. So during this World Cup period, we logged in some close to 500,000 sessions of people logging in the first time or re-log in. And there were about 100,000 authentication attempts, right? So we concluded that, the fact that there were about, I guess, in a way, it's 3 times of the people who re-logged in after the first successful authentication attempt. And across all the 8 stadiums, we probably saw between, I think, 1.5 to 2 million sessions, right? So it's actually quite incredible. Yeah, that's right. But it is quite incredible if you think the fact that even for the Lusail Stadium, we saw roughly about 7 or 8 spikes, which means obviously those were the game days, right? Outside of the game days, nobody or very few vendors or the soccer players or football players, they went to the stadiums, okay? So I think tying a little bit of what CommScope Ruckus said, that, we needed to handle the transient user traffic as well, okay? So in terms of the authentication methods, I guess not surprisingly, of course, we're hoping for more, but hoping for less, but not surprisingly, a lot of people are using SMS OTP, right? Because some people really don't know what Facebook login they use because they open up the app all the time. They forgot about the password. And in terms of the native device login, both Apple and Google are more or less evenly split, but more people are using Apple devices apparently. Okay, so as I mentioned, in terms of the challenges, your Google ID, Apple ID was designed for use of web pages, not from the captive portal perspective. And it creates havoc when used in a pseudo browser because a lot of services are shut down. It's a sandbox environment for security purpose, obviously. And in some instances, we had to hack and force the actual full browser, the Safari browser, to open so that we have full access to the authentication services or the web services that Apple or Google provided. In terms of the large venue, with a huge density of users that come in at a very short time and they depart at a very short time very quickly, and yet, with all the high-end streaming, high-end devices doing streaming and all that, you needed to ensure that the network infrastructure was actually very robust and powerful, right? The WLC itself, in this kind of environment, is not sufficient. You have to bolster it and boost it with extra DNS capability or DHCP capability, when suddenly within an hour, within maybe half an hour, 80,000 people, if they are using our devices, would need to get the IP address immediately. Okay. Sorry. Sure.
How many users are passing by and how many of these users are actually attempting to connect to Wi-Fi network at airport, for example? What is the percentage over there? Is it 5%, 45%? Do you have any number?
Mm-hmm.
Because I personally, when I have to go through these steps, I pass.
Yeah.
And in the past, there was number over there just 10 times or more. If you can make it simple and seamless from the user perspective. Have you guys over there looked at that numbers?
Well, we do track the number of failed authentication attempts or partial authentication attempts.
Yes, but the number I am asking is, what is the percentage of potential users passing by that actually stop by and then try to go through these steps to connect your Wi-Fi network? Is it 5%, 25%?
Well, I would guess, but actually we had the number of statistics of failed and partial authentication, and that was almost 50%. So
Yeah,
whatever,
yes, but it still doesn't give us any, idea, right? Idea that out of, that 50% is out of the 5% who tried to attempt, or 10%.
we wouldn't know, because that would have to be in conjunction with all the AP infrastructure. Yeah. So we only know it from our authentication server perspective, our AAA, as well as our gateways. Yeah. So I guess hopefully with further integration with the AP WLC infrastructure, then we'll be able to have access to this kind of information.
Just to confirm, so 8 million users, you saw 1 million unique, or
out of 8, yeah. So the question, out of 8 million,
they
visitors?
expected 3 million fans.
3 million fans.
Yeah.
Sorry. 3
And at the stadium where we have maximum capacity of 80,000, for probably the 7 match days, we had about 100,000 unique authentication attempts.
100,000. But you also said over the 8 sites, you saw 1 million. Is that
1 million,
unique?
1.5 to 2 million sessions.
Okay, but not unique. So how many, can you say how many unique had it?
Probably half a million, I think.
500,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because 80,000, we have 100,000. Then the other stadium was 60,000, whereas the rest of the 6 were 40,000 each. So I'm extrapolating.
So maybe about 1 in 6 users got on the network. Visitors got on the network.
Yeah. And probably 1 in 6 also tried, but for whatever reason, they forgot their password or they gave up. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Out of the 80,000 capacity you talked about, how many of them logged into your network and how many were still using the mobile data? Do you have any statistics on that?
The mobile data, no, unfortunately, because we were like custodian of the Wi-Fi services. We are thinking that I think less than half logged into the Wi-Fi, probably like 20% tried. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But of course, like if we were ever to adopt a very seamless technology like open roaming, that number will like really fly sky high. It should be above 50%. Yeah.
Sure.
Macro is everywhere now. What percentage of users were able to log in, but couldn't experience Wi-Fi just because it was congested or too slow?
I think to the benefit of the organizers and infrastructure team, very few people had that issue. They actually really provisioned for like 40,000, 50,000 people to access, but obviously the number of people logged in was less than that. Right. Yeah. So I think that wasn't an issue. Okay. So I just want to say that for NLabs, it was really a pleasure working on this project because, again, there were multiple stakeholders. You have the organizing committee, you have the Wi-Fi vendor, you have the SI, we have ourselves. And when there's a problem happening, most of the time, we had to somehow find workarounds, negotiate, and make sure that, some things happen. Because like for the Wi-Fi vendor, there's no way that they can change their product behavior within 30 days of the implementation, right? And for the SI, they may have something in the network design done, and they wouldn't change it because it might break other parts of the network. So as a product company, we really had to make certain quick changes and workarounds in order to make sure that Facebook ID, login, Apple or Google ID was successfully implemented. So I think that was very interesting. Okay, so very quickly to round off the discussion, and I think for now and for some time in the future, I think those large international events like FIFA World Cup, the Olympics, will create a lot of opportunities, but also challenges for service providers and network vendors when you want to provide a very open, accessible, and seamless environment for Wi-Fi access. And I think the good user experience is paramount. Like even in this example, we didn't cater for Twitter login or Instagram login, WeChat or Line. And at the same, so like there were quite a number of failed authentication attempts, or people started but they did not complete, right? Obviously, we want to improve on that percentage. And the onboarding of users must be very convenient, very accessible, and you need to cater for a global audience, right? So the challenge is that different regions, in terms of the device availability, the formats that they support, and even things like the software lock-in applications are different. So a lot of the times you find yourself having to respond very quickly and in a last-minute fashion. So actually, we're very happy to say that even during the finals, which in my opinion was probably one of the best World Cup finals ever, the internet during that time was very usable, and I'm very sure a lot of influencers were streaming and all that. So hopefully we will have a chance to try again 4 years from now, the next World Cup, right? And finally, I just want to mention that WhatsApp provided a very, very cost-effective solution for the HIA airport. And with the popularity of WhatsApp used in quite a number of end-user devices, I think this is something that is interesting. And what's even more interesting is, had they used the same channel to enhance their services by providing more interactivity with this communication medium, I think they can enhance their services further beyond just Wi-Fi connectivity. Okay.
Question.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Any more questions?
I have one.
Okay. So just before lunch.
Yeah, the thing that you are talking about, WhatsApp and others, pretty
Yes.
much, you are assuming that your device pretty much is mobile device, smartphone or something.
With the app enabled.
So
yeah.
you are actually looking at the other device categories like tablets, Wi-Fi only, or laptops, Wi-Fi only, that doesn't have any connection. You are out of luck.
Yes, yes. So
So-
that's why you have to offer alternatives all the time.
Yes, but then that's why we need to look at the entire device, spectrum and see what we can do to enable the connectivity experience, especially at the airport over there. When I'm sitting and trying to connect the airport,
Yes.
I want my other devices to connect as well, right?
I agree. So most of the time, some of the airports have help desks where then they give out manually access codes. But again, yes. I
Sure,
agree,
we
yeah.
are basically forcing the potential users not to use Wi-Fi by that kind of paradigm.
Okay, point noted. I hope the IMDA lady was here.
Katie,
Yeah.
just one more question from me. So on this solution, do you see the opportunity to combine as well with open roaming, almost giving two parallel options that can run? If we have a compatible device for Passpoint open roaming, you can go that route. Or if your device is not compatible, you have some other alternatives.
Yeah, I think that would have been the most obvious candidate, right? Because of open roaming, you just go in directly, seamless. You don't even need to find the locking method to try, right?
And even if you don't have, even on open roaming, if you don't have the credential, you could use even those mechanisms to
OSU,
download
the sign
as
up.
well.
Yeah, I think that would be great. Yeah. So hopefully 4 years from now, we can try that.
I have one other question.
Sure.
Right here.
Oh, okay. Hi.
So for your stadium deployments in Qatar, apart from the consumer Wi-Fi use cases, did you also have use cases around, smart ticketing or security cameras using Wi-Fi?
I'm not sure, but I suspect they're on a different infrastructure, especially for the CCTV cameras.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
but like when we created our solution, we had that in mind, that the same Wi-Fi network should be deployed beyond the complementary users or the public users. So we actually have other things like advanced QoS, virtual LAN implementation to make sure that we can segregate the network and give the appropriate quality of service, at least from our gateway perspective, to other devices. Yeah, and I think that would be fantastic use case as well.
Okay. Yeah. And one of the other things that I've noticed, because Boingo deploys both DAS as well as Wi-Fi network, right? So we run converged networks. And the challenge in DAS networks, especially on TDD side, when they're doing 5G on mid-band and millimeter wave and all these things is that they're more downlink focused, right? Whereas for stadiums, you need basically a 50-50% split in terms of capacity. You know, people are doing as much download as upload, right? So did you get any insights into the traffic behavior on uplink versus downlink when you did your analysis?
Okay, that's a good question. I didn't read that report. Let me see. Yeah, I think I have to get back to you on that.
No worries.
I think that's an interesting point. I suspect a lot is streaming.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We're good.
Katie, thank you so much for the presentation.
Okay,
Fantastic.
thank you. So let's go for lunch.
Yes, time to go for
Okay.
lunch.
Should we say, let's go? Ale, ale, ale.
Yeah, we'll come back at 2:30 to continue the sessions. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Welcome everyone to the first afternoon of the Wireless Global Congress Asia. As Tiago mentioned, it's great to be back. It's always a blossoming region of the world, lots of innovation, and we are very happy to be here with our members and with our guests to talk about wireless innovation technology and all the services attached to it. So my name is Bruno Tomás. I work as the WBA CTO. I'm lucky enough to help driving some of the technology strategy roadmap. And this afternoon, I'm really happy that we'll welcome some of our leading project leads that have really hands-on on some of the things and technologies you saw this morning. So expect a more practical set of presentations with real world use cases. But just to baseline things, I would like just to use kind of the usual good news, bad news about what I saw when I arrived in Singapore. The topic for today is mostly around optimizing public Wi-Fi networks, Wi-Fi roaming, and really when I arrived here, in fact at Park Royal. Pedro, I think we have an issue with just need to click. Okay. So when I arrived at Park Royal, it's what we all want. You take the phone out of your pocket, and I was just connected to Open Roaming. So I've never been to Park Royal before. Of course, working here with the team. So, John, Pedro, Park Royal, Link Road, Comscope in this case. There will be more information about it, but it just worked. It was, all this amazing experience. I know that some operating systems might still need some fine tuning, but this is what I saw, and hopefully this will be the democratization of the experience. However, after I put the luggage in my room, I tried to explore around. So the first, not so positive experience, Suntec City Mall, one of the largest around here. I, saw free Wi-Fi, I tapped, I connected, no issues, but then I get this standing message on my phone. And I know what's happening, right? This is the job of the device maker. So they have to do it. They have to inform the customer, this is an open SSID network and it's not secure. But imagine the average person. Maybe they will browse and switch off Wi-Fi after, a couple minutes. They don't want to be connected, right? So that's not good, right? Then even, to start a bit to cry. So even after that, Millennial Walk. So there was even a more intrusive experience. So they were asking me, please sign in, and then once you click it, before you even sign in, it says not secure. So I would say even less likely that I was going to click that SSID. So having said this, I think we are more going towards the green happy path than the other one. There is some work to do, and hopefully the presentations from today will help you just seeing how we are planning to, unfold this strategy to make everything, towards the left. So for starters, it's really, amazing that we are able, to welcome Professor Hideaki Goto from Japan. So Japan, as you know, is one of the leading destinations in terms of all these Wi-Fi experience and onboarding. So Professor Hideaki-san leads the Cybersecurity Center from the Tohoku University and also formed the City Room endeavor that already has some great results to share. So let me invite you on stage, Professor Hideaki. Just need to click down.
Yeah, thanks. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Tohoku University, and I'm in charge of EdgeRoam Japan operation, and also a member of Global Governance Committee of EdgeRoam. And I developed city-ROM. Sorry, this. Okay, and today I'm going to talk about edge ROM and open roaming combined deployment in Japan. Why edge ROM plus open roaming? City-ROM is a federation providing secure roaming system for public Wi-Fi system. And we started this federation before open roaming. But now we are a member of open roaming, and we provide open roaming services on all access points across the nation. And we have more than 90 spots. But of course, the number is not so correct because sometimes we count each access point, and sometimes we count all the entire venue. So we have many unique venues, including tourist sites, shopping malls, and cafes, of course, and the hotels, buses. So many of you already know, I think, the open roaming is many technologies behind open roaming is quite the same as the edge roam. And we have been operating edge roam for many years. I think it's 16 years in Japan. And like edge roam, open roaming can provide seamless connection. So, but the difference is, of course, the edge roam is only for the research and education community, but the open roaming is for everyone. And now the edge roam has more than 100 countries and territories as the members. And the open roaming is more advanced and more multi-purpose. And the open roaming is based on Passpoint and RICS framework. And we use VKN RADSEC, dynamic view discovery. The basic technologies came from the edge roam, but we have a more sophisticated system. So in open roaming, we have two different models. One is settled, and another one is settlement-free. And we became interested in the settlement-free model. And this is because we don't need to think about the roaming fee, and it's much easier for adoption, and this fit with our purposes. So the city-ROM Federation provides affordable roaming platform for, and we provide simplified interface. This is very important. Many operators are not so good at operating the EVE-based Wi-Fi systems. They have to learn, and it takes some time, some years. And in addition, they have to learn the Passpoint and the RICS and open roaming stuff. But it may not be so easy for small operators. So we just provide the simplified interface, and so the operators can easily get on board the open roaming system. And another unique point is the multi-operator and multi-vendor. So we as long as the access point supports Passpoint, then the access point can be used from any vendors. That's okay. We don't care. And so, as I said, our strategy is a no roaming fee, and we utilize existing identities. So now we are looking at the federated onboarding system now. And yeah. Okay.
With us from Federation, you are saying that it is a simplified interface comparing to edge roam. How simplified, is it? When you say simplified, in what sense?
So for example, if an operator want to join open roaming, they have to do many things. They have to learn RICs and they have to learn PassPoint. But the City Roam Federation, we provide the technical supports, and each member operators do not need to install the RADSEC endpoints or something. So it's, they don't need to deal with the WBA. Of course, the WBA may not be happy so about that, but we just provide EP-based authentication radius federation.
So the simplified order means simplified comparing to open roaming.
Yeah, the operators just connect the radio server, and they City-ROM provide the configuration examples, and the operators just put the configuration onto the access points.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And some people might think that open roaming is enough, but open roaming is for everyone, while the edge roam is for research and education institution. But the answer is no. The open roaming cannot cover edge roam world. Why? That's why I developed the combined architecture. So edge roam has a long history of mature autonomy, and the edge roam is virtually monolithic. So this is very important. If you see edge roam SSID somewhere, the edge roam service is always there. But this is not achieved by the open roaming. But of course, in open roaming, we don't care about the SSID. But if you see a map and open roaming access point, but you may not be so sure whether you can use the open roaming there. So in the edge roam community, we have this. So this is the system is entirely monolithic, and we have a simple basic policy and minor variants. This may be similar to the open roaming, and edge roam can be a group of reliable IDPs now. So before we have access network provider and identity provider, but now the ANP can be combined with open roaming, and the one access point emit both open roaming and edge roam SSIDs.
Hideaki?
Yeah.
So the question, how many hotspots or APs you have within edge roam, and as well as the other city roam? Do you have any numbers of the?
No, unfortunately.
You don't have the numbers?
No. Yeah, no.
But the edge roam over there is accessible in many countries. And
we have more than 100 countries, member countries in edge roam, but we don't have any statistics in each country. So in our case, in Japan, we have 375 member universities, small ones, large ones. So, and we don't have the exact number of the access points.
No, I think it would be good to know what the coverage is, so that when we incorporate that one within the open roaming framework, it is going to automatically expand the open roaming availability in relation to edge roam as well. That's why I'm asking that question.
Mm-hmm.
And if there is anything else that we could do in that space, I think it would be helpful for us and as well as the industry itself. The availability of the hotspot through open roaming as well as edge roam.
Yeah, I haven't got a concrete idea, but I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. Yeah. So this figure shows the current architecture or implementation, and we we had EDROM Federation Network, and we created the Open Roaming 1 on the right-hand side. And so most universities and schools connected to the EDROM world only, but we encourage universities to switch to our system. So they provide open roaming as well. So many universities will have both EDROM and open roamings. And from here, I'd like to just show off the venues. The city-ROM has many unique venues, and including cafes, hotels, shopping malls. And the first university joined the open roaming. It was Sapporo Gakuin University. And this is, I think this is a new direction for university and schools, and they should provide open roaming as well. And it means the public Wi-Fi for everyone. So in Japan, this may be a bit special, but we have sometimes big natural disasters. And in that case, many schools become shelters, and many residents go nearby schools, and they want to use Wi-Fi. So this use case is very important, and the Japanese government is looking at it very seriously. And we have some results, and Kitakyushu monorail, sorry. And as you can see, the monorail line can be seen there. And we provide the conference support. So we just provide the radius connection, and we provide the access point configuration examples. Then the conference venue can install access points quite easily.
Hideaki? I'm the only one asking question because I have the microphone, right? For this city-ROM over here, you said it is all free, and then the question is that who's sponsoring it? Is it Japanese government funding it? What is the organization behind city-ROM? How do you really maintain itself?
Yeah, that's a very question, very good question. And we are now creating an organization. So at the moment, right now, it's just a project at my laboratory. But of course, this is not very good, and we have to change the organization should be more resilient.
Just at least my initial perception was that when you said city-ROM in Japan, some of the cities basically came together to actually enable this kind of Wi-Fi access and Wi-Fi roaming among themselves. So it is not the case, is it? Or is that the vision that you want to basically enable?
In the vision, and we want to make the Wi-Fi as an infrastructure, and we'd like to ask many municipalities to join city-ROM, and actually Tokyo has just joined our system. So yes, you will see that later. And the venue types are very important, and we are looking at some venues where people want to stay longer, and the co-working spaces is one of the candidates. And of course, the conference center is important, and hot spring facility. And you can enjoy hot spring and work there. And the resort hotel complex. Can you believe it? The open roaming is available on some vending machines. So if you have a chance to come to Kyoto, you can find this. And this is just a trial, but one member company provided open roaming service, open roaming and edge roam service on the local sightseeing buses. And this is the Tokyo's case. And here you can see this Shinjuku station there. And there's a Tokyo Metropolitan Government. And around that region, around that area, we see some 5G poles, smart poles, or the signages. And they have Wi-Fi access point inside. And we provide the backend radius system. So we have some key success factors. So the edge roam and open roaming combined architecture is it works. So I forgot something very important. Edge roam access is about 70%. So this is very high because the reason is that many students and staff already have the devices configured with edge roam credentials. This is very important. A similar thing can be seen on the cell phones, mobile phones, and we want to have more telecom operators to join open roaming. The SIM authentication is very easy, and in fact we have many authentication requests from the cell phones. So the edge roam support is very important to convince prospective operators and prospective municipalities. We have edge roam, and then they will be very much interested in education support, research support. But if we have only only open roaming only, then I'm not so sure. But of course, the municipalities want to provide free Wi-Fi, secure one, and that's why we need open roaming. And the multi-operator scheme is very important, and simplicity, managed system, and as I said, the existing identity is very important. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think Dr. Nujati took lots of the questions, but I'm sure you'll find Professor Idiaki also during the break if there's anything urgent or more pressing. Yeah, maybe one very quick angle, if you don't mind. Yeah, Professor, please.
Yes, my question is, how do you provide profiles or certificates to the people which are going to join open roaming?
So that's a very big problem. At the moment, we encourage people to use the existing identity providers. For example, the Global Reach is providing IDP service, but of course we cannot rely on them so long. And after the Tokyo has joined, they have just begun developing their own IDP system, and they are now developing an application. And that application allows us to get on board the open roaming using social accounts. That will help.
Okay. No, thank you so much again, and great news with Tokyo moving forward now in 2023. We have been waiting for long, but yeah, thank you so much, Professor Idiaki. Okay, very well. I propose we move on. So we talked about the problem. We saw some live, solutions from Japan. But now I think we could just start baselining the technology. So I would like to invite my colleague Jonah Ross. So he's been, our open roaming program manager, I know he's been busy. We are trying, Jonah, to function almost like Alexa solving open roaming problems, but I'm sure we'll get there.
So hi everyone. My name is Jonah Ross, based out of London. So I've been with the WBA for around 1.5 years now, on Bruno's team, alongside senior manager Pedro Mota at the back there. So yeah, today I'm just going to discuss an overview of open roaming and a few case studies. So yeah, this is my agenda for today. So we'll kick things off with the members' vision and what open roaming is. We've had a lot of discussions about open roaming, so I thought it'd be good to clarify what it actually is and the concept of it. We'll then move on to the open roaming live concept. So what we're doing here today and what we do at all of our WGC events, and then move on to the high level architecture. We'll then get into some case studies. So deployments at Park Royale, deployments at Lake Oconee Church, our previous deployment at WGC Amsterdam. And then we can discuss another deployment we're currently working on in the city of Dublin. And then we can conclude with some accomplishments and a final call for participation. Click, Pedro. Thank you, sir. Right, so what is open roaming? So as we can see here, open roaming is based off of 3 dimensions. So we have the cybersecurity service, the cloud federation, and also the network automation. But I'd rather talk about it in a sense of what is it and how do we use it. So open roaming is a secure, seamless, and interoperable service. So let's use a real life use case. So people come to the event today and they connect to the network. What happens now? You provision your device one time and of course you connect, but when you go to the next location, do you have to do it again? The answer is no. So open roaming is seamlessly moving from network to network. So if we use the hotel, for example, we come here, we connect to the open roaming network. Let's say we head into London now, we go to Canary Wharf, we're automatically going to join and jump onto that next network. So of course, it's based off a set of business and technical components that enables the function of the roaming federation. And we do have access to all these documentation in terms of the RIC standards, the legal frameworks, and of course, there's the configurations that need to be done on the access points and also on the back end of the IDP side also. But yeah, it is a roaming federation service enabling automatic and secure Wi-Fi experience globally, which we will know. So the vision of WBA Open Roaming Live. So it's enabling, of course, an open network, which is very secure, with wide support across locations for attendees to experience automatic and easy logging. So we all know what it's like going for a captive portal experience. So open roaming paves the way past that now. So you're able to latch onto networks without needing to do anything manual. So with open roaming live, or our vision, so it's to have this throughout the entirety of the Congress, whether it be in the rooms, guest rooms, the lobbies, just all areas we can cover. That's what we try and do, and that's our aim. And of course, the benchmark leading venue in the world, so providing a seamless experience and the best Wi-Fi experience to attendees, citizens, etc. And finally, to expand connectivity to more locations, which is a lot harder done than said. So we do try and enable open roaming in as many locations as possible. But yeah, it's getting to a live deployment in, let's say, the airports or let's say the city center. It is something we are working on. It's something we will try and improve and accomplish in our next few events. And yeah, so case study and promotional materials. So of course, once we complete an end-to-end deployment, putting it out there, it's just paving the way for open roaming even more and more. And just allowing people to see how secure open roaming is and how capable it is. And of course, there is no cost involved. So we do tend to use the infrastructure that's already there. So we'll work with the venues and the locations to get that deployment underway. So yeah, this is the architecture. So of course, we have the deployment at the Park Royale Hotel. And the vision is to, of course, have additional locations, as I mentioned, such as Shangji Airport. And another example is Garden by the Bay. We then have the interconnection running to the ecosystem brokers. So in this instance, we had the ComScope RadSec set up. So it's proxied back to ComScope, and there was also some link broad testing going on also with their AAA infrastructure that they've set up fairly recently over the last few days. And then the cloud IDs are your identity providers. So that they are the ones issuing the credentials to get users onto the network. And of course, there is the other services and providers, so your AT&Ts and your T-Mobiles, where you can actually broadcast the realms onto the controller to have the MNOs offloading to an open roaming network. So yeah, we can move into a few of the real life case studies now. So yeah, the first case study is of course Park Royale. So in terms of the challenges, there wasn't too many challenges in terms of this deployment. The primary one was the provisioning of users. And when I say that, I don't mean provisioning users on their devices because we can all access IDPs through the online websites, but it's provisioning users onto the network who don't have access to a network. And I think that's an ongoing challenge in the whole open roaming sector. So getting users who have no connectivity in the first place on their laptops, whatever it may be, to get on board onto an open roaming network. We have discussed a few ways around it, whether it be having an open network on the side where you can get on board, provision your device, but some people might see it as once you're online, the end goal is complete. You don't need to then come back offline to connect to another open roaming network. They might think, what is the point? So this is something we have to work on and discuss. So yeah, the solution in this instance was to decide on no Park Royale IDP solution. So we're just using the existing IDPs, but the laptop use case is still something that needs to be discussed on getting users onto the network. And in terms of the results, yeah, it's another successful open roaming deployment. I think a lot of people here, I think everyone here may have connected one way or another to the open roaming network. We was able to build new relationships with the Linkbroad team and the Ruckus Concept Singapore team. So they was great to work with. So VJ, Kenny, Digger, Shucock, and Philip on the Linkbroad team to provide that support where needed. And then finally, yeah, it took us well under 2 months to get everything up and running in terms of the configurations on the CommScope R720 access points. Okay, so the next one is Lake Oconee Church. So this was a very unique use case. So yeah, one morning we just saw a request come through from a church and we thought, okay, why does the church need Wi-Fi? And then we realized there's a lot more behind it in terms of they're hosting meetings there. They need people to get on board to the network and just providing connectivity to the users in the church location. So some of the challenges was, so the requestee was actually working remote from South Africa. So we had to work with him to find someone that was in the area to go and set up all the access points on their side. There was another aspect in terms of the financial component, setup cost, et cetera, which I guess is a challenge in terms of all Wi-Fi deployments. And then the final one was providing the support on the configurations. So yeah, we worked with ISD members, of course, to provide remote support where needed. In terms of project management, we provided support from our end to end to do what we can, providing the correct documentation. We set up our own guides, videos of showing how you can set up on their MR36 Cisco Meraki equipment. And finally, in terms of the results, so yeah, the end-to-end deployment took about 2 months, which was pretty quick, I think, considering that the requestee from Lake Oconee Church didn't have too much back-end knowledge in terms of connectivity and wireless setups. So that was pretty good from his side. And then finally, in terms of the progression and the next step, so now the Lake Oconee Church is expanding to 52,000 square feet plot. So there's going to be an additional set of APs that need to be set up on his side, which is, from our side, it's pretty great. Okay, yeah, so WGC Amsterdam, which was our previous event. So yeah, a few of the challenges. So yeah, provisioning users onto the network again, as we can see, it's a recurring thing. But of course, there's ways around it, and we have the FOS group to work on things like that. Another issue we encountered was getting the realms on the controller to carrier offload AT&T customers at the RAI, because I think we was using an older firmware on the Cisco Catalyst access point. Yeah, there was a few issues in actually getting the realms onto the controller, but eventually we managed to solve that. And finally, one issue that they seem to have had was configuring multiple APs over a short space of time. Because there was such a mass amount of access points being used in this deployment, it seemed to be some sort of issue they was having on their side, but of course we managed to find a way to solve it. In terms of the solution, yeah, so it was just deciding on one logical solution in terms of provisioning users. So we just went ahead and used the IDPs we have from our side to get users onto the network. The second solution, so yeah, working with all parties to find a way to broadcast the realm. So eventually we found a few guides online that supported us in terms of how we can actually broadcast these AT&T realms to get the customers online. And then finally, yeah, just internal testing. So testing is, of course, the key to getting everything working. Once you do your testing, you have access to the logs and we can see where the issue lies. And in terms of the results, yeah, we was able to see 1,139 unique devices connected to the network. 60 Cisco Catalyst APs enabled with open roaming, and users were able to successfully connect to the open roaming network each time they came in of proximity of an open roaming access point. And we also managed to enable a DHCP option, which is CAPO option 113, which was enabled and Android users were able to experience it. Sorry, option 114, yeah. And the final use case I would like to go over is the City of Dublin. So this was the phase 1 approach. So we've managed to enable in 2 locations. So one is Bernardo Square and one is Amphitheatre. There was a few challenges here. So one was an approval process. So when you're working with some sort of city or some sort of council, you need to get, or they need to get some sort of permission from higher up to enable this live network, if you will, in said city. Once we got the approval, it was pretty straightforward in terms of getting everything done. Selecting the location, so we just had to determine which first 2 locations we could use, which would generate enough traffic for it to be called a success, which of course, having the open roaming network is a success in itself. And finally, again, the concern of provisioning users onto the network. In terms of that solution for provisioning users, we have managed to discuss with the City of Dublin a IDP solution. So they are working with a few companies to try and find the best way to onboard the users that access the City of Dublin. And then in terms of the deployment locations, which, yeah, as I mentioned, we just had to pick logical locations where the user traffic would be high enough. In terms of the results, yeah, so we enabled the 2 locations, as I mentioned. We've seen the results of hundreds of users connecting daily, and of course, it will pave the way now for more cities to become smart cities in terms of open roaming deployments. So we provided communities, residents, and businesses with seamless, high-quality connectivity. And the completion of phase 1 allowed us to push on for a phase 2, which I don't think I can get into too much details about as of now, as it's still in the works, but feel free to come back to me in a few weeks' time and I'll give you an update. I just have a short clip of how you provision your device now that we've gone over the case studies. And if you haven't provisioned your device, feel free to scan the QR code and it will redirect you to the WBA online sign-up page. And feel free to put a profile of your choice onto your device. So once you have actually gone onto the sign-up page, you will then be able to select a profile of your choice. You accept the T's and C's. Feel free to read the T's and C's in the privacy policy. You will then download and install the profile onto your device. So this is on iOS. You'll then be prompted to select your device. And then once you have done that, you then redirect to your settings on your phone, and then you will see a prompt come up saying profile downloaded. You'll then be able to click on that and then install that profile onto your device. Also bear in mind, so Samsung users and Google Pixel users are pre-provisioned, so you don't need to go through this step necessarily, but you can still install a profile onto your Android or Samsung device. But you will be able to connect through DPD as a Samsung or Google user. If you do have any problems, feel free to find me and I'll help you provision your device and get you onboarded. And just to wrap up quickly, so yeah, a few accomplishments within the WBA open roaming. So yeah, we have 1,000 live networks across the globe with, I think, 2 million live hotspots with 300 cities, enterprises involved. Since Q1 of 2022, we've seen 150% increase actually, up to 200 trials ongoing within the WBA as of now. Then you can see the map here. So yeah, we can see the areas we need to sort of work on and try and get some more live locations enabled, some hotspots enabled. So yeah, these are our KPIs for this year, and we'll work on that to have this map completely green as soon as we can. And yeah, in terms of the vendors, bottom left there. So yeah, we have started a compliance program where we are working with these vendors to make them compliant of open roaming. So we're going to have all these guides for each of these vendors, along with many others, showing you how you can set up your access points, how you can proxy your access points to your RevSec infrastructure, and all of these cool things. So yeah, feel free to reach out to me and I'll be happy to discuss this in more detail. I know I'm running out of time. Yeah, of course, we have our IDPs all on the online sign-up page there. So feel free to take a look. And again, yeah, provision your devices. So as you head to your next location, you'll be ready to connect to the network. And finally, yeah, the open roaming portal. So we have the portal live. If you haven't got access to your open roaming portal as a member, feel free to reach out to me and I'll help you get onboarded to the portal. And we are looking into a phase 2 now. So any feedback would be more than welcome. Thank you.
Very good, Jonah. Thank you so much. There is one question from the chatty, so let's take one.
So given the case studies that you have had, now what is the learning that we need to focus on in terms of next phase of open roaming from the deployment point of view, enablement point of view? What are the key learning that you have had that we need to improve and focus on?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think there's a few different things we need to work on in terms of open roaming deployments. I think one of the main ones is smart cities. So if we can sort of push open roaming on these cities and on these big enterprises, it will sort of pave the way for other smaller companies and smaller venues to then come forward and be like, okay, we want to be a part of this open roaming federation. And that way we'll be able to have worldwide open roaming networks. So wherever you go, you'll be able to connect seamlessly to a network one way or another.
Well, the question that I was just trying to get to is that when you look at the open roaming, there are the AP ecosystem where they need to do something for the open roaming. And then there is the device ecosystem, and there is the IDP part. Given all these three different items over here, what is the most challenging one? Do we have the AP enablement experience up there, or do we have a lot of work to be done? Can we just do one touch and then the open roaming is good to go, or do we go through lots of hoops and struggle to get this thing working? What is the thing that we can say that, okay, guys, we need to do this thing for the APs, we need to do this thing for the devices. We know for the device over there, as you said, there is the onboarding issue. It's a challenge, especially for Wi-Fi only devices. And given all these things over there, what are the things that we need to put together and bring them together so that this is a light touch enablement path that we can focus on?
Yeah. No, all good points, Najati. I totally agree. So next 2 days we'll have working sessions, and yeah, you lead one of those key groups. We really need to put more mass around the onboarding and to massify it. From the network standpoint, Jonah presented 11 vendor OEMs that are working on the easy button. So I think all is moving, but if I look into this venue, it's working, but still many of you didn't have a profile off the shelf. Maybe, I don't know, like 10% if you were coming from, a deployment in Europe or other places, but let's tackle it. Thank you so much, Jonah. Okay, so next I would like to invite Erinol. So she's the director of program management at AT&T. Is also our ex-team roaming work group chair, and probably gets the more requests as she represents AT&T on this event. So Erin, let me welcome you to stage.
All right, well, we'll try to make this short and sweet. Unfortunately, my co-chair, Betty Cockrell from Single Digits, wasn't able to make it. So you're stuck with me, but we'll do the best we can here. What we're going to talk about is just an overview of what is the roaming work group? What do we do? Talk a little bit about RICS. We've heard it. It actually stands for Wireless Roaming Intermediary Exchange. And we'll talk a little bit about the document library. Talk about some accomplishments from last year talk about what we're doing for this year. And then really, it's a call to action to, if you aren't a WBA member, join. And if you are, join the roaming work group. And then if there's time, we'll take questions. So really, our focus area is RICS. And RICS documents, WBA ID, RADSAC, support for open roaming settled, and open roaming. Mark's kept us busy this last week, or last year, I should say. We also like to do a lot of promotion with the other industry forums. So we work a lot with GSMA, a little bit with OnGo Alliance, and then once in a while, some things with the WFA. We also are responsible for the WBA document library. Our deliverables are to promote best practices for roaming, maintain and drive the evolution of the RIC specs, and support different roaming business models. And then certainly last and maybe most important is really promote compliance and best practices. So this is all the documents. It's a little overwhelming. It goes from head to toe, snoot to tail, if you will. But essentially what it does is it provides you all of the components and the documents that are needed in order to start basically Wi-Fi and roaming. There is the umbrella document, and that gives you a very good overview. Then you have the network, interconnect, location, and then data and financial clearing. We also have a lot of support information. So if you're new and just going to start roaming, we have things about roaming agreement templates. We have technical business exchange documents and guides that are out there. And then most recently, the WBA ID, which is critical to identify you as the operator in the whole process. We also have documents related to PKI RADSAC guidelines and a lot of the different security components as well. For 2022, as I mentioned, we spent a lot of time going through and doing a lot of work on the templates for open roaming. Just going ahead, building on, I'll say, regular roaming and taking that on to the open roaming. We did a lot of language for terminology and different pieces, created a whole new TED and CBED specific to open roaming. And then we started taking a look at mandatory versus required items for open roaming and RICS, because there's some operators that maybe they're not interested in doing settling. So does this really apply to us? Does it not? And kind of trying to dig through that. We had other document updates that were there. And then we'd like to say that there's never any dispute management, but anytime there's money comes up. So updated the dispute management and resolution document as well. We have a few carryover items, and some of it is what seems like should be easy is not always easy. And some of it is really defining the session date and time used for that. Others are the start and end for traffic for a month. And then also just, again, continuing to address that mandatory versus optional, particularly in open roaming. So one of the other pieces, as we've got for 2023, I think at the very beginning of the program, it was shared, but we have 3 new initiatives that are going to be kicked off within the roaming work group. The first one is the signaling location information in radius. And it's really finding a way to determine accurate location information for Wi-Fi APs and passing that on to radius servers or the UEs. We just kicked this off actually on Friday of last week. After that, we also are working on the billing and charging evolution. Obviously, the industry continues to move forward. We need to move forward with it and make it easier. We're also trying to simplify this and align Wi-Fi roaming with GSMA's efforts with billing and charging evolution. We have that today in their current TAP standards, but this just brings it up to date as they're moving forward with their evolution as well. And that is, I think right now we're planning on kicking that off sometime in Q2. And then if time and resources permit, and I know this is near and dear to Yong's heart, we do have another one out there, and that's the decentralized open roaming networks. And that's exploring the possibilities of using a new identifier, a new credential, and blockchain opportunities that would be there. So those are really the 3 key new projects that are out there along with the other carryovers and then anything else that might come up. So again, I'll ask the call of action. If you guys aren't WBA members, please join. You could not ask for more passionate leadership from Tiago, Bruno, Pedro, Jonah, and the others. And for those that are members, we certainly welcome you to the roaming working group as well. That's it.
Okay, so I propose we move on. We are a bit late on the agenda, but I'm sure we'll recover. But yeah, so roaming work group meets on Wednesdays if you are members. Sorry, it's Fridays if you are members. The meetings are on the extranet. If you are not, we are happy to just see how we can get involved. But yeah, continuing on this pace, again, very practical work for those of you that have, deployments, Wi-Fi deployments. We have our WBA testing and interoperability work group. Historically, one of the more hands-on activities we have, and especially for 2023, there is some very interesting projects coming up. So I would like to invite one of our work group chairs. So it's Peter Thornycroft. He's a distinguished engineer at the CTO team at HP Aruba. So Peter, welcome.
Good afternoon. Almost tea time. Very important time of the day. Let's see if we can pop a slide up. Am I going the wrong way? Oh, that's the one to start with. All right. So hello, I'm Peter Thornycroft, HP Aruba. You've just seen my co-chair, Erin, from AT&T, and our chair, Michael Sim, from Single Digits. He can't be here today, sends his apologies, but he is a wonderful leader for the group. So we are testing and interoperability, which is too long for me to say. We usually call it T&I. And there we go. I'll talk about what we did last year, what we're doing now, and yeah, what we're going to do for the rest of this year. So testing and interoperability is a permanent group. We meet every week, we meet year in, year out, and every year we have project groups that work sort of as children, although they're very independent from us. So as you can see, last year, 2022, we had an Access Networks QoS group, which was looking at how an access network can report and monitor various parameters that show how good your quality is, because IDPs in particular, identity providers, want to know that. There's also an end-to-end QoS group looking at how we can make QoS work all the way through the data path. ANQP elements are things that work in the passpoint protocol, let the device know about the access point and what it can connect you with. And then the Wi-Fi device identification, I think you're all aware of MAC randomization. We're very interested in that. I'll talk about that in a couple of slides here. So last year, some of the things we looked at actually in the T&I group, we looked at IMSI privacy, which is a slightly technical thing. But when you start doing IPSIM, aka in the vanilla protocol, there is a point where you send the IMSI in clear, and that's a long-lasting identifier. Obviously, it's something we don't really want to expose over the air. And so there's been work done that started in the WBA to improve that. And we had a little rev of that document last year. 3GPP dynamic peer discovery. When we moved to open roaming, we go to RADSEC, and that means, in the open roaming context anyway, that it's an any-to-any connection. We don't have an IPsec tunnel with radius going to our hub or our IDP. We can just connect to anyone on the fly. And being able to figure out where you need to go to do that, in particular looking at operators, as you can see here with this 3GPPnetwork.org, That was a problem because the 3GPPnetwork.org domain is not publicly accessible. And TNI was part of this, but there were many other people in the WBA involved, in particular Mark Grayson here, in going to 3GPP GSMA and getting a publicly available tag that we can go and discover from. It's that pub in the middle of the 3GPPnetwork.org that makes the difference here. Device ID, the MAC randomization, we did a big paper that ended last year. We're considering going back because there's work being done in various other forums, including the IEEE and IETF, as you can see here. So we keep an eye on all that. Some more work that we're doing right now that we haven't wrapped up yet, deauthentication imminent. When we look at Passpoint, and in particular Passpoint with carriers, with operators, there are many, many failed attempts in our world. And that puts a load on the whole system. Sometimes it's because the device has bad credentials. Sometimes it's because the IDP can't figure out where they came from. Sometimes it's just something else. But anything we can do to reduce that number of failing authentication attempts is a good thing for the whole network. And this was something that we are looking at right now. It's a way for the network, after a failed authentication attempt, to tell the device, go away and don't come back for a while. So it doesn't just keep hammering on the network every few seconds. IETF reverse COA, as we said before, when we move to open roaming, all these radius connections are dynamic, they're ADSEC. And that means that you can authenticate, but once you've done the authentication, there's no persistent connection there. So if the far end, the IDP, wants you to disconnect, it's got no way of getting back in, particularly, obviously, because you're going through your NAT and firewall, and you can't do that backwards in the normal scheme of things. So there's work going on in IETF to improve that. And we are working with the people working in IETF and the IETF group there. RedX and Red Extra are the magic names, I think, for IETF. DPP provisioning. So DPP, Device Provisioning Protocol, out of the Wi-Fi Alliance, also known as EasyConnect, is a way to provision headless devices with Wi-Fi credentials. It's completely secure, which differentiates it from virtually every other way you could do it. It is pretty complicated, but the improvement that's coming out through the WBA is to take that, and instead of using it just for vanilla Wi-Fi profile, if you will, we can use it for a Passpoint profile. And now we can provision an IoT device, a headless device, typically, that can roam. So if it's mobile in some way, carried around by something or someone, then as it goes to different venues, it can connect automatically. Pretty cool. And we have general joint meetings every few months with the Wi-Fi Alliance in particular to exchange information and roadmaps. And so that we, as the WBA, and we like to think of ourselves as practitioners as much as protocol standards people, we can give a little bit of input to the Wi-Fi Alliance that we think the market would like to see this, or there's a need for that. So we keep that going. Let's have a quick look at 2023 program. You can see that the access network metrics and the end-to-end Wi-Fi quality of service groups, they have not wrapped up yet, so they're continuing through the year. But there are a couple of new groups there, the radius accounting assurance and venue requirements. If I can click it, there we go, thank you. Here's a little more detail on those two new groups that are just starting up. We're just beginning to kick them off right now. So radius accounting assurance is pretty interesting. As practitioners, we have found that a lot of the accounting information that comes from these access networks, well, let me walk that back. Not a lot of it, but some of it is suspect. We get figures that don't make sense and that maybe could not possibly be true. And because in particular, as you move into operators and professional service providers, I might call it, they're very interested in accurate data. We're going to go in, and this group is intending to figure out how you would identify when the data is suspect and what you should do about it. And then feed that back perhaps to the IETF groups. It's more to do with how you use radius accounting than the actual fields within radius accounting. It's what you put in them. So that's one thing. The other thing, venue requirements for user engagement. My colleague here, Charlie Ilgrove, is going to kick that off. And that is looking at how you'd put together an access network from the user perspective, from the network perspective. If you think about what the Ant Labs presentation showed us a bit earlier today, there's a lot of things you can do there that affect what the user sees when they walk into the venue. But then on the other hand, there are a lot of things that the venue owner wants to know about as you come into the venue. So Charlie's going to look at all aspects of that in this group and look at how we can recommend streamlining the protocols, perhaps, how we can explain to venue owners how they can put the different things together in different combinations. A lot of pretty interesting stuff that's going to end up showing the state of the art in how you do user engagement and connectivity at these venues. All right, so that was a very quick run through. We do have weekly meetings, as I said. We're at 9 o'clock Pacific time on Tuesday mornings. And yes, you can figure out the different time zones off that. And the next meeting is going to be not next week, but the week after, I think, because we generally have a week off after the plenary here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Peter. So the scope seems huge. I'm glad that attendance has been growing, so hopefully we can, cater to all these plans. Okay, but it's time for a panel. I think this panel might help us, wrapping up some ideas and hopefully generate some discussion here. So the panel will be about optimizing public Wi-Fi networks and Wi-Fi roaming. And I would like to invite on stage to join us Buleng Ku. So it's a system engineering manager for Ruckus based out of Asia region. So let me please invite you to join us. I would like to invite again to the stage Erin Hall from AT&T and Mark Grayson from Cisco that you saw this morning. So let me also get some mics for the speakers. I think there was one there. Okay, perfect. So why don't we start just with the quick round of introductions? Maybe Buleng, you just joined. So as starters, I would like, because we're talking about public Wi-Fi and all these issues, but maybe from your personal standpoint and the role you have, in your company, how would you define, your mission and how you act on those, these areas within your scope?
Okay, so I would say if you are looking at public Wi-Fi, you take into consideration in terms of enterprise Wi-Fi and public Wi-Fi, there's some differences here. So enterprise Wi-Fi is more static. The people, the user that comes into the area are always the same, right? Yeah. Or it doesn't change dynamically. But public Wi-Fi can be very dynamic. The people that congregate in certain areas can be huge and can be small, right? So this actually creates some challenges for the network in terms of user experience, especially with serving the application that they put in use and the connectivities that is allowed to be attached to the network itself. So this can create a lot of challenges for them. That is number one. Now, number two is in terms of public Wi-Fi, when it comes to managing this network, it can be very huge and it will scale, right? And in terms of managing, you can't simply just keep hiring people to, manage the network. It doesn't scale that way, right? And definitely automation comes into play, analytics come into play to kind of help in that situations. Yeah.
Got it. So fostering, the way you convince them to go forward. Yeah. So maybe just to add some spin on the question, especially because we have AT&T and Cisco, and you just, promoted one of these demos within the WBA membership that was about improving the dynamic discovery, and we talked about SIM card authentication along this, period. And therein, AT&T was one of the first doing SIM offload here with AS Thailand, with Firestone in Taiwan. So from your perspective, how does those tools are helping, keeping the momentum and getting people to think about this again?
Yeah, I mean, I think for AT&T, our goal is to always be best connected. So whether that's a mobile network operator, if it's Wi-Fi, whatever that may be. The other critical piece, though, is I think we want to make sure for our customers that it's frictionless. So, looking at things like open roaming, things that we're looking at, that the WBA is doing is huge, but we also always need to make sure it's seamless, secure, and everything for our customers as well. So I think that's where when we look at offload, we do indeed offload sometimes to Wi-Fi, but we want to make sure that that Wi-Fi network is as good, if not better, than the mobile network before we go ahead and move a customer over to that. So whether it be public Wi-Fi, again, as long as it's safe, secure, and things, we don't necessarily, I guess we are technology agnostic as long as it's the right thing for the customer.
Maybe Mark, you would like to comment on how you are helping?
So absolutely. So AT&T clearly have a set of requirements in terms of being able to geolocate their authenticating users and to have real-time visibility into the quality of service that those users will likely experience if they get authenticated onto the network. And so we've been working closely with AT&T to deliver them those capabilities so they're confident when they authenticate users onto open roaming that those users are going to have an excellent experience.
Yes. So maybe that's a catalyst to improve, all the rollouts and optimizing this experience. Sorry, Bulin, you had a comment?
No, sorry.
Yeah. So basically, baselining the operator story and being here in Singapore. So we were talking with the colleagues from Park Royal, not sure if they are here. And we did this great experience here, but they were sharing that from a Singapore, standpoint, they need to max out the network. So basically, whatever pipe they have, they just keep it open. And maybe when I was showing the examples from the shopping mall, so the Millennium Walk, the Suntec. So here from the region standpoint, Bling, do people ask questions on, okay, I will deploy this public Wi-Fi, but I want a certain SLA, the QoS Mark was referring. Is that a requirement that enterprises put on you, or?
Well, if you're talking about the Singapore context, right? So the government here actually embraced digitization. So in fact, a couple of years back, they kind of give free Wi-Fi to everyone. Yep. So if you happen to log on, you'll see SG Wireless, something like that on the SSID. So this is actually a kind of initiative the government has put up in terms of promoting people to use Wi-Fi and to do things on more digital sense, right? Now, we don't really, in terms of here locally, definitely Wi-Fi is a must. If I were to ask you, leave your phone one day away, don't touch it, can you survive? I doubt so. So here, definitely Wi-Fi is very important. So what we do is we leverage on the SG at the wireless, and we just go about. And they use what you call the eSIM authentication to kind of attach us. So we can just move anywhere. You can go to Some more in the east or in the west, you're attached anyway, with the same SSID. So definitely roaming in terms of this sense is really good for us.
Got it. So maybe a common, factor here is that most of the cases you share, they are either free or kind of, hospitality and enterprise commodity services. But trying to shift gears here in terms of the growth and the success. Most of the times in our conversations, monetization also comes. And Wi-Fi roaming, historically, when we are having conversations even for open roaming deployments, we receive the question. So can I receive some money for this? Can you pay me? Or are there any IDPs willing to pay me to go forward? So maybe, starting with you, Erin. So people always ask me, so can you get AT&T to work on my, network? So when you mentioned that you want is always best connected, Mark mentioned that you have, QoS, SLAs. So if someone is planning to do this, nice schema for offload and they want to work with a mobile carrier, would you have any recommendations for them in terms of how they prepare, what the carriers will ask them to comply with at the high level?
I can at least speak for AT&T from our standpoint. Most of the time, if we are paying for Wi-Fi, our customers are not seeing it. We're not passing that cost on to the actual end user. Because again, if they're happy in the end, we're being able to keep them as a customer and keep that revenue internally. So most of the time, I think from an end user, we don't sell, quote unquote, Wi-Fi packages or anything for customers. It's just included with their overall roaming service. And then whether that's, in our case in the US, if it's domestic offload, if it's international, what would be there. And again, keeping the customer for us is the most important thing and keeping them happy. And then we're receiving the revenue that way and can therefore compensate another provider if applicable.
Yeah, revenue share. So maybe on that note, Mark, I would probably try just to press on the open roaming and the scalability that was built, also to help with this motivation to grow public Wi-Fi and some monetization opportunities, because people sometimes they think, oh no, if I want to do agreements, I have to do hundreds of agreements or thousands if it's about Wi-Fi world. So how do you think open roaming work and the standard is helping to achieve this objective?
Yeah, well, I guess that was the key shift in open roaming that in the past it was all based on bilaterals and you had to do agreements with individual operators and broadcast their identifiers. And we know that involved engaging with the legal teams of the operators and that they're only a finite resource and they can only scale so much. And therefore we saw that type of model only focused on a limited number of opportunities. I think what open roaming does, it changes the dynamic. When you join the federation, you agree to those terms for an access network provider, which we've obviously defined in sort of cooperation with the carriers, such that those are amenable terms to the carriers, which are a baseline then such that the carriers should be happy to authenticate their users onto those particular networks. So it's around scaling for the 600 million Wi-Fi networks and building something which might scale massively, because that's how many Wi-Fi networks are out there. And so thinking about how to scale to 600 million is certainly a different way about how you would scale for 800 or so mobile operators.
No, yeah, that's a very good point in terms of scalability and being here in Asia again. So there are so many providers and things that need to be aligned. But yeah, maybe this would be a good timing just to check if anyone in the audience would like to ask a question to the panel. Okay, so looks like we are going to carry on. So maybe what I would like to do now is talk a bit more about solutions, exact solutions. So again, Buleng, you are working on systems engineering. So when we think about tools and innovation that could help fostering public Wi-Fi, I think there is maybe a shift towards trying to do more things with Wi-Fi. So even talking here with Park Royal, so they are enjoying the experience. It's seamless, but the bandwidth is already maxed out. But now they're thinking about IoT. They want to do more with location-based services, the same with cities. They are trying to create efficiencies. So do you think, public Wi-Fi can evolve and there are new tools that could merge all these into one concept?
I would say there are possibility. It's not there are not possibility. So if you happen to attend this morning session where my colleagues Vasu presented the sessions, right, pertaining to the part of the Wi-Fi access. So what we are seeing is that mainly the APs, we need to make it more intelligent in a sense to improve the, to improve the quality of service for especially the end user, right? The end user experience is the one that we are taking care of. Now, tools like adaptive, the per packet adaptive transmission using lower power to, to transmit higher throughput, actually give a better experience, for user. And in fact, all these actually help us to save certain bandwidth as well, to use it for other purpose, right? Now, on top of that, other tools such as cell site optimization, meaning you need to optimize the individual cell site not to have interference with each other, so that you can load balance, some of the user to specific APs real time. And this could also help in terms of, releasing some of the bandwidth that is required for the IoTs, right? Or any other application. Now, one of the other things is because when you attach to any other additional IoT applications, right, they tend to use some of the traffic. Now, depending on how much important is the traffic. So there are systems like in the backend that could handle things like, if this is an important traffic, I may give them a higher QoS, and I will suppress some of the others management traffic as well. So these are the tools that is available, for us to look into moving into, let's say, Wi-Fi 6 and beyond Wi-Fi 6, like Wi-Fi 7, to get broader bandwidth and to use some others applications. Right.
No, got it. It's a good point also on the management that you mentioned from the IT standpoint. So the IT manager from Park Royal, ideally, he wants to manage not many silos, but if you can converge it, that will help.
Right.
So maybe Mark, on this IoT angle, and of course, open roaming is evolving. So you saw on the roadmap slide, we have open roaming for IoT. How do you see, open roaming helping, evolving public Wi-Fi, but also bringing these into one single, factory for IT managers and raise the confidence to keep investing? Do you see an angle there to a touch point?
Yeah, I think the other lesson of open roaming is if you fragment, you sort of split the market opportunity and you make it more complex and less likely to succeed in the market. I think the benefit of open roaming is to try and deliver a single coherent approach which can support many different businesses. We've talked about settle, we've talked about settlement free, you talked about IoT. If we can layer all of those on a common foundation, then I would say that the probability that we are successful is going to increase. And I think that sort of mantra we should adhere to that moving forward. Instead of trying to fragment and segment, let's try and converge.
Got it. Yeah, so maybe in terms of how we see the use cases unfolding and the motivation, to carry on optimizing public Wi-Fi, even, some of these deployments coming from the NGA years, we always did some effort to do the enablement, but, after some time, the companies would probably switch off, NGH and just go back to regular service or what they were doing. So probably it's a mix of, motivation, some settlement opportunities, getting IoT to work as well under this context. So if we were to talk a bit about the Asia market, that as we saw, Singapore, big bet on 5G, even the regulators are trying, just to have a strategy for everyone to move forward and compete on that arena. So is there any touch points with 5G, private 5G, that either, Wi-Fi alone or with open roaming, we could start including on the agenda? So they push for a Wi-Fi agenda alongside, the 5G push that we saw this morning. So is there anything you would propose, recommend on that front?
So just, I guess, from a regional perspective, I guess we see, I looked at the figures on open roaming deployments that we've got internally, and these are about 6 months old. But I think of the sort of 2,000 to 3,000 networks out there, if we sort of discount the free ones and the trial ones, we're down to about 1,200. And of that, I think 60%, say 700 are in the Americas, about 400 in Europe. Only 5% of those open roaming deployments are in Asia Pac. So I think so if you look at that 60, 35, 5, I think Asia Pac has got some catching up to do just in terms of numbers of deployments. In other aspects, I think there are some leading deployments, and unfortunately, I think we're working with a retailer who is sort of the leading loyalty provider in their particular geography. I think they've got 13 million loyalty customers. And I think in the next week, they're about to go big with open roaming. Unfortunately, we can't share their names this week, but it gives you sort of an idea of some types of innovation that we're seeing within the region around identity provision. That absolutely, but in terms of numbers of networks, I would say Asia Pac candidly is lagging behind other geographies.
Yeah, so if we think at least about public Wi-Fi, I think, Korea, Japan, Singapore, they always had the best in terms of latency, coverage, broad public Wi-Fi. But for some reasons, in even legacy equipment and Passpoint not catching up and not wanting to invest to renew the network, maybe that didn't go forward as we expected. But yeah, so in terms of the priorities for the region, I know, Buleng, you mentioned about Singapore, but anything more broad around Southeast Asia that you are seeing, the 6 gigahertz is not there. So Mark shared even the numbers we have, like 60%, 5% only. Anything you could share how you see this?
Okay, what I see now is if you want to get more bandwidth for Wi-Fi, right? Definitely you need the 6 gigahertz spectrum to use. Unfortunately, within the whole ASEAN region, the development of the government is very different. So some tends to pull away and not to release the spectrum. Some tends to say, okay, you can use the spectrum. So it's very much on the regulatory issue per se. So if you look at Singapore itself, right, most of the driving factor is very much with the regulators. So the regulator will mandate that all the operators need to do roaming, interconnect and do the roaming, even for Wi-Fi. You cannot run away because they actually invest in that. But some other country like Malaysia or maybe Indonesia, if you happen to go there, I think you will find some frustration in terms of trying to find Wi-Fi and lock on, right? Yes. The thing is they want, the question coming back to us is still, how do you monetize them? End of the day is they want the money, but how do we monetize them? That is where they are looking at. I believe maybe
some clarification.
Able to comment on
yes.
this.
Yeah, I think there are a few dimensions here that we can explore and cluster. But yeah, just final confirmation. So we have one question from the audience, please. User information. So just repeating for the audience virtual. So it's about, user protection and mechanisms to avoid. If I attach to a public Wi-Fi network, what are the mechanisms to prevent, attacks?
Yeah, so there are, I guess, requirements in the access provider terms for open roaming that they should at least prohibit access to that illegal content. And so there are specific requirements. And then from an end user perspective, all end users with open roaming credentials on the devices have agreed on what is prohibited from being performed on the networks. So at least from a legal perspective, we've got those covered off. In terms of, I guess, the active attacks, I would say it's no different from any other network. You mentioned certificates. The open roaming certificates in particular are just on the sort of protecting the network to network interfaces. So wouldn't be something that is immediately accessible via the end user. But I think it would be sort of business as usual, looking to see how you protect your networks and best practice there, and maybe nothing specific around open roaming.
Yeah, so we can make a copy available of the legal terms.
Each country they have their own guidelines. For Thailand, they did 3 months logs for gas or users. So if a device gets hacked, then it'll be the parent company having the logs, or the local logs to track what's happening.
Yeah, so there's logging requirements on the access network. So all access networks are required to keep logs for open roaming.
Yeah, and then it's also important, I think you mentioned that this is a baseline. So you cannot subtract, but if you have a higher requirement for a certain region of the world, within the work group, that can be defined. So I know that, for instance, for India, there is a higher, amount of time that you need to keep those records for legal intercept. So that's something that can be done. Okay, so any final remarks? I think we have here quite some clusters. So everything that was discussed is part of some of the work groups, but clearly we have probably 3 areas. So one is education and working more closely with the regulators to just, expose how they can have joint strategies, both in terms of rollout, Wi-Fi complementing 5G, some discussion about monetization, and how to cater to mobile operators' requirements for offload. And finally, new tools, innovation, IoT, and integration with cloud platforms. So we are approaching the end of the panel. So maybe what I would like to share is that specifically for Asia region, we are planning to host a connectivity work group. So if you are interested in continuing these discussions, more than happy to invite you. So we frame the scope. We plan that initially there might be some white paper, with the objectives for the region, and then we'll decide whether we need, some guidelines, some local specifications, and eventually some field trials, to showcase these, technologies to the local regulators to get it going. But yeah, so if there's nothing else, I would like really to thank our panel for joining us here today. And now I think we are going to break for 30 minutes, and we'll be back at 4 for the final part of the Congress. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can go ahead and get started. So welcome back, everybody, from the coffee break. I am the last session of the day, so I appreciate I am in the way of the bar, the swimming pool, the gym, whatever is going to happen this evening. So we had a series of great presentations and discussions today. Final session, we have 4 presentations. So we're going to jump straight back into this as well. So just so you know, I'm Steve Namasurveyam, I'll be moderating. I'm in charge of our alliances and our memberships at the WBA. So if you are interested in getting involved, please come and see me or any of the WBA team, and we can talk about that as well. Okay. Our first presentation comes from Gennady Hantoro. He's Senior Manager at Telekom Indonesia, and he's going to be talking about Wi-Fi innovation in Indonesia. So, Gennady, welcome to the stage.
Good.
Might be playing up. We're going to check. We're going to check the clicker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, Steve. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gennady Dwi Hantoro. I am from Telekom Indonesia. In this occasion, I want to share about the Wi-Fi innovation in Indonesia, the product and the business. We not only talk about the technical, we also try to share about the business model, use case, and so on. So in this afternoon, I will share about the 4 terms. The first is about Telekom Indonesia explains. The second one is Indonesia Wi-Fi. And then the readiness and business portfolio. And the last about what is our innovation. Telekom can still crude and Wi-Fi product support Telekom to getting the revenue from our customer. This is Telekom Indonesia explain. 2% belong to Indonesian government, and then 47 belongs to the public. And last year's 2001, so the revenue quite huge, 143 trillions. So we have in population in Indonesia, we have around 250 million people, the population. So the biggest in the Southeast Asia and number 4 in the world. Yeah. The customer profiles, we have customer based on fixed broadband and mobile broadband. For the broadband consists of fixed around 8 million. Yeah. Maybe this year will reach until 10 million subscribers for the fixed broadband. And for the mobile is 120. So we have a subsidiary company, Telkomsel. They organize and also manage the mobile customer in Indonesia. And then for the international footprint, we have also this 10 office, including Singapore here. And starting last year, we have the program 5 modes, consist of FMC and digital connectivity, and then digital platform and digital service. In terms of infrastructure, consist of fixed mobile conversion or FMC and Infraco. Infraco is a fiber company still under construction now, to layering our infrastructure, to making the growth value in terms of the our structure in Indonesia. We learned from the tower company before. We have a telecom infrastructure. They manage the tower in Indonesia, and then they're going IPO. It's similar with Infraco. So the Wi-Fi itself will part of the FMG project, fixed mobile conversion. If we consider, if we see the existing infrastructure, the revenue growth is still growing, but not so significant. So we have some strategy in terms of the digital connectivity. We have to program FMG and Infraco. Because Telkom Indonesia is belong to the government, we not only consider for the business perspective, we also have the social responsibility to deploying the all infrastructure in Indonesia. So if we see our okay, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I speak too fast, yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah, this one. Wow, my presentation 200 speech. No, back. Yeah, this one. Indonesia has around 17,000 islands. Yeah, that's why Telkom's with some infrastructure based on wireline technology and wireless. Wireless consists of 2 types of technology: terrestrial or cellular, radio AP, and satellite. For the type of the infrastructure, we split into three types. Yeah, the first is for the ID ring. This is for the what we call transmission backbone. And then second one is ID access. This is access technology. We use fiber optics, wireless, cellular, and radio AP. And also ID conversion. This is for the data center and digital platform. So the Wi-Fi ID include of the ID access. Yeah, all of the infrastructure for the fiber optic and also for the cellular. The last, mostly our customer using Wi-Fi. That's why we are still concerned to develop the Wi-Fi ID to support the telecom group as to make a more customer experience. Next. Sorry. We starting developing Wi-Fi IDs around 212 years, and now we have around 150,000 access point in national in Indonesia coverage. Particularly for the region 2, Jakarta and Surabaya, they have a majority of the access point because our people, they mostly stay in Java Island, particularly in Jakarta and East Java. And the review, if we see that revenue based on the Wi-Fi is still growing, the profitability is growing very good. So last year we can get the revenue around 700 million in rupiah, million rupiah in Indonesia, and then mostly of the segment of our customer, consumer and the enterprise. But starting in this year, because of the see the phenomena, we see the regulation, the fixed broadband or consumer service and wireless broadband will be merged, FMG, and will be handled by Telkomsel. Telkomsel is one of telecom subsidiary company. And Telkom itself will focus on B2B, business to business. So that's why we are trying to developing more business model, more product to focus on the enterprise solution and also for the government solution. Okay, if we compare to some competitors, the operator Wi-Fi in Indonesia, Telkom is the biggest. Wi-Fi ID is the market leader in Indonesia, mostly around 97% of the revenue. And then that's why no worry that all of the ISP, they propose to collaborate with Telkom, and also not only for the ISP, also for the mobile operators. Because you see that our environment mostly in sea area, so we are very difficult to deploying the infrastructure based on wireline in Indonesia. That's why we focus on the collaboration, to grab the market and also for the new customer. Wi-Fi is very important for us, for Telkom, to making the first not only for the revenue, also for the increasing the brand, especially for in the Bali. I think all of audience here know Bali, so many event there, international event. So the end of our infrastructure using Wi-Fi, like the latest event in G20, we use Wi-Fi 6. Not only to serve our customer, our delegation, we also trying the new technology, 5G, and maybe Wi-Fi 7 after we are getting ideation in this workshop, this seminar, and then we trying and developing. 5G already deploying in Indonesia, but still in several places. Usually only for the showcase. Not developing in the massive area, because of the infrastructure is quite expensive, compared then of the revenue based on the 5G. So compared to Wi-Fi, I think Wi-Fi is more cheap compared than 5G. So that's why the worry that Wi-Fi will be moved to Telkomsel to have the customer experience based on wireless mobility. many event there, Indonesia, Parakim, PON, MotoGP, and so on. Okay, next. So Indonesia is Indonesia Wi-Fi also for the supporting of the social economy, not only for the business. Sometimes we help the people, in the rural area to serve them to getting the access to internet, especially for in the disaster area. When they get in disaster, if we deploy 5G, is too expensive. That's why Wi-Fi will be the mandatory, the first choice to cover area when we are using the internet in suddenly area. And the last, if we also deploy in Wi-Fi corner. Wi-Fi corner is usually for the student or for the poor man, when they can very difficult to find the access internet, they can go to Wi-Fi corner. We can share by free access, and we also have in bahasa is UMKM. UMKM is like small medium enterprise. Yeah, we help them and combine with our program like Smart City, Smart Village, and then we help the people in the rural area to get to connect to the e-commerce via Wi-Fi. So hopefully for the they can sell vegetable, fruit from the village immediately to the city. This is the infrastructure. If we see about the Wi-Fi infrastructure in Indonesia, we have deployed two types of the access. For the first, we are using the FTTH, fiber to the home, fiber to the building, fiber to the area. But the last is Wi-Fi infrastructure based on OLT and ONT fiber infrastructure. And the second one, we use access using all of the backhaul access like fiber or wireless, and then we put the access point to cover in the some area. And for the back-end infrastructure, we also provide this one for the application, roaming partner and OLO partner. So we can serve all of the operators and ESP and underlicense operator to build together, and then they are using our access point to connecting their customer. Yeah, if we see our portfolio, we have two models for the B2C and B2B2C. Yeah, we serve off this solution. If the building owner or the cafe owner, they want to collaborate with Wi-Fi ID, they just contact us to Telkom, and then we are serving them. All the infrastructure will be handled by Telkom, and we can making the revenue sharing, and also we can put some access point in the public area, and the customer just log in and buy via SMS, via WhatsApp or others financial paying, model paying. Okay, this is our innovation. Maybe Pak Bruno, Pak Tiagus remembers 7 years ago we have a program 1 million access point in Indonesia. In our perspective now, we are too aggressive. And then we have to, the first is revitalization. We check all the access point. If the access point not productive, we take out and then move to others place. This objective is to increase the ARPU, average revenue per unit access point. If access point sleeping, okay, we take and then move to other new place. And the second one is for home spot product. We Telkom very aggressive to deploying the FTTH, fiber to the home. And the last CPE, we put ONT. And then we actively the SSID, the common SSID. So automatically we increase the coverage of Wi-Fi ID. And the last is about the Wi-Fi managed service light product, SP that's for B2B business. We can collaborate with building owner, hotel, and association. Last, we have a program in the school, all of the school or university in Indonesia, we can serve them and then making the revenue sharing to the university. Okay, this is our roadmap to 2027. I think after this event, I think we have to recheck again what is the last technology, last of the business model, last of the any issue, regulation, and so on. So we have to update this our roadmap, and we are very welcome to sharing, getting from others operator or from vendors based on use case from many countries, all working together like Wi-Fi roaming and so on. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Bruno. Thank you, Gennady. I think we've got time for some questions. So any questions from the audience? Okay, I'll kick things off. So I saw
clear.
No, I did see a reference in the presentation to rural Wi-Fi or connectivity.
Roaming, yeah.
So what is Telkom Indonesia doing in respect to rural Wi-Fi?
Until now, we just collaborate with Boingo. So for the roaming, international roaming, but I know the revenue from the international is still low. Yeah, that's why we have to explore again what's wrong for the business model of the international roaming.
Thank you. Any questions, Adlan?
Hello. Forgive me if I haven't seen it, but are you deploying open roaming? I haven't seen in the slides.
Currently, not yet.
Is that part of the roadmap?
Yeah, it is part of our roadmap. Yeah, that's why I bring my team, 12 person here, this whole team over there, to learn and to join this event. After this session, we have to update again.
Okay, so right after this show then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're having a meeting at 6 o'clock, Adlan, if you'd like to join. Sorry.
You have many subscribers at different economic strata, right? Some, education, right? And some areas where the affordability is probably very low. Do you have different pricing models for each of these? How do you optimize, all the cost of infrastructure? And
yeah. Okay, maybe our team will answer the question. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Gunadi. Can you help me to show our slide about the business portfolio? Yes.
Next.
Back. Yes. Okay. For our country. No, next slide. Yes. All right. This is our some of product group. We have 4 product groups that it's every product group define the model business B2B, B2C, or B2B2C. It means that we will get the target segment based on the social economic. For example, we have ONTBs for Wi-Fi demand service for B2B. ONTBs, we will serve the small medium enterprise or small medium business, like the small cafe maybe that have a low affordability price. And for the last enterprise for hospitality, like hotel, maybe tourism, that high affordability price, we will serve with Wi-Fi managed service with IP-based topology, for example. And then for the public area, like Mr. Gunadi said, we have student maybe or worker that need Wi-Fi, but they have no enough money. They can enjoy the Wi-Fi through Wi-Fi Edu Retail, Wiko 2.0, Sultan Wi-Fi, and some of product voucher Wi-Fi ID that if they found our Wi-Fi di public flat at Wi-Fi di in all area in Indonesia, they can buy voucher Wi-Fi and enjoy the internet through our public. So we serve our many segment through this product mapping. So many product we develop for many social economic segment.
Yes, from low end until high end. Yeah. Yes. For low end, like for social economy, Pak, please the social economy. Next.
Nice. And then how do we keep our profitability? This is our concern. Telkom Group now concerned for develop program, and we concerned about the profitability, not only scaling or revenue. We have 3 innovation, revitalization program, and maybe next. This innovation is our effort to make our profit increase year by year. So with like Wi-Fi demand service, like if you can imagine if we provide a small commercial area like cafe with only need 1 node, and then we serve with APC school, maybe you can imagine how many months or how many years payback to Telkom, and we have innovated to deliver with ONT premium. The cost is decreased, but profitability will increase with same experience if we deliver to with access point also. We have same experience between ONT and access point. Of course, the differentiation only concurrent user. ONT premium have a smaller concurrent user than AT, like that. Thank you.
Okay, I think we need to move things on. So thank you very much, Gunadi and the team. Okay. Okay, so moving forward, we're going to talk about the WBA's policy work group. I would like to invite my colleague Bruno Tomas, CTO, to come up and talk about some of the work we're doing in the area of 6 gigahertz AFC and 6E and 7 trials.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much, Steve. Yeah, so maybe to baseline things, there is lots of work going on in the WBA regarding Wi-Fi 6E, Wi-Fi 7. You will hear from one of our chairs, Najati, after. Steve alluded to the policy and regulatory affairs work groups. There is lots of members and people working on this right now. It's of course a hot topic. So what I would like to do is maybe to baseline the technologies. So you all saw presentation from Eric from Intel on how this is growing all over the world, and hopefully Southeast Asia will catch up. Yeah, but really AFC, automated frequency coordination for 6E and 7. There is a reason why this is happening. So just 4 very quick data points. So definitely we are seeing some adoption. There are some numbers of our industry reports for 2022, 2023 that you can confirm, but 83% have either deployed or are considering to deploy going forward. Open roaming and Wi-Fi roaming, we have been talking about it. So 40% already deployed or plan to deploy. There are new capabilities coming. So you saw our roadmap. So things like Wi-Fi sensing, easy mesh, IoT technology, Halo synergies with Wi-Fi. All of this is coming together, and finally cellular and Wi-Fi convergence. It's also one of the reasons why more and more, I would say, industries are looking to deploy conversion strategies and wanting to augment capacity using the 6 gigahertz band. From a WBA standpoint, it was, a great way of defining the work we do. So basically, when we did the overlay with some of the work groups and a few of the verticals where we have been seeing announcements and more demand. So if you think about high density venues like stadiums, definitely there is a problem in terms of more capacity, more immersive experiences. We all see the NFL numbers always keep on growing. Then the cities. So if you go, to Marina Bay Sands, you see the density of, people per square meter just in that location. So if everyone is doing, some type of uplink, it will be, a problem to manage. Then transportation. So you see that we are just creating new groups to think about user experience, and moving vehicles becomes even more complex. And then all the challenges related with remote work and putting your workers at home. So what does that mean if they need, to have higher bandwidth, more services, and compete then with the kids doing cloud gaming, and having all those immersive experiences. So across all our groups, this need for AFC was raised, and that's a motivation that we have really to make this work. And WBA is willing to give, their contribution alongside the partners that are working, either the members or also partner organizations that also come forward and applied, in fact, to become an IFC operator. In this case, for the US, for the FCC. So the trials, this is the practical way we go to market. You can see that we have been working with some of the members, so it's open to anyone. So if you have equipment, either infrastructure equipment, chipsets, devices, you can definitely join. So Cisco Extreme, Broadcom, Samsung, Intel have been more active, but definitely is open to more that want to join. The way this works is that we find a region. Typically, there are a couple partners on that region. They might be members, they might not be, but work on behalf of the partners. And then we just have the use cases. There is a test plan. The deployment is done. We report that back, and the Jati will share more on how we do it. But really to show that these trials, even though some of them were Wi-Fi 6 or 6E, already operating on 60 Hz band, because we can do indoor, for instance, and we can do low power. They show an interest to move and test standard power as well. So higher levels of power to address more use cases and achieve some of the premises that standard power devices can cater to, like Eric mentioned. But yeah, so in terms of the platform itself, so there will be a few players working on these, AFC platforms. So just in terms of the building blocks, so this is, a set of tools and specifications that are implemented by central, players. They develop, some codes to implement those features. And basically, this is an advanced spectrum management system. So in a nutshell, there is proprietary and open source solutions. OpenAFC is one of those, but they all follow the same concept. So depending on the time frame the device is planning to, light up and transmit some packets, there will be a decision on which channels it can either operate for a certain region. So this is the example for the US, where you can see the allowed channels for outdoor operation that in fact are the orange stripes here on this screen. Then in terms of the architecture, there is the concept of external databases. Depending on the country, there are different incumbents. So for instance, the military. So the issue with the military is that you can have, I don't know, naval ships moving, and if the naval ship by any reason for that month is parked in a certain port, maybe the Wi-Fi networks there will have to operate in different channels. So you can imagine this is a challenge for network planning, and why these platforms need to be really, accurate and dynamic and adjust whatever computation they are getting. So there are a few standards that are being developed in terms of the interfaces. All this is being done in conjunction with the FCC, Wi-Fi Alliance, Wind Forum, and it's something that we have been following, really to make all the stakeholders' objectives align and make AFC a reality. So WBA, yeah, we have been doing the trials, as I mentioned. So of course, IEEE is building, the standard itself, ratifying BE for Wi-Fi 7. So Wi-Fi Alliance certifies the devices. OpenAFC has been building the specifications, and then all the regulators are trying to define their own, set of rules depending on the region. So in the US, they were fast, even though they are the first movers. This started back 2 years, so we have been working during this period, and things take some time. Our expectation and invitation is that others follow. So here in the region, we know that Korea is well advanced. So you heard from the IMDA that maybe until the middle of the year there will be a consultation, and all that is good signals, to the industry that the deployments of 60 Hz standard power might go forward. From WBA standpoint, so we want to focus on commercialization work. So for this, we want to have a platform that becomes available for members to do trials, to complement our, field trials that we did. We want to have some guidelines, operator guidelines, and then work with the regulators to see if they can see the end-to-end path. So that's really what we believe can, help championing more deployments at the global level. Then the building blocks themselves. So WBA decided, it's our own example, to follow OpenAFC. So it's an open standard. Basically, it complies with the rule and order from the FCC. So those are very detailed requirements. There are a series of rules to perform these calculations. There is the need, of course, to have a geolocation capability. So the APs need to be able to communicate the location on a certain cadence, especially, from the FCC standpoint, needs to be at least 1 time a day. So 1 time a day, the platform will pull the AP and just get the computation of the new frequencies it can operate. And then if there are changes on the bands, that will also become dynamic. So in a nutshell, how the workflow works. So the regulator, so FCC, or if it was Singapore IMDA, they provide the inputs, they update the databases. What are the incumbents for a certain period? That is the input to the platform. They are also responsible for authorizing equipment. So if you are building equipment, you need to go through their process and have the conformance testing to make sure that you can, play on the AFC spectrum. Then the system itself, it's just a data repository that does the frequency and power calculations. Then there are those interfaces I mentioned that talk between the platform and the AP, and eventually the client devices decide the power levels they can operate. So WBA, we have currently an architecture that sits on the cloud. So this is very modular. In this case, we are using, just as an example, AWS. So it's some virtual machine running on EC2. We have the storage on EBS, but that's where the drives with the databases of the regulators are mounted. And as you can see, this can scale globally. And as more regulators come forward, you create one new instance, and then you can operate on that country. So I think it's not more about the technology. It's really about the process for the regulators to make the decision and go through the political cycle. Then on the left-hand side, there is a front end. So imagine if you are a vendor, you can have access to the front end. So you put your AP and you can see exactly for a certain location before you do the deployment, or even if you are an integrator, you can just do some planning in advance. And then there are different domains that can be used. So unfortunately, I cannot use a live example here from Singapore, but this is one we have used for, in fact, this is Chicago, and we were doing the event in that hotel. It's downtown Chicago, so it's very busy, but you can see that the black, shadows, it's real incumbents. So those are fixed links. They are either, talking with the airport or talking with some special emergency type services. And, the hotel was right within that blue circle. What that means is that if the hotel there wanted to do standard power Wi-Fi, they would have to comply with some, rules. And that those rules, because some of the links, they might go higher. So it's very important that, the databases have the height of the links. It comes back with the computation, and that's the ellipse, the blue ellipse, on the radius the APs could emit, and then the channels that the AP could emit go align with the limitations of that radius. So as you can see, there is a red link, a fixed link passing through, and else that AP could not operate on all the bands. So in conclusion, this is the output. This is the output. So you can see that you have, depending on the channel width. So we all saw some of the considerations that Mark at Cisco was providing in terms of the need to keep evolving on the larger channels from the deployments. But in this case, if you look into the lower 20 megahertz channels, there were around 7 where you couldn't operate. Then in yellow is channels where you can operate with some limitations. And basically the red is where you cannot operate at all. So this becomes very dynamic, but it's, of course, standard power. So it's like emitting at the cellular frequencies. To finalize, this is kind of our roadmap. So if you are, joining now, this is still a great timing. 2021, as I mentioned, was all about working with the FCC to submit the applications. 2022, the different players came together and just baseline some of the platforms and did the fine tuning. So what we are doing now is field trials with real equipment and those interested in participating. And until Q2 2023, we hope that the FCC and the process to certify these operators is finalized, and eventually commercial operation can start. So it's not official data yet, but if everything goes according to the plan, 2023 is the year where Standard Power finally will be live and rolled out. So with this, I know we are right on time. The work group and the Tiger team is active. These are some of the companies that have been joining. So if you want to scope your own trial in your own region, you are more than welcome to join the group, and then we'll just carry on and work with the members to certify the WBA solution. So any questions, anything regarding AFC, Standard Power? Okay, so if not, over to you, Steve. I think we are right on time. Thank you.
I have to lower it after Bruno. Thank you, Bruno. Okay, I think we can move on then. We have two more presentations. I would like to invite Dr. Najati Kamplak from Intel, one of our board members and sponsors in our WBA events, to the stage to talk about 6E and 7 trials and federated onboarding service. So, Najati.
All right. How about to say? All right, folks, I've been giving a hard time to so many people. I don't know who's going to shoot me down, and you have your turn. Enjoyment is free. So I had my fun, and it's your turn. Anyway, I thought that by the end of the day, most of the people would be gone, and I would be basically talking to myself. But I see that 80% of the people are still in the room. Amazing. Anyway, my slides are going to be boring because these are engineering slides, nothing fancy, nothing picture, just simple and dumb slides. But it is engineering stuff. Yet I'm going to entertain you by other means. Maybe you ask me a question, I will just do something in response. So let's start with this thing. Basically, I'm going to go through this in a couple of slides talking about what we are doing in relation to Wi-Fi 7, federated onboarding service, and QoS, give you some taste of what is happening in this space. Now, if you start with the, okay, announcing, I'll say what I'm going to say as the last, I'm going to say it at the beginning, announcing the WBA Wi-Fi 7 kickoff. Basically, this is a new work that we are starting, and in terms of the work that is going to be following up in the coming weeks and all that stuff. Looking at the basically what we are doing and why we are doing, as you are aware, the Wi-Fi 7 related work in the industry already is pretty much getting into track within Wi-Fi Alliance and as well as IEEE. So we have also seen the number of announcements from vendors with their implementation and readiness. So given all this is in the outside of WBA, we are saying, we said, okay, it is time to basically start to work within WBA and get this work going on. Now, in terms of why and what we are doing over here is basically looking at what is happening, this what we call this virtuous circle, where basically IEEE defines the specification, and then Wi-Fi Alliance does the certification, and then the last leg of this, this whole process is the enablement in the industry. Basically looking at where and how and what you are going to deploy, what are the potential issues and challenges that we should be aware of, and also collect some data for the industry that we can just share with the ecosystem at large. Because when you look at the technologies over there, each generation of Wi-Fi is getting even more and more complicated. That complication basically also requires that we better understand how you are going to properly deploy this technology so that you can maximize the benefit. So given all those things, we are basically providing an environment for the vendors and for the ecosystem players, operators to come together, look at those areas over there that we need to basically do testing and then give it a go with the end-to-end trials, collect the data, look at the results, and assess the technology readiness for the deployment. That is pretty much the overall objective of this project. And in terms of the previous WBA work, we have been doing this thing with Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 6E, and we have generated number of reports in the past in relation to this in Wi-Fi 6 and 6E around the different geographies, different market segments, and all that stuff. So, in a similar fashion, we are going to do this in this one as well, but probably given the complexities of the Wi-Fi 7 in relation to 6 gigahertz in relation to different geographies and the scope of the Wi-Fi 7 deployment, there are going to be quite a few involvement that we need to define in terms of the use case and all that stuff. Next, please. So this work is going to have multiple phases in terms of what we do. We are going to look at over there from the marketing perspective, what it means, for Wi-Fi 7 for different market segment, different, ecosystem players from operators' point of view, industry segments, and etc. And at the same time, look at how we can set up the trials. What are the things that we are going to test, and how we are going to test? Who is going to test? And combine all those things and set the environment, set this testing, into the motion, and report the trials results and basically do a PR. So we are going to provide the findings of these trials into the ecosystem so that everybody can benefit from this one. All right, next. So short, get ready for Wi-Fi 7 and call for come participate and help me, please. I need help, otherwise I'm going to resign. Anyway, any question for this thing before I go to the next one? Cool. Next one, please. Next one is Federated Onboarding Service. This is the work item that I chair, and we have been looking at the issue with the next one, please. Issue from the open roaming. Basically, when we look at the Wi-Fi connectivity challenges, there are two major challenges. One is really roaming, how you can go from one network to another network. Basically, you would need to figure out the bilateral roaming agreements and everything else. Now, with the open roaming, basically, what we do is basically we bring the many-to-many relationship and address the roaming part. With the, all the interested parties can come together and then plug into a system that, voila, basically, we can do the roaming. But the second part of the challenge is the onboarding. The onboarding is, and as we have heard many times throughout the multiple conversation and question answers, all that stuff is still there. The onboarding is a challenge that we need to address in a way that is going to really deliver the capability for the user experience that is going to be simple, seamless. So given that, we are looking at what are the things that we can enable as this onboarding using leveraging the open roaming framework, whereby you have basically one global network that you can identify and steer the users over there and then get the onboarding done. And also the paradigm and the model over here is that you don't want to do this thing onboarding again and again and again. Because of the open roaming model paradigm, you should probably go with the open roaming onboarding twice, 3 times, as few possibly, as few possible as possible. And anyway, so that's what we are looking at. Also, we are also trying to minimize the impact or the dependency on the device vendor ecosystem, deployment dependency, and others over there. Can we just minimize those things so that we can deliver a solution where the ecosystem partners can make use of and benefit from that one versus to develop something which then major OS vendors like iOS or Android or Windows will enable, and then we are going to say, oh, great, it is ready for us to consume. It's not happening. It hasn't happened with the past point. So we are looking at all these possibilities, how we can basically simplify this onboarding and make it available for everybody to benefit from that one. This is a work in progress. Again, we have so far defined the mechanism over here is, again, is very simple, probably. All right. Well, somebody's doing that for me over there. You see, when you that is what happens when you have at the end of the on the day that you are doing the presentation, everything goes wrong, I guess. Anyway, the concept over here is basically potentially just do the onboarding remotely when you have internet access in the office, home, or somewhere. Basically, we are going to central hub, open roaming. You go there, there's going to be sign up. You walk through the simple step and then get the user verified, whatever the IDP that they use. It could be their Gmail account, Hotmail account, Twitter account, any of those IDPs over there who can do the OAuth and SAML kind of interfaces, plug them in, bring them on board. That's it, device is ready to connect to open roaming network. Wherever they go, it doesn't matter, they come to Singapore or they go to Japan or they go to US, they will be able to connect the network. So that is simple concept, but powerful mechanism that we are going to enable. So now I'm holding it to G. All right. So with this mechanism also, we are trying to expand the potential IDP pools, so that anybody who can do user verification would be able to come and participate and be part of open roaming. So whatever over there, it could be Twitter, it could be Gmail, social media, LinkedIn, anybody, all right, is going to be able to say that, okay, just come on and join. So we are trying to really make it as simple as possible, so that the open roaming is going to scale. That is one of the mechanisms. And also this becomes really more important even for those tablet-like devices where Wi-Fi Wi-Fi is the only option, and laptops and Chromebooks, all those things over there, those ecosystem over there really need this kind of mechanism really badly, versus you have your phone in your pocket and it is already connected to the internet. You can option the provision that I'm using either SIM or other mechanism. But with the Wi-Fi on the devices, onboarding is a challenge that we need to provide a mechanism, a solution. That's why we are looking at this federated onboarding. Federated onboarding, federated authentication, you put the pieces together. Again, please come and join us. Right now, we are about to wrap up the MRD, marketing requirement document for this work. And we are going to look into technical specification development as to what the architecture is and how we can get this thing work. This is the potentially high-level architecture, for example, how this thing is going to work, and capturing that one. In the center, there is the federated onboarding authentication service, and then we just provision it, the devices, and then device goes to open roaming network, seamlessly connect. That is pretty much straightforward as to what it can do. Okay. Any question about onboarding? No question. Move on. Then the last item is the end-to-end Wi-Fi QoS. Basically, this is another work item that we have within WBA that we have started last year. Basically, when you look at the QoS, it is becoming more and more important, because QoS is the way that basically gives you the better experience in terms of the the latency and jitter and other things, latency sensitive applications specifically. And I was actually over here 5-6 years ago when I was chairing the Wi-Fi polling task group. And there was always question about, well, Wi-Fi sucks because it doesn't have the, the determinism, it doesn't have the priority, it doesn't have those quality over there. Why should I use Wi-Fi polling? 6 years after that, we know that Wi-Fi delivers a lot of Wi-Fi polling at home and in many places. And at that time, I made a call saying that, all right, Wi-Fi polling is going to be replacement for femtocell. Femtocell, they were pushing over there for femtocell, and they, okay, everybody needs femtocell. Well, yes, but If I have Wi-Fi API at home and it delivers the quality Wi-Fi column which it did and which is doing, then what is the incentive for operators to spend extra money to put femtocell in my house? I am AT&T customer. AT&T basically enabled Wi-Fi column on my phone without even asking me. And I'm saying that, oh, wow, I'm using Wi-Fi column. So that's why there is always this hype and reality in the market. At the end, reality wins because that's business. Business is that Wi-Fi basically is delivering these capabilities. One of the key capabilities right now is really quality of services that brings the user experience, determinism, reliability, all these things, and within which basically this QoS becomes really important. Again, this, as part of this virtuous cycle over there, we have started to work in IEEE. We have had the certification in Wi-Fi Alliance. We are doing the actual basic market enablement within WBA with the looking at certain verticals over there, working from home, enterprise, and other places. Then looking at over there how we can really enable end-to-end QoS that goes beyond the scope of IEEE, beyond the scope of Wi-Fi Alliance, because when you look at the scope of work within Wi-Fi Alliance, it is between AP and client. But there are other things in the upper layer application, and also then behind the network itself. How do you really bring all these pieces together so that you enable the experience? That's why this work item is looking at those end-to-end QoS. Not only it is between the client to AP itself, which is limited. So this work is also interesting. If you are interested, please come and join and participate in the discussion. So all in all, basically, come and join us. All right, I am done. Any question? Wow.
Thank you, Najati. Great presentation. And I think we get the message. Any questions? I've got one, but any questions from the audience first? Okay, the one I have, Najati, just about, so we did pick up the partnership with AT&T and Intel for Intel-based PCs. So what is the identity credential that's being used in that partnership?
Well, with the AT&T, we had some kind of POC. Basically, the POC was back in June. We have showcased it in Chicago. That basically was something new. We actually did it with the AT&T, also with the involvement of Microsoft in the background, that on laptops and other Wi-Fi devices, when you insert SIM, it is going to automatically provision the device based on the SIM credential, because previously Windows didn't have the SIM-based database where it would be able to pull the profile into the system. Now, by inserting the SIM card onto the PC, you are going to be able to pull the profile, and that then the device is going to be ready for open room. But that is only addressing the 5% or so of the market, because when you look at the numbers over there, only 5% of the PCs come with the SIM. 95% has no SIM.
Thank you, Najati.
All right. Anything else? Last chance. Go ahead.
IDP providers?
Sure. There is nothing to stop anybody.
So Intel inside with open roaming on it?
Well, we are looking at all the options in terms of basically getting the devices ready for open roaming out of the manufacturing. Can you do that? Yes, we can do that. We are exploring all the possibilities, what makes sense and what doesn't make sense, because during the manufacturing, if I can put the open roaming profile ready for activation, and the device is turned on and it is ready to connect, activate it, and then you are good to go. That's one model. And can we do that? Yes. We are able to do that. Yes. So those are all business related questions that we are considering and contemplating. That's why we are actually looking at all these possibilities.
And Najati, one more question here. So while we work with carriers and MNOs, for offload using either open roaming and historically have been using PassPoint. One of the things that the carriers have been coming up with, is there any intelligent traffic management capability that can be developed? So if you are on PassPoint or open roaming, it's either you switch on and you are on Wi-Fi, or you switch off and you're on cellular, right? But in case they have a great macro network or an in-building network and its capacity loaded, can there be a smart traffic management system where they can see that, okay, right now, for example, at an airport, from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock in the morning, it's high traffic time, and it's automatically the network connects to Wi-Fi, whereas during the off-peak hours, they can be on the DAS or on their macro network, and then go back in the evening on the Wi-Fi offload. Is there a mechanism that it's in development, or any plans there?
Well, there are two parts to that question. One is the device vendors that they can do, and they are doing something, including Intel. For example, if the device has multiple connectivity options over there, including cellular and Wi-Fi, we have the control mechanism that basically monitors the pipes depending on the load and the application type and other thing, chooses between cellular or Wi-Fi. And similarly, I think Windows is trying to get into the same thing. And I believe similar capabilities are available or will be available in other operating systems. But there is the other question over there. There are other device categories managed by the operators. And operators do have their policies. Based on that policy, basically, the device can connect to cellular or Wi-Fi. Depending on the device categories, the behavior is going to be controlled by either vendors or the operators. And this question has been, I think, around for many, many years, and it is pretty much slam dunk. Depends on who wants to do what. And it makes sense. How do you really steer the device in the right way, right time, right network? Yeah. All right. I think
Thank you.
people just perked up and started questioning. Okay. Do you have a question too?
Very quickly, I know that we are past the time already. Just to let you know that we have received the remote question.
Okay.
Stating the following. So to authenticate via Facebook and other mediums, users should have granted the Wi-Fi access, right? So how to solve this issue? Are we going to give free Wi-Fi or just allow users to access Wi-Fi for 10 minutes as a welcome period?
Well, the open roaming has two models. One is the free, the other one is saddle, right? And if initially, at least, we are looking at the free part of, enablement, because it doesn't really require accounting, billing, or, checking all that stuff. And then leave the saddle model over there for the vendors over there, or the members who are monetizing this thing, get into more sophisticated services. Right now, it is open-ended question. And also part of that, I think, open roaming requirement, there is supposed to be some, at least for the free part, you need to meet some certain bandwidth enablement and other things. There are some areas over there. Of course, that question comes, who is going to make money and all that stuff. But as part of this open roaming free part, it is at least available, and we are exploring that part. Right.
I'd add that there are some great case studies on this one as well. So if you look inside our membership, but organizations like Boingo, Single Digits, Global Reach, Data Valet, all of have developed papers on effectively the business model behind it as well. Okay. I think we need to move on. So thank you again, Najati. Okay. So our final session of the day, we have Ed Kite from Inmarsat. He's going to be talking about non-fixed backhaul for Wi-Fi. Ed also is a key contributor inside some of our projects, including our in-flight connectivity and new projects for non-fixed backhaul as well. So Ed, welcome to the stage.
The graveyard shift, lovely. Now, whilst Najati was saying that his slides were not full of pictures, very high on detail, conversely, mine are going to be lots of pictures, limited detail from a true marketing perspective rather than an engineering one. So we're going to be, thanks. We're going to be talking today a little bit about Wi-Fi experience for moving networks. And I'll try and be succinct, conscious that it's very close to that first drink after a long day. First, I want to give a little bit of background into Inmarsat, what we do and why we are interested specifically in the WBA and how we have collective problems that we're looking to solve. So Inmarsat have been leading the market around satellite connectivity for generations. We were made up from a conglomerate of governments looking at maritime safety initially. So Inmarsat is International Maritime Satellites. We've since been expanding into other platforms and other verticals. So we provide the Wi-Fi on over 800 aircraft, a lot of which you probably will have flown for those who came to Singapore with here. And this is growing as well with more of a direct relationship rather than indirect. And this really culminates from the 30 years of innovation that we've had, going initially from some of the L and S band right through to announcing a new proposition with Airbus, which was announced at AIX last year, then Airline Forum, and then through to Orchestra, which I'll talk a little bit about in a slide or two, which is our new mesh network, combining all of the GEO satellites, the high Earth orbit satellites, as well as our own LEO constellation as well. So for us, especially this moving networks element is particularly pertinent and important as we can start to deliver an experience that people are accustomed to on the ground with a fixed backhaul in a network which doesn't have the benefit of having that fixed, reliable, single location backhaul itself. So I mentioned Orchestra. This is an example of what Orchestra is going to look like. Some of these satellites are already there. Some are still to launch. As you can see, the high Earth orbit ones, which are the ones going further out, will give us polar coverage. We'll be one of the only satellite operators to give that, especially pertinent for aviation. But then with the mesh element, along with our LEO constellation, it really will drive Inmarsat forward and demonstrate a fully connected global coverage. So for us, the passenger, whether that be on a maritime, on a ship, whether that be through our government platforms that we work with and on their vehicles, or whether that be on an aircraft flying to and from Singapore, absolutely, it's at the heart of what we do. And solving problems for them, whether it be the airlines or the passengers, is what really drives us in all of the innovation and everything that we look at. And the reason the WBA complements it so well is that they have the same problems they're trying to fix. And Passpoint especially was one of the things that drove us to become members, along with contributing with some of the brands that you see on the right-hand side there too. And if we focus just a little bit on the benefit that this can have, and this is an AT&T source from a couple of years ago, 2018, I think was the test, which demonstrated a 300% increase. A 30% increase in number of connections when Passpoint was implemented, and then a 3 times increase in traffic. And if we look at some of the problems that exist in connecting to Wi-Fi networks in the standard markets that we are active in, seeing increases in figures like this is certainly something that would be very welcome. We still see a legacy way for people to connect in these areas, and a lot of that is driven by wanting to have that interaction with the customer, wanting to develop that loyalty play, wanting to know who's connecting and control that experience. And Passpoint fits really nicely in being able to deliver those aspects. So the in-flight work group has been going for a while, very well chaired by Angelos Mavridis. And we delivered a number of different white papers solving particular problems for both mobile network operators, for the satellite providers, as well as for the airlines themselves, demonstrating how we can connect more passengers, how we can increase that engagement with the portal, and how we can ultimately enhance that overall experience within the cabin. And the white papers that we launched had a lot of great plaudits, a lot of good publicity, and a lot of people that started to take notice and recognize that this is an area that is ripe for development and ripe for further engagement. It arguably something like this even instigated the launch of a group called the Seamless Airlines, which has also identified just how good an opportunity this is to solve. But the in-flight work stream came to an end in the end of 2022. But these problems still exist for each of these different groups. So much so that we identified that whilst they exist for airlines, they exist for others as well. And I'll come on to that in a second. But what we want to do is really use all of the work that the WBA is doing across different work streams to really enhance that experience, whether that be through using PassPoint to develop, to deliver that easy connection, that seamless authentication through the use of the profile, whether that is to use Caport and hopefully get that, once that gets onto Apple, provide that consistent experience and engagement with the portal, so that it's always then available for that captive audience that the airline and other people do want. And then when applicable, and certainly with the development of more of the metered open roaming, we can start to roll that out as well. Again, using a lot of the intellectual property that exists within the WBA and its members to really solve problems for each of those different verticals. So having come up with all of the theory around that over the course of the past few years and the white papers that have been delivered, it came to the end of 2022 and we needed to look at, right, what are we going to do next? What are we going to do differently? And how are we really going to move this to the next level? How are we going to continue to demonstrate value and what the WBA can really do? Well, the problems haven't changed. The problems are still the same as when we started out. We're still struggling to connect people in aviation. We're still struggling to give that consistent experience when there's a more variable network that you're going through at 500 miles an hour. And we still want to deliver more value to all of our customers and, most importantly, to the passengers that are flying. But it transpired that this is not unique to aviation. There are other verticals that exist that also have that variable network. Also those that are moving from place to place and have to deal with some of these issues around portals, around captive audience, around getting people connected and delivering on the value from their initial investment in installing the Wi-Fi equipment in the first place. So all transportation, whether that be on maritime, buses, taxis, however. And so what we've started to do is we've looked at generating a new group. And this new group will build on the work of the IFC group, but what we'll do is we'll look to take that step further. And we'll look to do that by doing a live environment trial so that we're demonstrating to all industries what is possible, not with theory, but with practice, with real data. And so that we can stand in front of industries and say, hey, this is what we've seen, not this is what we think. And we really believe that we have a good platform to build on with all of the theory that we've done so far. We want to then demonstrate that enhanced passenger experience and ultimately, as I said, prove to identity providers that all of travel is an active place to play and a valuable place that is underserved at the moment and can really drive value to them and future engagement with their customers. So as I mentioned before, the challenges that we do have, we're looking to solve with all of the different streams of the WBA projects. So this will be looking at, forms of local authentication when there maybe is no backhaul, so that we can still engage people with content that exists on the portal. So that we can look at what happens when you have a transition between different beams, whether that be satellite, whether that be, cellular beams or whatever, when you go and switch between them as you're moving between one and the other. And then looking at the methods of notification so that these brands that you use for travel can engage people with the journey, reinforce that there's a reason that they chose to travel with them, and ultimately drive more revenue and solve their problems as well. For us and the group, user experience is going to be key, and how we best do that. There was a survey that came out, or a study that came out last year that said you've got 90 seconds or so to engage a user. before they will abandon the journey forever on that particular trip. And the intention from me and the rest of the group will be, how can we make sure that we capture that customer in their 90 seconds, engage them with something, whether there's local content where there's no backhaul, or at least deliver some level of value so that we can keep them engaged and use Wi-Fi for what it should be there for, which is enhancing that overall experience. And I look forward to hopefully sharing with you the results of that in the coming year or so.
Thank you, Ed. Questions? Najati, there's a surprise.
I won't miss out the opportunity over here to ask the question, but my question is that now we heard the announcement from Delta that they are going to make the Wi-Fi free. And I think they are setting some kind of trend. And as I was coming over here, I did fly with United. United actually also provides Wi-Fi access for social media kind of access. At least I would be able to use my WhatsApp and send them text messages and other things free connection. And looking at the other part of the again Wi-Fi ecosystem, when we look at the hotels now, we don't really expect that we are going to pay extra money for Wi-Fi because it's already built into the hotel that you pay. And a lot of buses and a lot of things basically that we take provide Wi-Fi because we already purchased a ticket. It is already included in the service. Given all this trend, we need, in the transportation space, be it over the marine or be it over there, airplanes and other things. How do you guys see that, we should basically target our solution about what is coming from, instead of what it was, right? What it was basically, we expected that the air flight, these companies which just sell Wi-Fi and they would charge you $10, $20 or other things during the flight. It didn't work out. And given that in the Delta CEO statement, basically, it wasn't worth all the trouble. Now, all in all, looking into the industry trend, what do you guys see that we should develop solution around? So instead of forcing a solution that didn't work.
It's a great observation. And you're right, Delta has announced and been very forthcoming with the fact that it's free. It is free, but you're still paying. You're paying with your personal information. So you do get it for free if you sign up to Delta Plus or whatever their loyalty scheme is. And that's not an issue. I mean, that's a way of you paying for the access. And that will probably continue as a trend. If you look at I think United probably offer it if you sign up or provide some level of personal information too. We encourage that. I think that's a great way to broaden out the amount of Wi-Fi that can be consumed in these areas. And you're right, is taking advantage of an untapped market. People do want to use it, but that payment has been a barrier to do that in the first place. So there are other options that we can look at doing, whether that's through advertising, whether that's through sponsorships. And certainly Inmarsat, along with a lot of our competitors, are looking at how we can address those concerns so that it feels like free, even though it may not actually be free. That doesn't detract from, I think, what we can do as a group to enhance the connection experience. So when you do connect to Delta for free, you still have to go to the portal. You still have to sign up. You still have to go through a certain number of steps to get that connection. So for Delta, putting my Delta hat on, who are not one of our customers, to be clear, but putting my hat on, I am offering this for free. I want people to take advantage of it. So what technologies can we use to do that? Well, Passpoint. If we get everyone from Delta, for example, who downloads the app, because they're a frequent flyer anyway, download a Passpoint profile as part of that, they don't even need to engage on there at all. They just get a notification, you're connected. Oh, by the way, here's the portal that you can go to if you want to. But Delta are getting that value and we're reinforcing the business decision that they've made to offer it for free, probably more so than they have at the moment, where there'll be a breakage because people have to go to the portal, they have to do something, and they're never going to get 100% captive audience if they do that. So I think actually it makes it more exciting, the space that we're working in, because of announcements and because of the changes in the industry that are happening. And I think that we can embrace that with a lot of the work that we'll do over the coming year.
Hi, I just wanted to give to support the answer of Ed. Let's say we have done this, the answers to your questions, Nekati, they are written more or less in the white papers we wrote. So this is a good thing. But the fact is that it's still very expensive. I came with Swiss from Zurich, and here you see the price, 9 Swiss franc for 20 megabytes, 59 Swiss franc for 220 megabytes. So this is very, very expensive. So, and if you're sitting in a long distance plane, you know, 3 seats, then get to your credit card somewhere in the baggage to pay this money if you want to. So this is the problem we have in general. And of course, we should not forget, you get for free on the ground because there are 100 years where people put copper into the ground and they bring you now cheap to your home. And on the other side, on the airlines, we have to bring satellites or air-to-ground stations, which cost also a lot. We should not forget this. Of course, there are different models where people say, okay, you get it for free, it is included in your ticket, or the airline pays, or there is some advertisement you have to see. There are some possibilities, but nevertheless, let's say the cost of a satellite or to bring the data, broadband data to the aircraft and to many aircrafts are there. We cannot forget. And the ways how to simplify login was discussed in the groups of the in-flight connectivity the last 4 years, and have the recommendations, let's say, inside the white papers. Now, what we want still to evaluate is what happens in order to, if you have succeeded to get in mostly seamless, how you can enjoy your service. But what happens if you fly above Greenland and then the sat collection is bad? What happens if you cannot register, let's say, be authorized through Passpoint, because there is no ground connection? Should you have the possibility to see the flying contact inside the cabin, yes or no? I think yes. And these kinds of things we discussed, and I think this is what is the value of the work of the WBA. Now we want to extend this also to talk about the quality during the service. And nevertheless, the business, it has to be paid. Somebody is going to pay. At the end, the end user will pay. It could be, and you will pay only once through perhaps your subscription, through your ticket, through advertisement, or through something.
It's worth remembering 16, 17 years ago, hotels were charging, say, 20 euros for Wi-Fi access. So I think we can see the direction that it's going in. And
quick question. So first of all, thank you for the presentation and ruining our only peaceful moment on the flight, because my wife still bugs me on the phone in air as well. But jokes apart, you know, T-Mobile is already offering free coverage on American Airlines and a couple of other airlines through their Passpoint. Delta is starting, as Nekati mentioned, right? So did you foresee that this kind of business model, which is like less barriers to, you know, for users to connect? Because previously it was more of a premium / business user, you know, targeted experience. But now if more and more free users can come in, how would you handle the capacity on the back end side? And, you know, what would be a roadmap apart from densifying? You know, it's not easy to densify the satellite network.
Of course. I don't think, by the way, T-Mobile are doing Passpoint. They are offering it to their users to be able to access on Delta, on United and American, yes, I think as well. Yes. But it's still through a portal with, I think, their mobile number to authenticate. But you're raising an active point. So if we get more users, and you're right, for us, the target is the latent back of the aircraft rather than the business people at the front, who have traditionally been the ones to connect because they're the price insensitive ones who don't pay for it themselves and will expense it. But if we can engage those people at the back, then yes, you could argue that we need the capacity to support it. And that is why Inmarsat, for example, along with our competitors as well, are investing in the satellite networks so that we can best be able to satisfy those passengers when they do connect. But we need to go back to, I guess, what do people want to do when they do connect? And yes, it's no different to being on the ground. So there is an element of people that will want to stream, and our services can support that. But it's the high volume, kind of low throughput applications that are most used on an aircraft. Messaging, the use case that you use there straight away, that doesn't take a great deal of bandwidth at all for us to support. And whilst some people will go for free, there'll be other elements that offer a freemium service with the free messaging applications, with maybe then your more premium elements bought for. Remember, satellite still is a bit of a more premium network to deliver. So there is still going to be a higher cost than you might expect on the ground, but there are different models. Importantly, Inmarsat can support any of them, and we're making the right decisions now on our capacity to be able to do that, as well as support, the future trends. We're very supported, by the way, as in other industries. So we look at some of the codecs that are being supported around Netflix as of the moment. They're becoming a lot better at driving high capacity, quality of the streams through a lower pipe. And so that's going to help us, as well as having the capacity ourselves to be able to do it. So it's an active problem that we are very aware of, and we're taking the steps now to be able to support it in a few years' time.
Yeah, it's a very quick practical question. If I'm a customer and I'm able to go through the portals and sign up and pay for the service, how do I know for how long that service will be available during my route, depending on satellite coverage?
It's a good question. I mean, it's a proposition question, and how the airline wants to structure that proposition and how the messaging and marketing of that proposition is conveyed. We want to be we encourage our airlines to be as transparent as possible. So we have, can make available satellite maps and things like that, so that the passenger makes an active decision when they purchase, rather than being promised one thing and it not being available. Our high Earth orbit satellites are there to give that constant coverage regardless of where you fly. So yes, I mean, it's something we need to make more transparent, but that's probably an airline decision and something we can help them with rather than one that we would make ourselves.
Income, or a third-party operator is going to step in to run the Wi-Fi for airline. The reason I'm asking is I do have a customer that are very interested in get on board in-flight Wi-Fi. For example, we're doing open roaming in one liquor store in YVR when Vancouver Airport. They're super interested in whether they can pay some fees to get on to put their ads in their in-flight Wi-Fis. But if this small business, they want to approach airline, just nearly mission impossible. They can get on board with that. But if they're third-party airline in-flight Wi-Fi operators, maybe easier for them. It's probably also easier for open roaming to be adopted. Just from your perspective, which business model might be more feasible in future?
I mean, certainly that's an active use case that is being discussed at the moment, in the industry as a whole. Airlines are quite, increasingly post-COVID, getting quite protective of the passenger experience and wanting to, increase engagement with the brand themselves, reinforce the reason they're choosing to fly with them. So some may be more reticent to encourage third-party companies to come and provide, Wi-Fi services for them. Others, conversely, may well be happy to have an agreement and generate more revenue by encouraging them to authenticate and maybe provide those services on their behalf. I think it probably comes down to a case-by-case basis. But certainly, I'm happy to talk to you offline about that in more detail.
Okay. I know we're overrunning. I just want to do a quick live survey. So who took a flight to get here? Keep your hands up, please. Who had Wi-Fi available on the flight? Two questions. Who used it? So a tech-savvy Wi-Fi vested audience, and I think that's two people. Three people, sorry. Okay. So our take rate, what would you say is good in the industry? Less than 10%, I would imagine?
Yeah, less than 10% standard what we see. If it's free, it can be as high as 50.
Okay. Who was offered free Wi-Fi on the plane? Okay. And we still didn't use it.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's my second glass of wine as well. So, all right. Thank you, Ed. Cheers. Okay. So we're bringing Tiago back to the stage to bring proceedings to the end. So, Tiago.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve. So I will not take long. So I want to thank you all for being here. I hope that you saw this event as useful. I believe by the number of questions that we had this afternoon and in the morning was quite interesting. So I'm glad that you guys found it useful. And the questions, not all the questions come from Necati, so was many people from the audience making questions. I just want to thank you once more to our sponsors. So Boeing Wireless, Intel, Cisco, MaxLinear, Ruckus CommScope, Spectra, LinkBroad, Enclaves and Telecom Infra Projects. Thank you for supporting the event. I want as well to share our plan of events for the rest of the year. So in June, we are going to have our Wireless Global Congress Americas in Las Vegas. Is going to be on the week of 19 to 22 of June. And then we have our event in October in Paris, coinciding with the Network X event on the 23rd to 26th of October. For the Las Vegas event in June, registration is already open, both for members and non-members. So if you have interest in attending, please go to the website, wirelessglobalcongress.com. Members can register immediately for free. Non-members, you can consider to join us in Vegas. And with this, I just want to issue a good rest of the day. Those of you that are members, of course, we have tomorrow and the day after the working session. So we'll meet tomorrow for the technical groups. For those of you that are not members, hope you found it useful and we can continue the conversations outside. So thank you, everyone, and looking forward to see you soon. Thank you.